All right. So for all of the viewers out there who have been saying, get this person, we got this person. And I've been trying to connect with him for like literally the since COVID, really, the last several years to get him on the show, but our schedules have never aligned. But he's always been so gracious and kind, and it's finally worked out today. So we want to go ahead and bring in this. I guess we can call him like a real mover and shaker in this world that perhaps a lot of people may not have ever heard of. Dr. Shiva Ayadurai is joining us right now. Dr. Shiva, hello, good morning. Let me give you a proper introduction. For those who don't know, Dr. Shiva Ayadurai is the inventor of the email that you are using every day, that everybody uses. He holds 4 degrees, just four degrees from MIT. He's a Fulbright scholar and has
Slacker.
started 7 successful high-tech companies. He's the founder and CEO of Cytosolve Inc., which is currently discovering cures for major diseases, everything from pancreatic cancer to even Alzheimer's, which, you know, if you weren't such a slacker, Dr. Shiva, you would have helped Joe Biden already. Thank you so much for joining us, Doctor. Good to see you.
Very nice to be here. How are you?
Very well. This is a big day, obviously, here in America. Ted and I have been joking. We've been calling it Doomsday 2024 because it's less of an election, more of a selection process. And part of that, you wanted to fight against the machine and throw your hat into the ring. And you've managed to get your name on a handful of states' ballots. Can you tell us about that process, what you've been doing, and what your platform looks like for those who don't know and haven't gone to vote yet?
Yeah, so let me just peel back. I think in 2020, a lot of people came to know about my work. We reached close to, when we looked at all the unique video views, close to 500 million people throughout the world. It's quite enormous. We did the pioneering work, exposing the lockdowns. We ran the #FireFauci campaign. I was the one to expose the fact that the government has a backdoor portal into all the social media companies. I won a historic lawsuit representing myself in 2020 when I ran for Senate in the Republican Party in a primary. And by all accounts, we were going to win that on a landslide. And it was the Republicans who colluded with the Democrats to steal that election. In Franklin County in Massachusetts, there's 9 counties. We won by 10 points by hand counted. It was all the ballots are all hand counted, and all the other counties was 60-40, 60-40, 60-40. And we had, I think we raised about $2 million, 3,000 volunteers. The opposition to the Republican put up had no volunteers. You couldn't even find one lawn sign. So that's when I started recognizing that there's something, malevolent going on. And we're the ones who uncovered the fact that you can flip votes on these machines, that the signature verification process is flawed. Now, Trump, the scumbag that he is, he took all of our knowledge. He raised $500 million off of it, of which he only spent $9 million. And then he invited me to meet with him in Mar-a-Lago the night after he had endorsed a guy who committed the election fraud, and I refused to go. Anyway, eventually I went and met with him, and it was sort of looking at a sorry individual who looked like in the backstage as an actor. So I have had experience with all of these people at very, very, deep and high levels. But what I can tell you is that after 2020, a lot of people came to know about us. Right. When I was a kid growing up in New Jersey, I did, in fact, invent the first email system, email as we know it today. The problem is that people who actually do the work never spend as much time getting the promotional, doing the PR.
Sure.
Those who do not do the work spend all the time doing the PR, like Elon Musk. Where Elon Musk begins and when government ends, nobody knows. He doesn't really invent anything. He takes over companies and pushes the founders out and then rewrites history as though he's some great inventor. But, when I was growing up as a kid in 1978 in Jersey, I was very, very hardworking. By the age of 14, I, in fact, had ended up going to New York University in a special computer science program. And then I started working full-time at a medical school while in high school, where I converted the old-fashioned inter-office mail system into the electronic version, named it email, wrote 50,000 lines of code, and all this before I came to MIT. So when I came to MIT, I was very interested in medicine, but also politics, because I grew up in the caste system of India, where it denigrated people based on their birth. And sort of that's where we're at today. If you look at all these politicians running, be it Booby Kennedy or Jill Stein, as I call her, or Trump or Harris, all these people are anointed from the top. They do not have to ever really work. But the movement that we have created now, which is a global movement called Truth, Freedom, Health, people can go to truthfreedomhealth.com. It's a global movement that emerged out of 2020, where people recognize that there are real leaders like myself who will tell the truth at the right time, not when it's opportunistic to tell the truth to get views and clicks, 2 to 3 years later. So we've built a global movement, and that movement powered my run for president. And no one thought we'd even get on any ballot. Just let people know, it's very difficult to get on a ballot. Every state have different rules. You have to get electors in every state. In California, we needed 108 electors, right? We have the Electoral College in the United States. No one elects a president. They elect slates of electors who then, if that slate is voted, wins, and they pledge to that candidate, right? So when you vote for Trump, you're not voting for Trump. You're voting for his electors in, let's say, Massachusetts or Michigan. You're voting for...
You're on the ballot there in your home state of Massachusetts.
We're on the ballot, which is the hardest state to get on, 20,000 signatures. Then you have to get those signatures verified by 350 towns. We did this in 10 days. In Iowa, which is like the centerpiece of the presidential elections, we're on the ballot there. Jill Stein couldn't even get on the ballot there. And she's a liberal Zionist. The establishment will now give her air and will give her media attention, because they know the uniparty exists. So in order to confuse people as though there's some opposition, they'll create their own opposition. That's what Kennedy was. And we exposed Kennedy for what he really is. Kennedy really doesn't care about health. He was promoting full vaccination of all Americans. He vaccinated all of his kids. He made sure everyone had to be vaccinated before they came into his own home in Malibu. Okay? The Kennedys are the epitome of the not so obvious establishment. They are created and supported by the establishment to act like they're anti-establishment. Very much like Bernie Sanders, very much like Jesse Jackson or the Tea Party. They'll speak a good game, because the bottom line is they do not want us, working people, identifying our own leaders like me, who come from below, actually do the work, building our own bottoms-up movements. Because history shows it's only been real leaders who emerge from below, who drive major movements, that has always changed anything. It has never been top-down elections. So us getting on the ballot, we're on the ballot in nearly every state, except 6 states, where people can write us in, or they can select us with the dot, right, with the listed. That's quite extraordinary. We did that with less than $100,000, all powered by. Think about this. Kennedy raised $20 million, $20 million, and he was paying signature people $10, and he still couldn't get on the ballot. Okay, Jill Stein, with all of her Green Party, couldn't get on the ballot in Iowa. We had our volunteers.
You're not the only person who's
to go to
Dr. Shiva. Sorry to interrupt.
To get on the ballot.
You're not the only person who's complained. Many people have complained about the difficulty of getting on the ballot. I live here in New York, which, as you know, is also a state that's very difficult to get on the ballot.
People can write us in there, by the way. Yeah.
I had to, and I already voted, and I did have to write in the candidate of my choice. I voted Dr. Jill Stein. I guess there's questions like, oh, will they count your vote if you write Dr. Jill Stein as opposed to Jill Stein, or if you forget to write her running mate Butch Ware? I mean, it's very arcane. I mean, is there any chance that ballot access could be simplified and made fairer, given the fact that you have the duopoly in charge, and it's to their advantage? They've created this Byzantine system that it makes it hard for outsiders like yourself to access the voters. I think most voters don't have any problem with there being a lot of choices on the ballot, even if they themselves are going to vote Democrat or Republican. I don't think many people object that much to the choice there. Is there any world in which the Democrats and the Republicans could be pressured into state by state reforming these, exclusionary systems?
Well, first of all, our campaign now has 6 lawsuits in federal court, 2 in the appellate court and 1 in the United States Supreme Court. Kennedy talked about ballot access, same with Jill Stein, but they didn't fight as hard we have, and we did it without lawyers. We have trained our own people to fight. We have an electrician presenting himself in federal court. You see, we're not powered by the elites. The Green Party is a nouveau liberal elite party that they're positioning to be an opposition party. So we have actually fought for ballot access. If you talk to Richard Winger, you may know, is like one of the leading ballot access guys. He's 82 years old. He's been doing it since 1969. And he just wrote a piece and he said the Dr. Shiva campaign is the only campaign that now has 7 major ballot access lawsuits, real lawsuits. So when we look at ballot access, you have to recognize up until the 1900s, it was very easy to get on the ballot. You just had to get 2 signatures and you got on the ballot. Running for office was an aspect of the First Amendment right, the right to associate. Okay, so ballot access was very easy. It was the Tammany Hall crowd in the 1900s who, in many ways, made ballot access so corrupt. So, for example, they made it, you had to get thousands of signatures. In California, you have to get 300,000 signatures, or you have to hijack another party who will then support you. So we actually regressed. Things were actually, it's not like it was bad always. It was actually quite good up until the 1900s. It went backwards starting in the late 1900s. And a lot of that was driven by the anti-communist rhetoric because they didn't want bottoms-up parties getting on. So they wanted to isolate people. And a lot of that also had to do with the fact in the late 1800s and early 1900s, it was called the Great Upheaval in the United States. There was bottoms-up mass movements that scared the shit out of the elites. So the elites were so scared there was going to be a revolution in the country in the 1900s, early 1930s. They had Franklin Delano Roosevelt give reforms to these people, and they branded him as some great hero. When it wasn't them, it was women and men fighting on the streets. So to build these very powerful militant movements. So they don't want to see that. They rather have a Jill Stein, acting like though she's going to be the liberal elite, talking about stuff when she is a liberal Zionist, for example. She was supporting lockdowns, etc. So in a consistent way, the establishment always finds, cherry picks and anoints and gives visibility to people to act radical. Bernie Sanders. You may have voted for Bernie Sanders. A lot of the Jill Stein crowd voted for Bernie. So they have gotten
I did when I was in California.
Yeah. So, but they do not want someone like me who's anointed by them. Many friends of mine were in the Green Party said just one day, 7 people got together and they anointed Jill Stein. Okay. Jill Stein is also the one who threw Cynthia McKinney, a black woman, out of the Green Party because she asserted that 9/11 may have been caused by the Israelis. You see? So the establishment has a recurrent way of making sure people really don't build these bottoms-up movements. But that's what we're doing. We're the revolutionary force that they must make invisible. In fact, it was Jill Stein in the free and fair elections that kept me off the debate stage.
I was just going to ask you about that.
Yeah,
I was just going to ask you about that. That there's dirty tricks that obviously, like Kennedy highlighted that this is what happened to me, and they won't let me debate, blah blah blah. But
let's clarify this debate. Right? We're not talking about the former Commission on Presidential Debates, which doesn't exist anymore. We're not talking about the big debate between the D's.
No, we're talking about the so-called alternative debate.
Right.
So my point is, one of the things we teach at truthfreedomhealth.com, I have been wanting to crack the code on why is it that there's human suffering and it continues. And what you find out is that there's 2 heads of the establishment, the obvious establishment, the Bushes and the Clintons, you can name them. But the real evil is the not so obvious establishment. You see, the establishment needs 2 heads to survive. The obvious one people can attack. Oh my God, they're horrible. They're pro-war. They want to screw us. But they cannot survive without the not so obvious establishment. The not so obvious establishment is that force that the establishment anoints and creates to be their own controlled opposition. So because they know
you're saying it's kind of like in Orwell in 1984, right, where the party has a monolith that controls everything. And
I call it the swarm.
Emmanuel Goldstein, who is fake and doesn't really exist, but he's the fake opposition leader.
Right. And this is a scientific, in system science, we call it a disturbance, right? So in this case, the establishment, so everyone should, if you want to really get it, so you don't waste 30, 40 years of your time, one day voting for Obama, another day for Jill Stein, and another day for Tulsi Gabbard, go watch shattertheswarm.com. Shatter the Swarm. It's how the few control the many. So the swarm needs both of these two heads. And this is an understanding that people don't get. So they jump from bed to bed to bed, following their next anti-establishment rhetoric. The real force is a revolutionary force, which says, fuck all these people. We need to build a bottoms-up movement. And that is what my life journey is about, because I come from the bottom. I come from the Indian caste system. I come from New Jersey among working class towns. Okay? So they don't want that voice ever to be heard because it is too dangerous. And they surely do not want that voice to have an MIT PhD, which earned all their, anointments, right? Because this is even more dangerous. So the reality is the swarm has these two heads. And consistently, when you chop off when there's been very rare that you can expose a not so obvious establishment. So if you go to 1984, which is an interesting year, I was a student at MIT, and a lot of us young people, I was 17, were enamored by a guy called Jesse Jackson. He was speaking all this anti-establishment rhetoric. And then on the night of the Democratic convention, he gives a sorry-ass speech, and he gives all of his votes to Walter Mondale, talking about the lesser of evils. He was a Jill Stein of the time, or the Kennedy. And that's when we figured out, wait a minute, they keep doing this. Gandhi was that equivalent in India. There was the British who were butchering the Indian people, exploiting them. There was a revolutionary movement. They created Gandhi to quiet down the Indian masses. And for 70 years, India had massive exploitation. Okay? So this is a very central thing that people need to understand, or you're bullshitting yourselves. So when I figured this out, I realized it has to be bottoms-up movements. So now you saw that again with the Ron Paul movement. Ron Paul talked a big game, and then at the end of the day, he bent over and he really didn't fight, right? So he lost. Romney comes and he loses to Obama. Then you had Sanders. I had a lot of my friends in 2016 who said, oh my God, Dr. Shiva, Bernie Sanders is anti-establishment. You must work with him. I said, he's going to fucking sell you out. He will. I said, mark my words, on the floor of the Democratic convention, he will hug Hillary Clinton like Jesse Jackson did, and he's going to screw you. A very good friend of mine, very smart neuroscientist out of Harvard, said, no, you're an asshole, Shiva. You're always critiquing people. and she was the head of the Bernie Sanders campaign for all of New England. She stormed out of my house. I never heard from her for 2 years. 2 years later, she called me crying. She goes, everything you said was right. I go, what are you doing now? Oh, I'm in a cottage up in Canada. So these people are created. So they invite very sincere people, and then they demoralize them because these people are created to demoralize bottoms-up movements. And that is what Trump did. Trump talked a big MAGA game, and then he delivered everything the elites wanted. He delivered them the pandemic. He made sure pharma made, 100 billion more than they ever did before. I mean, you can go down the list. As Zionist as you can get. So now in this election, they didn't expect a revolutionary to run, which is what we are. And we exposed the shit out of Kennedy, which you're not supposed to touch. And all these fools thinking, oh, Kennedy's this, Kennedy's that. We exposed him for 4 years. So he had to run with his tail underneath his legs to strike. And he struck a deal with Trump to make money off of it. Where did his 20 million go that he pocketed? So now to replace that, they need Jill Stein, you see? And they'll bring out this fool Cornel West from time to time, out of Princeton, to act as though he's a radical. But they will not. They're too afraid to give us one mainstream media attention. I mean, it's quite extraordinary. And so the alternative media is owned by them. So the alternative so-called decides to run a free and fair elections debate. Why are we left out of it? I fulfilled all the things. I'm polling higher than Chase Oliver, their libertarian fool. That's not only racist, it's discriminatory, but they're doing the exact same game.
Well, what did they
Doctor,
tell you?
let me pause you. Let me pause you on that, because you're bringing up race. Obviously, we have to point out, obviously, that Kamala Harris is half Indian, right? Half Indian and Jamaican descent. They've highlighted this in her campaign, as short as it is, and they've made race. Obviously, the Democrats have made race an issue for many years, but they're highlighting you know, in the 11th hour, the fact that she is half Indian. They've been, you know, harping on the black thing for quite a while, but the Indian part. If we really zoom out, though, Dr. Shiva, if we look at American politics, I would say since the 2020s, you would see that of all the Asians, of Asian diaspora around this country, Indian Americans have really been making a big splash in American politics. We've seen people like Vivek Ramaswamy,
Yeah,
Nikki
he's a
Haley.
snake. He's a complete
So,
scumbag.
yeah, so
He's
a lot of
so
Indian Americans.
I think people need to
Let's talk about
understand that the discussion on race has really not taken place in the United States. It's always been the right wing says there is no racism, and the left wing owns racism, but they absolve the issue of class and caste. Okay? So left-wing white liberals have no idea what racism really is because we've never had a real discussion from the people actually been discriminated bottoms up like guys like me. Racism is an instrument of class war. That's what it is. Racism is an instrument of class war. And so because you do not want to address the class issues or the caste issues, you talk about race or skin color. Kamala Harris is a Brahmin. Vivek Ramaswamy is a Brahmin. 90% of the Indians in the United States are Brahmins. My parents are non-Brahmins. So 95% of India is non-Brahmins. Okay? The Brahmins spit on the Indians. If the American people really knew, if white liberals so-called knew how non-Brahmins are treated in India, they would completely shun all these Brahmin Indians. The Brahmin Indians are the most racist Indians on the planet. Let me talk to you about that. Because when my mother grew up in India, when I grew up, it was like segregation. If I went to a Brahmin's home, I was told to sit outside, given water in a dirty cup, and spit upon. And those were my earliest memories as a 4-year-old kid. And Kamala Harris's ancestors would do that to my mother and my family because we were dark-skinned, non-Brahmins, quote-unquote, untouchables. So the fact that my parents even made it here, my mother, there's a picture of her getting her degree, which is unheard of in the 1940s. This dark-skinned Indian women are among 40 light-skinned Brahmin men with turbans. My dad came from war-torn Burma. I have the real story. I don't need to fake my story. Kamala Harris comes from a Brahmin family. While I was in New Jersey, sweating it out, literally in the summer heat, mowing lawns to make money, she was in Montreal learning French. She has no idea of the American journey. So let's get real here. The liberal white elites, all of you out there, really talk about your own racism because you have used race to, don't use the N-word, don't use these perfunctory things, but you don't want to talk about the real racism. The real racism is occurring right in front. Vivek Ramaswamy, they created him, poof. Because they saw me in 2020 to 2024. They said, shit, we can't have a revolutionary brown-skinned guy. So we must create these fake Indian Brahmins. And that's why you've seen over the last 12 months, these people promoted fake Indians.
Yeah.
They don't represent the Indian community. Kamala Harris has no idea of the immigrant journey. Vivek Ramaswamy is a bullshitting Brahmin, big pharma bullshitter. Look at his whole life.
Big pharma bro, for sure.
He's a big pharma company. So, and they literally come to my Zooms. Kennedy has come to my Zooms with his people. They steal my words. Literally, they make videos because my words are the real words of the oppressed. Their words are made to confuse people back into the establishment thinking Kennedy's going to do something, or Bernie Sanders, who's never held a job in his life. So our campaign is real. Bottoms up.
Dr. Shiva, I mean, look, I come from a Marxist orientation, and I think a lot of people might be watching us here today, and might say,
well, remember what Engels said, Marxists are the worst people. That's what Engels said.
Let me finish my point, though.
Actual communism and socialism. So we can talk about real communism and socialism, but most Marxists have sold out Lenin and Marx.
Well, I'm definitely into that, but let me.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you this question. So a lot of people would ask, how could you be a credible representative of the masses or the voices from below, considering, we, in the introduction, you're, a very successful man. You've done well under capitalism. Do you see a contradiction there?
No, why do you see a contradiction?
Well, Well, I mean, there are people. I personally
You just
don't.
said
But
you're
I
a
think a lot of
Marxist.
people
You just said
would.
you're a Marxist. Where did
You know,
Marx
for
write
example,
all
I
this stuff?
know
No,
Lenin
no,
was
no.
a
But look at what
successful
you're
lawyer, and
asking. No. But look at what you're asking. You just look at the. Hate to say it, it's really a dumb question, because where did Marx come from? He was highly educated.
yes, he was. Yeah, he was.
Right.
He was an intellectual.
And what did Marx say about the intellectuals? Marx said the intellectuals are not a class. They make a decision on which class that they want to defend and support. Okay. So if you go read Marx
They're
again,
the vanguard.
right. Well, if they choose to be. So I could have been on that trajectory to be an MIT professor, which is a trajectory, but I chose to take the knowledge of system science and to help the masses, because that's where I come from. Every time I go to India, I go back to my small village. So you don't know my journey. All right. Mm-hmm. Just because I got education doesn't mean I'm one of them. In fact, my whole life has been fighting them from the age I was 4 years old. I never forgot where I came from.
I mean, Bernie Sanders grew up in poverty.
No, let me finish.
You mentioned Bernie Sanders. He did grow up in.
This is not a contradiction.
Yeah.
Just because I took their weapons and I want to use it against them, that's the decision. Some people learn the knowledge of system science, the knowledge of how systems work, like George Soros or Zbigniew Brzezinski or Kissinger, and they choose to fight for the elites. I choose a very different path. It's a much harder path.
So what would you say your presidential platform is? You're running as an independent. You're obviously, as an independent, you have every right to criticize any and everybody in all the other parties. So what exactly, if you can put it in a nutshell, what is your presidential campaign's position on various things like the economy, unemployment, obviously a major issue, immigration, and the ongoing wars in Gaza and Ukraine?
Yeah, if you look at my tweet thing, there's a one-page nice little thing which outlines every political position. Let me summarize it for you. Number one, when you look at the fundamental issue, foreign policy and economic policy are tied at the hip. You cannot separate them. Okay? So the U.S. foreign policy is directly connected to the printing of money. Why do I say that? So let me explain this. So we must recognize this reality that the United States gets to be the reserve currency, which means it can print money all day. And when you print money all day, cost of living goes up. So our fundamental premise is, if you look at, we've put out 10 million of these little cards, which show cost of living going up since 1970 and lifespan now coming down. If you have a child today, your child is going to have a shorter lifespan than you. Kennedy didn't talk about this. He literally stole our graphs and started using it more recently. Okay. But cost of living has been going up explosively since 1970, and lifespan has been going down for the last 20 years. Okay. So that's the thesis. Now, how do you solve that? Well, the reason cost of living is going up is because as the reserve currency, the new theory called modern monetary theory dictates print as much money as you want. Okay? Print money. That is the modus operandi, where it's left or right. You saw Trump print 8 trillion. Trump did 8 trillion in one term. Obama did 2 terms. Okay? So the printing of money, the reserve currency status of the United States, is only possible by the very fact that behind the dollar is no longer gold, no longer petroleum, but it's F-15s, it's B-52 bombers, it's Israel in the Middle East, a big aircraft carrier. Okay? So the United States must conduct war, requires war, to maintain reserve currency status. Does that make sense? And once you can maintain reserve currency status, you print money. And if you look during the pandemic, all the money that was printed, 600 billion, 2.3 trillion of that went to Trump's friends or the elite's friends. 600 billionaires increased their wealth by 2.3 trillion, including the scumbag Elon Musk. Okay? So this is the dynamic people need to understand. So as long as the United States is able to maintain reserve currency status by starting wars, they must do wars. They must print money, and cost of living is going to go up and lifespan is going to go down. So here's the solution. Number one, we must cut all funding to Israel. Every fucking penny. Every penny. Number two, there are people in the Congress of the United States, 90% of them, who get funding from AIPAC. 90% of them. Okay? We must actually conduct investigations on them, which the enforcement division under the executive branch can do. The penalties can only come from Congress. But all funding to Israel must be cut. All of these foreign wars must end. we must, to the extent we have a defense budget, it must be used for defending the United States borders, period. The other piece that needs to happen is that when you start looking at the foundations of, let's say, healthcare and education, the solutions are actually quite simple. 99% of these politicians can't even explain the healthcare system. In fact, none of my opponents can even talk about two very particular entities. The reason why healthcare is the way it is called GPOs and PBMs. Have you guys heard of those two organizations?
No, not me anyway.
Do you know about who GPOs and PBMs are? Okay. In the early 2000s, these two organizations were made legal by Congress to conduct corruption. So if you look at a healthcare bill, a simple, procedure, which should only cost $1,000, it will cost $100,000. Why? Because in the 1970s, a collusion took place between hospitals, big pharma, and the insurance companies. And it continued until 2000 when legalized corruption was made possible. Every item in a hospital, every item that's purchased by a hospital goes through three major GPOs, group purchasing organizations. Each of them are owned by insurance companies. So the bracket is all insulin, saline, the bedpan, the sheets are going through three organizations who control the supply chain. Similarly, on the pharmaceutical side, PBMs. This was allowed by Congress through lobbying efforts. So it's not that healthcare is bad or good. The cost is too high. And the cost is high because the insurance companies are incentivized to keep the costs high, because then you go get insurance. I pay $1,200 for insurance. Why? Because you're under the fear, oh my God, something bad may occur. I may have a catastrophic incident. You say? All right.
Sure.
So what's the solution? My solution is, number one, you have to illegalize GPOs and PBMs. You're going to immediately see a reduction in healthcare costs. Number two, we must allow more broadly DPCs, direct primary care. There are a set of doctors, around 2,000 to 3,000 of them, who are saying, I don't take insurance anymore. Simply pay me $75 a month, and I will take care of all your needs. 80% of the needs you need can be taken care of with your primary care. The primary care physician agrees to only take 500 patients, and he's making $500,000 and he's happy a year. Okay. Then for crisis care, you get crisis insurance for about $150. So less than $300, you can have great health care. But we must demolish the GPOs and PBMs. Trump didn't do that.
Can I pause you right there? I pause you right there, Doctor?
Yeah.
Can I pause you right there for just a second? Because this week, actually last week, I was actually in the hospital for about 40 hours. And because of the hurricanes that destroyed the Baxter saline solution factory in North Carolina, I was only allowed to be given one bag of saline solution. So when I was given other medications through the IV drip, it was sans the saline solution. Would you say you would want to nationalize stuff like that?
No. I don't believe in nationalization. I believe in, I'll get to that. But the point is, the reason you had that saline issue is nothing to do with Baxter. If you go to hospitals throughout the country, they've all been having shortages because the GPOs squeeze the hospital administrators because they own all the supply. So they say, well, if you don't buy it at this price, I'm not going to sell it to you. Okay. That's why there's shortages of even insulin or basic stuff in hospitals. And this was authorized by Congress. GPOs and PBMs must be made illegal because they give kickbacks to the hospital administrators who buy more volume. They give them 7-star vacations. Okay. Again, no one will talk about this because no one wants to talk about the real problem. They'll just talk about bullshit all day. Let's talk about education. Up until the 1970s, people went to vo-tech schools. You came out of high school, you had a real job. Well, suddenly we started pushing the concept of go to college, go to college, go to college. I'm sorry, I didn't even need to go to MIT. I invented email before I came to MIT. I knew more in my public school educational system than I even learned at MIT, to tell all of you guys the facts. Because my public school education system was run by very hardworking public school teachers. Now, having said that, a lot of people send their kids to college. And when people send their kids to college, the parents have to go get a 100, 200K student loan.
Right.
It's funny they call it a student loan. It's not a student loan. It's a university loan, because a loan, follow this through, the parents mortgage their house and they take a loan. The money for their tuition is going to the university. What does a university do with 80% of that loan? They put it into their endowment, which they have highly trained hedge fund managers invest that in Wall Street. Universities now are investment companies. They happen to do some education. Harvard, for example, increased their wealth by billions of dollars. They paid 5 of their hedge fund managers $50 million in 1 year. So here's my solution to that. Have the universities co-sign the loans. Let me repeat that. The parents shouldn't co-sign the loans of universities. Why? So you have a young kid, 17, 18. He doesn't know jack shit about what he should be doing. So he says, I'm going to become an aardvark transgender specialist. I'm going to learn aardvark biology, something like this, okay? He comes out of 4 years. He can't even get a job, for example. If the universities had to co-sign the loan, they're going to direct the kid, hey, that's fine. You want to learn aardvark biology of transgenderism. Why don't you actually learn engineering? Why don't you take a nursing degree? Okay? Because they are not going to get paid back.
Direct investment on the outcomes of their degree.
Yes, but so the incentives are all wrong by design, because now the kid goes into debt. They take the parents more. I mean, there's many, many stories of this. So again, that's a very clear solution. The other piece is, let's really talk about energy policy. Okay, nuclear energy, fusion. We put nothing into this very important, relatively nothing into this very infinite source of energy. The reality is a climate change scam, by the way, which Jill Stein supports, is complete scam correlating CO2 increase with temperature increase based on mathematical models. There's 150 mathematical models. Each one of them predicts different outcomes. One says no ice is going to melt. The other says all the ice is going to melt, and all flavors in between. Now, as an engineer and a scientist, I build models. If your model is predictive, that means for every input you get, it's going to give the same, give the particular prediction. Evidence is reproducible predictions. So the whole climate change scam is built on absolute nonsense, garbage. And
Doctor, I've got to question you on that. I mean, now.
Let me finish. The goal is, there's a video I did going through this entire thing. It leads to carbon tax credits, and there's going to be people who are going to make trillions off carbon tax credits. And furthermore, the Paris Accords allows China to double their pollution, India to double their pollution from 11 cubic metric tons billion metric tons up to 22. So tell me, what is the benefit of the Paris Accords? Zippo. They're not talking about pollution. They're talking about CO2, which is one of the most necessary gases we need. It's complete bullshit. Neither
are you saying that climate change? Are you saying that climate change is not happening, or are you just saying that it's
no? So listen to the question you're asking. So please get out of the cult. Climate always changes. Climate will always keep changing. The issue is CO2 levels correlated to temperature increase. Okay. Now, in order to solve that, if you've taken an engineering course, you have to solve the Navier-Stokes equation. You can win $1 million right now if you can solve the Navier-Stokes equation for turbulent fluid. The oceans are a turbulent fluid. The atmosphere is a turbulent fluid. These fools who've been fooling people took 2 turbulent fluids, which there is no solution. That's why you have 150 models. It's all bullshit. Now, you're talking to someone who's actually done those equations. A colleague of mine at MIT, Dick Lindzen, was the only professor at MIT who had the guts to say, this is all bullshit. And he's the head of the meteorology department. When he did this, 140 professors attacked him. Why? Because there's $2 billion sitting there for university professors to get their grant money. The whole thing is bullshit.
Well, the whole recycling thing is total bullshit.
Well,
People are starting to, that part is true. I mean, I'm not a science person. I don't have a science background.
I haven't looked into that, but it probably is. But I can tell you.
I'll send you my whole report on it, Dr. Shiva. I did a whole story on it, a 30-minute special about the bullshit that is recycling, because less than 5% of all things that go in those blue bins, and I'm from California, mind you, that we grew up believing that we're doing something good. We're sorting our trash. We're doing this and that and the other thing. And like I said, in the 80s and 90s in California, we were the ones that started doing those recycle blue bins and the green bins. And then the rest of the country followed, and then the rest of the world followed. And this leads exactly to what you were talking about with the whole climate accords and the Europeans sending trash to India, sending trash to, brown countries. Brown Asia is getting polluted with Western garbage. And meanwhile, the whole EU is saying, oh, we're only 25% behind our goal, our stated goal for 2030 is what they're always saying, right? 2030. We're only a little bit behind. Well, the only reason they can pretend to be that little behind is because they're shipping off their recyclable goods to brown Asia, and brown Asians are dying of toxic diseases coming from the plastics from America,
Right, but that's okay if you
and the
kill brown
European
people,
Union.
you say? So white liberal elites in the United States talk about climate change, do all this
They
bullshit.
feel good though. They're
They
recycling.
feel good. And then meanwhile, they're getting a double whammy because so what happened with the Paris Accords was, and I don't know if you've read the IPCC report, it's around 20,000 pages. I went through the whole thing. It's bullshit.
Gee.
Okay? Is people just take these little sound bites. If you read all the stuff, it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. However, it's the backup bullshit that they need to promote carbon tax. Al Gore sits on the board of a company which will own all the software that'll get a little piece of every carbon tax exchange. What is carbon tax? Carbon tax is incentivizing pollution. So they incentivize China to go from 11 billion metric tons of carbon to 22 billion. After that, 2030, China will have to buy carbon tax credits. Well, the carbon tax price on the commodities market is going to escalate. Who do you think is going to make all the fucking money? All right. And when the United States government at the Trump time was asked to create a green fund, the green fund was actually money to pay off to all the ministers of all these countries. So they advised their prime ministers to get involved in this nonsense. It was a corruption fund. So that's what is really going on. Again, the problem that you have is people making policy don't know math. They don't know jack shit about physics. And they conflate even Elon Musk, bullshitter, carbon and CO2. Carbon is a goddamn element on the periodic table. CO2 is a goddamn gas. Okay? So what are you talking about? So this is what's going on. And everyone should read C.P. Snow's great lecture. He's a great writer and a physical chemist that he wrote in the 1900s called The Two Cultures. It shows that we have these two cultures, one people thinking they know a lot about humanities, liberal humanities, but they don't even know the second law of thermodynamics. So before people open their mouth and say, oh yeah, climate changes and everything is, we need carbon tax, climate does change. But CO2 levels are the lowest they've ever been. The reason human beings came was we had 10 times more CO2 levels. The potheads are all pumping CO2 into their, greenhouses to grow all their weed. So don't tell me CO2 is a bad thing. You need CO2. CO2 grows plants.
But we have major temperature. But we're in the middle of a major drought here. We have water restrictions.
Yeah, we've always had droughts.
It's going to be in the 80s. It's November 5th. It's going to be in the 80s this week in New York.
Look at how you're talking. I'm sorry, you're talking, not looking at the entire time span of things. Okay. Do you know how dumb what you just said is? I'm not taking it personally. Okay. Don't take it personally.
You're not the first person to call me dumb.
No, but you're sitting at a point in time which there have been droughts, there have been floods. Okay. Climate is constantly changing, constantly. You have to look at it from a systems perspective. Since the last ice age at the end of the 1800s, it's expected temperature will go up 2 degrees. We have a melting of the ice age. Okay. The end of the ice age. Temperature is constantly changing. It's
but not this quickly.
Fluctuate.
This is really fast, right? The change in temperature, the change in
No,
average
it isn't.
global
It isn't
temperature
fast.
is moving quickly.
It isn't fast. You are making up that very, very qualitative term. It's not based on any scientific principles. It's not. Sorry to tell you that. Here's the grand scheme of things. The sun is 6,000 degrees Kelvin, okay? Several billion years ago, the sun was only putting out 30% less degrees. Now, you would think if it was 30% less, only 4,000 degrees, the whole Earth should be ice, right? Shouldn't it? Guess what? There were flowing waters and waterfalls. Why? Because we have something called clouds. Do you know none of these climate change models included clouds? It's like not including the iris in your eyes. If I shine a bright light into you, your eyes know how to change to maintain homeostasis. So the Earth is an intelligent system. It can handle many, many different local and global fluctuations. The issue always in science is how much. I can give you mercury. You take a little bit of mercury, it's actually very good for your brain. You take too much, it'll destroy your brain. The issue in science is how much. In order to understand that how much, you have to do the mathematics. So the reality is they've done this bogus math. If you actually looked at just completely nonsense, it's garbage in, garbage out. They said, okay, if this, now we know CO2 is a greenhouse gas. Yes, it increases temperature, but how much? So the reality is they've made up a model which doesn't even conform to the model itself. And using that, we're driving policy. But the end state of that policy is not to make the world better, because we're not reducing pollution. The end state of that policy is to make a finite set of people trillionaires. And it's going to tax small businesses. And it's the working people of the world who are going to have to pay for that. And at the end stage,
true. Absolutely true.
The Al Gores, the Donald Trumps, the Jared Kushners, the Ivanka Trumps, the Hunter Bidens are all going to make a shitload of money because they know when to trade on carbon tax credits. That's the end state. Now, this is why we need a president like me who does the work, who understands it, can articulate it, can make it simple. Because we're at a point in history that we live in a world of complex systems. The world is complex systems, transportation systems, healthcare systems, climate systems. And people need to understand broadly how systems work. That's what we educate people. We have taken house, cleaners, estheticians, plumbers, electricians, and I teach them system science, the same shit I learned at MIT. And these people are taking that knowledge and really learning how to think. What we've created is a world of people who are told what to think. Climate change is, therefore, let's support Jill Stein. She's going to save us, or Booby fucking Kennedy. It's all bullshit. We teach people how to think, not what to think, how to think. And that's what education is supposed to be. So getting back to my platform, I've talked about healthcare. We talked about education. One of the important things people need to recognize is that taxation. I believe that we should eliminate all personal tax. Zero. It should go to zero. However, we should have very high corporate tax, 50 to 70%. You might think, what are you talking about? When the time the US economy grew, it was very high taxation in the 40s and 50s, upwards of 50%. Why do I say that? Because if you run a company at the end of the year, large companies are incentivized now to not even have their companies in the United States, but to move it to Ireland and then do all these machinations to hide their wealth. So what is tax based on? Tax is based on profit, income. Income is the revenue your company makes minus the expenses. And then you get profit, and that profit is taxed. Well, if you have very high corporate tax, what's it going to do? Well, company's going to say, shit, I made $2 billion this year. What should I do? Well, maybe I'll pay my employees a little more. That'll reduce my tax burden. Maybe I'll put in new infrastructure, update the infrastructure so we have the latest stuff. So you want to incentivize organizations like companies to expand, to do more training, right? To grow their businesses, not to hide capital. Think about how much capital Apple is sitting on, how much they're sitting on, and most of it's outside of the United States. So I believe in zero income tax for the individual, but a very high corporate tax. And when you work it out, it's actually going to expand society, because if I made $1 billion, I'm the CEO of the company, I'm going to say, shit, I got to pay, 50% tax on 500 billion. How do I reduce my tax burden? Let me share some of the wealth with my employees, and they don't have to pay tax. You say, let me buy new machinery. Let me do all these things. Let me give certain things to help my community. So that is a positive incentive. We don't do that right now. We have high corporate tax and we have high personal tax. And in fact, the elites, if they have enough good tax lawyers, they don't have to pay any tax. Amazon didn't pay any tax, right? Donald Trump doesn't pay any fucking taxes. Elon Musk gets tax subsidies. So the whole game is not based on anything rational. And ultimately, what I believe needs to happen, you talked about nationalization. The ultimate solution is we need to educate enough people to understand the system's nature, how things work. And that's what we've been doing. You talk to our volunteers of all different backgrounds. We're teaching them how to file lawsuits. They can teach you systems dynamics equivalent to an MIT graduate student, but they're everyday people. Once you understand systems thinking, you'll see through the climate change scam. You'll see through the healthcare systems, because we teach people how to look at systems, eliminate the left-right narrative, and find the actual solution.
Well,
you talked about Marx. Marx was one of the first system scientists. He was actually misunderstood on certain levels. And the Marxists that came after him had no idea what Marx said. So they just sort of followed a trajectory of thinking nationalization is a way. The ultimate solution is working people rise up, they raise their consciousness, and we seize the means of production. We have enough, you know, the awesomeness of capitalism, now it's become imperialism, has created amazing efficiencies. We can make iPhones, they're probably costing only $2 to make, if that. We have more than enough food on the planet. The issue is capitalism makes so many goods at a cheap price after a while, it needs to create its own fake supply chain issues. So to keep price up, let me repeat that. We have more than enough food on this planet. We have created amazing instrumentation production. The fact, look at Amazon can transport an apple probably cheaper from Washington to Boston than to pick it over in my orchard, you know, in my friend's orchard 2 miles away. So capitalism has created incredible efficiencies. But the negative side of capitalism when it becomes imperialist is that it's like the Ouroboros tail starts eating itself. It says, holy shit, I can make such cheap stuff, but I need to keep prices high to get my quarterly profits. Therefore, I'm going to create fake supply, fake, you know, supply chain issues.
Sure.
So it is overproduction in a fundamental way that actually creates the problems of these cyclical crises. In India, for example, people create so much rice. The government tells rice farmers to save it and to make alcohol out of it. So my position is, I mean, our telecommunication costs, people are paying $200 for cable TV. It's crazy. It should be pennies. So the only way out of it is working people need to raise their consciousness. At one point, the workers of the world must unite, but true socialism, we must seize those means of production, lower the cost, you say? Not this fake top-down socialism. There is a real socialism. The right wing wants to brand that real socialism as communist, and the left wing has stolen the words of socialism and talked about nationalism and nationalization. None of these are real socialism.
Dr. Shiva, so this is precisely why, I mean, we wanted to hear your thoughts, obviously, because you are somebody that is on the ballots on on several states and able to write you in. And it's from the ground up, as you said, but the platform, I think people try to pigeonhole you and, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little libertarian. Nobody can kind of pinpoint exactly where you're at. So I think people have a hard time trying to wrap their brains
well, actually, we have our platform
all that is Dr. Shiva.
Our platforms are listed right there. You could start with Shatter the Swarm. The reality is, the mainstream media or even the grifter media, if I was given the same amount of time as that free and fair elections, it would be over. It would be over for Jill Stein and Chase Oliver and all those fools.
That's a whole other discussion.
No, but the issue is this is actually racist and it's actually discrimination against all working people. They do not want an intelligent person.
They use race as a proxy. Absolutely.
Yes, but the real racism is a free and fair elections people who talk as though they are for the working people, talk alternative, but they deliberately, I spoke to the executive director of that organization. She goes, oh my God, Dr. Shiva, I love you. But she said, this is awful that they're doing this to you. So the reality is it is a deliberate effort. They do not want real competition.
Absolutely.
So you know, you guys put me on here, but the reality is they do not want real people who are actually intelligent coming bottoms up like myself. I scared the shit out of them. Everyone knows all of our policies are out there. Because
I would agree.
You know, we actually can look through the scam and educate people. I mean, you give me 1 hour of the amount of time that Jill fucking Stein has gotten or Booby fucking Kennedy, it would be over for them. And that is the real harm that they're doing to the American people by denying people, someone like me, having access to them. Yeah, it's absolute abuse. It is disgustingly abusive.
And that's why we wanted to invite you on. And I'm so grateful that you were able to carve out some time and explain to people all around the country and around the world that are watching what your platform is, who you are, and you know your opinions on all of these matters. Because you, like you said, you are you don't come from a political background, obviously, and you come from academia and science.
Well, no, I come from work. It's important to let people know I come from a working background. I've been working since I was 14 years old. Working full time. And
it's important for people to hear that.
Everyone needs to understand that. I have to go to a video right now. You know, it's going to be a science video of the scientific research we did on understanding the combinations of natural medicines that can be used for natural relaxation. And so not only do I do this, but I also work full-time as a scientist, publishing in the major journals. And then I'll go out on the ground and hand out flyers. You don't see, quote unquote, academics getting their hands dirty like that. So
you're an actual, you get sciences, absolutely. And of course, Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. Am I saying? Are people saying that right? By the way, Dr.
You
Shiva
said it perfectly. Actually, you said it very well. Thank you.
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai, he is, of course, the inventor of email. He's a presidential candidate. He's on the ballot on multiple states right now as we speak. So if you haven't gone to vote, you can write him in. You can vote for him in the states that he is officially on the ballot. Smart dude, has several degrees from MIT. He's a Fulbright scholar. He has started 7 successful high-tech companies, and he is presently the founder CEO of Cytosolve Inc., which is discovering cures for a lot of major diseases, anything from pancreatic cancer all the way to Alzheimer's. Dr. Shiva, of course, I think you just go by Dr. Shiva. Everybody knows you as Dr.
Shiva. Ted in Manila, there's 3 sites I want everyone to go to.
Please.
Kindergarten training is at shattertheswarm.com. Everyone should go through that so you don't waste 30 years of your life. It'll really explain the dynamics, 15 minutes. There's no cursing in there. You can watch it with your kids, Shatter the Swarm. Then go to truthfreedomhealth.com. You will understand that we've put together an entire community, a global community, a university, an educational program, so people can really learn how to get off the plantation on their own 2 feet without relying on top down. And so that's the 2 places. And obviously people should go to Shiva4president.com. We only have a couple, this day left, but get out there and vote or write in Dr. Shiva. And what I want to emphasize to people is when you do that, it's not this lesser of 2 evils nonsense. You're literally getting off the plantation mentally, and that's the win. Every person who votes or writes me, and what they're saying is in their mind that I'm off the plantation. And that's a good deal because now you can really build a explosive movement.
Yeah, absolutely. Today is, as we said, we've been joking, today is doomsday. And like you said, you vote, people should vote their conscience, not the lesser of 2 evils. Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai, thank you so much for making some extra time
guys.
for us.
Thank you for the great conversation. Yeah, be well. Be the light to both of you.
Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye, Dr. Shiva. So, because he's early and I want to utilize that time that we have our buddy here.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah. That right there is Craig Pasta Jardula, host of the Pasta to Go podcast, friend of our old shows, anyway, all of our old shows. And I revealed on his program last night, his live stream, who I voted for. And for the first time in my life, I cringed when I did it, Pasta. And you know this. I said so. And by the way, your mic is muted, so you might want to unmute. But I voted for that guy, for Donald Trump. And I voted GOP straight ticket for the first time in my life, not because I support Trump per se. I guess by way of voting, I supported him, tacitly, but it's not like I'm a champion of Trump. But I think there were a lot of people like me at the polls yesterday that did just that just kind of grit their teeth and just filled in that little bubble and said, fuck it. I'm doing it because fuck the Democrats. Fuck them. They have, first of all, put up a nominee that wasn't a real nominee, that got no electoral votes or no party votes to begin with, to be on top of the ticket. So I think there were a lot of people like me that wanted to punish the Democrats. And
it was a rage vote for you.
It was a rage vote completely. And I've never done it before, but I did it. And for the first time, I can finally say I picked a winning president for the first time. Now, what he does, I don't know. I can't vouch for that, but I just want to say at least once in my life, I picked a winning horse. So, Pasta, what do you got to say?
Well, good morning, Ted. Good morning, Angie. It's great to be on your show.
Hey, why is everyone calling me Angie? Racist.
I can't let my guy Ted be the only guy. Gotta both be in the doghouse.
Thank you, Pasta. I appreciate it.
Well, welcome to the end of democracy. It's over, I guess, now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pure fascism, which, even though, You know, I like to come on the show and I often bump heads with Ted and we have disagreements and stuff. I'm going to have a big disagreement right off the bat. I want to say the things that, Ted, you had listed when we were talking about Donald Trump, those were the things that actually, I think, moved him to a victory. I think people are done with the lawfare. They saw it as lawfare. They saw, you know, the mainstream media or the lamestream media talk about things that really have no significance in their life. J6, they wouldn't let it go. You know, the felonies, this and that.
Mhm.
You know,
The abstraction of electoral democracy. Like,
it is. And I really, to tell you the truth, I've had the hunch that after RFK joined the campaign, my gut was telling me it's going to be Donald Trump. And me personally,
Really?
being a non-team sports guy, I always look to take on the biggest threat. And at that moment in time, Donald Trump became the biggest threat. You know, I had bagged on the Democrats. And Ange, I was kind of like you, not completely, right? I didn't want Donald Trump to win, but I did want the Democrats to lose, right? I did.
Yes.
I don't want these son of a bees to win.
I
They
felt
don't
the same way.
deserve to
They
win
didn't deserve.
anymore.
They did not deserve to win.
No.
And they took
No.
a big. I mean, we got to talk about this. With the exception barely of the Tim Walz pick, they took a huge dump on progressives and on the left inside their own party. They didn't throw them a bone, right? I mean, there was not even like, yeah, we kind of care about the people in Gaza. There was no promise of doing anything about stagnant wages or even something simple like the minimum wage, which would have had bipartisan support among most voters. I mean, it's been stagnant since $7.25 an hour on the federal level since 2009. I mean, that's outrageous considering where inflation is. So it's, I mean, there's just hasn't, they literally broadcast this after October 7th. We don't have to do anything for the progressives. We can support Netanyahu wholeheartedly because they have no choice. What are they going to do? Vote for Trump? Well, Manila has an answer to that. Yeah.
Did that surprise you though, Tim? I'm Tim. Ted, I'm thinking about Tim
No.
Kaine, right? Because the same thing happened with Hillary Clinton. There was much more progressives front and center. This particular time, the progressives were gone. They really weren't around. They weren't part of the party. Anybody who stuck around after the Bernie Sanders movement was more establishment friendly, had a history of capitulating to power. So I don't think that decision was as much as a nose in the face. It was like same old, here they go again. But I think we need to start concentrating on the areas of Donald Trump where there's a serious threat. You know, I mean, there's areas in foreign policy, there's areas in domestic policy.
Sure.
But I think you're going to see it right out of the gate. Manila, your favorite newscaster, Rachel Maddow, right? She's already starting in again with the just baseless attacks on Donald Trump, right? And who are we blaming this morning? By the way, are we blaming uneducated white men? Are we blaming black women? I mean, who are the Democrats?
But they don't have it.
Who else are they
can't yet. They can't, Pasta, because Donald Trump not only won the Electoral College, but he also won the popular vote. And then he outperformed Harris at every single freaking metric that you can think of. If you want to say, it's gay, transgender, Native Americans, he outperformed her there too. He outperformed her in every segment of the demographic, and especially in all
Trump
of those
carried
key
Ann Arbor.
states.
Trump carried
Right.
Ann Arbor.
Like the Rachel Maddows of the world, they don't have a leg to stand on because he also won the freaking popular vote. And in the places where Kennedy and Stein were still on, or Kennedy and Stein were allowed to be on the ticket or still on the ticket, between the two, like places like Michigan, for example, between those two, we're looking at roughly like 1.2 million votes. He beat her by more than that. Mm-hmm. So they got nothing to stand on. So
well, not to mention,
what are they going to blame?
Not to mention libertarian Chase Oliver, who obviously draws more from Trump than from Harris. Polled about the same as Jill Stein. So right. those two spoiler effects cancel each other out.
Virginia. Right. Virginia was the one area where the progressives or the leftists, the combination of Jill Stein, Cornel West, and Claudia de la Cruz from the PSL party, that's the only area where they might have cost Kamala Harris a state, Virginia. But guess what? You give it Virginia, she still loses at the end of the day. And I think the Democrats need some serious self-reflection. And I've been saying this for quite some time. I think they pick Kamala Harris, guys, because they want to lose. Now they can fundraise like crazy from the people who do have TDS.
True.
And unfortunately, people still do have TDS. So, I mean, I think we have a big task in front of us. We need to get some serious, actual, nuanced, issues with Donald Trump, criticisms of sorts. Because, I mean, there's a lot of things. I've been writing a list of areas where we need to concentrate in which Trump is a threat. And there's a lot, so I wouldn't be too happy, America. I don't think we're returning to democracy. However, I think there are a lot of us kind of crossing our fingers and hope that he would lift some sanctions. I'm not counting on it. Either way, we're going to be here, whether we're on a smaller platform or not.
Right.
But we'll see. There's a lot of things to be concerned about.
Yeah. I mean, I think some of the hope, if there is any, is that maybe he's learned lessons from round one, by bringing in all of the swamp things like Pompeo, Bolton, like all of these people, like these are the people that literally undermined everything he said he wanted to do. And those are exactly the types of people in his administration that caused him to betray his MAGA base. His base hates those people. Like, I'm not a member. I hate those people too. I'm not a member of his base, obviously, right? I hate those people too. And that's where the overlap is, that I feel like the Democrats don't seem to understand, is people that come from the left hate all those people, like the Cheneys. Wherever the Cheneys go, fuck that, I'm going in the other direction. And that's exactly what I did. And I use them as my weather vane. Wherever the Cheneys go, I go in the other direction. And there are people like me out there that overlap with the MAGA base, right? That are like, we don't like those people, the Boltons, the Haleys, the Pompeos. We don't want that. Do you think people are still holding out hope that he learned that lesson from round one?
Of course there are. I mean, unfortunately, the majority of people who vote in the United States are low-informed voters. You hear it all the time. I don't do politics. I don't do politics. Yeah, okay. That's a luxury. Well, politics does you, right?
That's true.
Who said? Marianne Williamson said that a couple of years on the campaign trail. I don't know who originally said it, but she did repeat it. But I mean, I think I think a lot of people just think that Donald Trump is going to, what he saw on Twitter, and I still say we're operating blind over here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we don't know what's going on with our speech, with our platforms. There's no open source system. We don't know how certain voices are lifted, some are put down. But I mean, this seemed like kabuki theater to me. Like I said, it was almost like they flipped the switch. Even Mark Zuckerberg, after the assassination attempt, was like, "Oh, that was badass." You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
this is going to be interesting moving forward. I haven't watched the meltdown on MSNBC or CNN yet. Ted, how is it, by the way?
Oh, sorry, Ted. There was a mute happening there.
I have been, I have not been watching that. I've been busy doing interviews, but I look forward to watching it. It's going to be,
Yes.
I got an amazing tweet from another left-wing journalist like you, Manila, who voted for Trump, and she said, "Did you notice that all of my journalist friends who are either unemployed or underemployed called the election correctly, and all of the ones who are employed at major networks and so on and newspapers, they all got it wrong. Why is that?"
What a coincidence. Actually, can we bring in our other unemployed friend and
Let's do it. Courtesy of the Biden administration.
That's right. It's all, and Biden's out there laughing somewhere. I don't know where the hell he is, but let's add our buddy up here. Let's bring him up if he's ready. Let me get this. I'm trying to punch the keys. Hey, there is.
I see you. I hear you and see you.
I know that
Malik
guy.
Abdul, former co-host of Fault Lines on Radio Sputnik and Atomic MAGA. I mean, did you keep that moniker, Malik? Are you still Atomic MAGA?
No, I softened it a bit to just your favorite Republican.
Okay.
So I did soften it just a little bit.
Okay. So you were backstage listening. talk to us about his win. I'm going to try to get the logo off of Pasta's face.
Yeah, so it was for me. Well, so two things. It was a shocker. Not
What?
that Donald Trump won, but what seems to be the margins by which
Mhm.
Donald Trump won.
Mm.
Because we expected it. I was doing media hits, and so most people were expecting that 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, we would still be pouring over votes. They would be coming in from Pennsylvania. There's no way that Pennsylvania would have been called. Well, all of that was wrong. Not only was all of that wrong, if you actually go and look at the polls, he's kind of performing outside of the margin of error, even in the polls. So it was
Oh, yeah.
shocking. Yeah, it's shocking
Well,
that,
he's up by 3.5% in the popular vote.
wow.
And
Yeah.
That's
So
that was not expected. I mean, the Real Clear Politics average as of yesterday morning had her up by 0.4%. So he exceeded by basically 4%.
yeah, and that is amazing that he was able to do that. And keep in mind, and I'm sure you guys have already talked about it before, but what we're talking about here is first of all, he becomes the second president to win in a concurrent election, non-concurrent election
Yep.
since the 1893 win, I think, of Grover Cleveland.
Correct.
So this is already historic. Donald Trump being under investigation, Russia investigation, or special counsel investigation for almost 2.5 years. Donald Trump has 4 indictments over 90 something counts. He's been called a carnival barker. He's been impeached twice. He's been assassinated almost twice. And in so many ways, it's almost like Donald Trump, if Donald Trump won, Donald Trump was supposed to win. Like, this wasn't a fluke.
yes.
Like, you could say that in 2016, that it was a fluke. You cannot say that for all of the disadvantages that Donald Trump had working against him, that he didn't just win, he won convincingly. Like, that is the shocker.
Handily.
Yeah, that he was able to win so
I mean, it's
convincingly.
not a landslide. 3.5% does not a landslide make, but it's there's no question. Let's put
Right.
it this way. If it was the other way around and she had won 51 to 47.5, he'd have a hard time claiming that he'd been cheated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like that.
Beyond the margin of cheating.
Right. And you're not going to hear anything from Donald Trump about paper ballots forever and a day more.
Early voting.
He's not going to
That's the shame
complain.
here, by the way. That's the real problem right now for an election integrity activist. I am so scared that this movement is going to go back to sleep. I mean, the movement was tainted once the conservatives got a hold of it after 2020, but I'm just afraid it's going to go back to sleep and everybody's going to be like, all right, the system's okay. It doesn't need to be fixed or reformed. Oh, yes, it does.
Well, I guess maybe you can make some liberal allies who will now suddenly discover that they don't trust paper ballots now that they haven't worked out for them as well. Guys, let's talk about foreign policy. I think the biggest argument in favor of voting for Harris, at least as far as people on my side of the aisle, has been that for the people of Gaza, Trump would be even worse than Harris. He's a close ally of Israel. He moved the capital. He moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem and so on. And he told Bibi very famously a few days ago, do what you have to, right? But we've also gotten reports from behind the scenes that seem to indicate that he's told Netanyahu, like, wrap it up. I want this to be over soon. I don't want to be coming in and having to deal with this when I'm president. And that might be part of the reason that Netanyahu has been going fast and hard for the last year. What happens there? I mean, is the meat grinder of Gaza going to keep grinding away there and in Lebanon, or is there a call now between burning up between Mar-a-Lago and Tel Aviv, saying like, Bibi, you're on notice, bring it in for a landing in 2 months?
Like, hey, dude, chill. You think that's going to happen?
Who's Who wants to go first? Malik, you want to
Go,
go on
go ahead,
that?
Pasta. Go ahead,
No,
Pasta.
well, yeah.
Well, I was
Oh,
just
okay,
going to
go
say,
ahead, go
like,
ahead, Malik.
people on your side of on our side on the aisle, I should say, I still kind of like, everybody here, like, I don't necessarily think they're left or right. I think that we have some populist ideas that we all share together.
That's
I think
true.
we all don't want to see wars expand.
Right.
So, I mean, the only reason why I put that left-right paradigm out front, because I want people to understand it's okay for us to talk to each other, right? Put aside cancel culture. But when you're talking about the left, or the people who are saying, oh my Lord, Kamala Harris will be better than Donald Trump on foreign policy. Well, they just haven't been paying attention to what's been going on, or they've been watching too much Rachel Maddow, as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, right? They're on the brink of war in World War III. People think at this point, there's no way Ukraine can win this war. It's done. It's all but wrapped up. So it can either escalate to another level, meaning nuclear weapons, or they just stop and they move along and they concentrate somewhere else, the empire that is. But if you're looking at foreign policy, I think that's the reason why a lot of people independent-minded people chose to go with Donald Trump. They think that he's, said he's going to wave his magic wand and end the war in 24 hours.
Yeah, well, hold on. I'm under, I think a lot of people are like me, though, Pasta, that we're under no illusion that Trump is actually going to do all of those things, but he will be better on those topics than Kamala Harris. Because for sure, her weakness on Gaza and her inclination to keep pushing in Ukraine was stated, on the campaign trail. So for people like me, even people with lower information voters, even people like me, I think we still feel like, okay, I know it's the lesser of the two evils or whatever. It's still evil. I get that. But somebody's got to win. So I hate all the people that are out there going, lesser of two evils doesn't count. It's still evil. Or, shit is still shit is still shit. I get that. But somebody has to win. One of these people's going to win. And it wasn't going to be Jill Stein. And it wasn't going to be Chase Oliver. And it wasn't going to be Dr. Cornel West. Period. Point blank. It would be great if, now more people are aware of these third, fourth, and fifth parties that are available as options to them. But the bottom line is it was a two-person race. And I think for a lot of people, like myself included, that there's a chance that perhaps there would be curbing of the bloodshed by picking the orange man, because he is a big orange middle finger to the establishment, or so we hope.
Yeah. And I think a lot of low-informed voters from Trump's side did repeat that whole thing. He didn't start any new wars. Well, he didn't end them. And he also upped the drone warfare by 300%. I think everybody in this panel here.
He did end Afghanistan. I mean, he opened negotiations.
He didn't end Afghanistan. And he said on the Mark Levin show that if he would plan to keep a base there to antagonize China, he never planned to pull out. And it was years until the very end of his campaign when he got Colonel Douglas McGregor involved and said, let's get out of there. Far too late. So he never did end that war. He wasn't with Rand Paul on the floor over there using the bully pulpit to say, let's end this war and let's defund this war. It's a misconception. If you look at Donald Trump's war history, record Pentagon contracts, funding the Saudis to kill the Yemenis. I mean, the list goes on and on, trying to whack Nicolas Maduro. He was no peace candidate. If you want to make the argument that he was better than Kamala Harris, because what we saw of a Russia-Ukraine, I can give you that. But to say he was a peace candidate, no.
I'm not
That's
saying
what a lot of people kept on saying.
I wouldn't say that, but he did open negotiations with the Taliban. He did sign a withdrawal agreement that Biden followed through upon. I mean, that I just don't see that. I don't think that would have happened under.
He said on Levin that he was going to keep a base close to China in Afghanistan. He never intended to fully pull out.
Yeah, I think
so. I think that's probably, I think that's probably much too. Well, I don't think that's much too granular for voters. They don't unpack. And I don't think that it's just necessarily low information. People typically don't unpack policy to that extent. If you ask people, well, did you know the $25,000 that Kamala Harris proposed in her affordable housing policy was actually the policy that Biden proposed in March of this year? Probably not. If you ask, some of the things that Kamala Harris kind of lifted from Donald Trump, they probably don't know that because it's just much too granular. They know overall themes. And when it comes to themes, the theme for Donald Trump is that he would be much more aggressive in ensuring that we're not in these endless wars. Doesn't matter if that's not the actual case, it's what people are willing to believe. And Donald Trump has made the case over and over again. And especially, and I think it was something that ultimately ended up hurting Kamala Harris because she was parading around with Liz Cheney, not a Condoleezza Rice style Republican, but a Liz Cheney warmonger. So when Donald Trump was able to make the case that you, Liz Cheney, you're the neocon, you're the warmonger, that is something that resonates with people irrespective of which side you're on. And it doesn't matter if Donald Trump really didn't, the semantics of did he, keep us out of war. It's that muscular, that aggressive approach. And so to Manila's point, people know what they're, and I'll go further and say people know what they're getting with Donald Trump.
Well, I
love him or not.
That's in the end, that's I think what this election came down to. It was a devil you know versus a devil you don't know. And, I saw people on Facebook saying like, oh, like, we just don't really, how could you say you don't know much about her? I'm like, how could you not say it? She had no public as vice president. She ran for 107 days. She squandered 40 of them. Didn't give any major speeches or interviews during that time. She had a truncated campaign. I suspect that was largely planned and that she was well aware of the fact that she was going to be president, or more likely than not. She just is. I'm looking forward to hearing all the whining and complaining from the Democrats. But the point is, they have no one to blame but themselves. They ran against a very weak candidate who should have been easy to defeat. And the fact that he wasn't, I can sit there and think about a bunch of Democrats who were on that debate stage in 2020 who could have beat Donald Trump. Cory Booker, let's say. I'm not saying these are people I would have voted for. I'm just saying the Democratic Party, from a tactical standpoint, approach, they just don't know what they're doing. They're idiots.
Well, once again, the polls were wrong, guys, just like they were in 2016. They were massively wrong, hugely wrong. But now that we're talking about the Democrats, let me throw this at you guys. For a long time, even on Radio Sputnik, I was saying this, that the Democrats are looking for a reset. And the reset is in the shape of one Gavin Newsom. And I've covered this on my own personal podcast, my weekly Friday podcast, where I have, I look at California politics a lot for obvious reasons, right? I'm a Californian and all my friends and family are still there. So it directly impacts me. Gavin Newsom has made this slow lurch to the middle, very slowly and methodically. And whether or not people like Gavin Newsom, doesn't matter. Your opinion about him doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is he's smart, he's polished, and he is great on the debate stage, as we saw with him versus Ron DeSantis for some unknown reason.
I think Ron DeSantis beat him.
Ron DeSantis did beat him. He did, but
I don't think so. I think I think Gavin Newsom did well. I think the points were better made probably by DeSantis, but I think the perception was that Newsom, because he's so polished, right?
The optics.
The optics.
It's the optics. The optics with that Newsom. I thought that Newsom actually, because debates isn't just about policy. It's about moments, and it's about optics. And when you have the side by side of straight, what does they call central casting, Gavin Newsom,
it's
very composed, and then at some point you saw a grimacing, Ron DeSantis, because he was frustrated with a point that Gavin was like, it was all in his face. Gavin was straight out of central casting, and Gavin Newsom, I believe, even as unpopular as he may seem to be nationwide, I think that Gavin Newsom would have done better against Joe Biden. Against Donald Trump than Kamala Harris, simply because Kamala Harris is just a uniquely bad candidate. It isn't about her experience or anything like that. She was a uniquely bad candidate who was incapable of pivoting. So when she began to sound like a robot, like they kept saying, okay, we want to know more about you. And she just kept, I believe in the aspirations. I believe in the, dreams and the aspirations of the American people. And it just became on a cycle, and she sounded robotic. So people did not know who Kamala Harris was, and they didn't have, to her credit, they didn't really have a long opportunity to know who she was. But I don't think that for Kamala Harris, like, this is it as far as her with politics. I don't think that there's, Pete Buttigieg. And I suspect Pete Buttigieg and Gavin Newsom will be leading front runner candidates for the Democratic Party in 2028. Wes Moore is going to try to throw his hat in the ring too, but he won't be able to win from Maryland. He may be a VP pick, but there are going to be a number of them who are going to throw their hat in the ring. I don't suspect that Tim Walz, for all intents and purposes, he did nothing for Kamala Harris. And so his career, as far as on the national stage, that's just going to be it.
Yeah, there's something about vice presidential running mates named Tim who work for females. And as someone whose name starts with a T, I don't know that I like that. The thing is, I would push back a little bit on that. Look, Tim Walz was the one sop that the Harris campaign made to the left. He was, as far as contemporary Democratic politics in 2024, what passes for progressivism. But the problem is they didn't, first of all, he was goofy. He
weird.
To quote a word, he was weird. And he was also, they didn't let him be him. I mean, one of the points, like Bush chose Cheney in part to say, like, to signal to his right flank, look, I've got this rabid attack dog who's running next to me. J.D. Vance is that for Trump. But for Walz to be that, for the progressives to feel like we have someone at the table in the form of Tim Walz, they would have needed to see Tim Walz say and do progressive things. They didn't let him do that. He was just out there, and of course, I wanted to talk. I mean, 3 out of 4 of us here are guys. Let's talk about the guy problem, right? I mean, basically, I've been asserting that, like, the Democrats have been talking at guys instead of to guys, and we have 58% of college students in the United States are female. Men commit suicide, suffer from heart disease, are higher unemployment, falling wages in far higher numbers than women. Men are the ones who are dropping dead from opioid overdoses more than women. Men are feeling, in the words of Gloria Steinem back in the 80s, left behind by feminism, and they feel like a lot of the advances of feminism have come at their expense, and they're not wrong, really. And so, like, the Trump campaign tapped into that. Might have just been an accident, just because that's who Trump is. He's butch. But, like, but the Harris campaign, I think of, like, Michelle. And I also wanted to ask about this malfeasance. Van Jones, not someone who I respect or ever quote normally, but he and David Axelrod both said a couple of days before the election day that they had a queasy feeling watching these, like, glitzy celebrity star-filled Democratic events with Lady Gaga and so on. And it reminded me a little bit of being in high school, coming in on Monday morning to class and hearing the rich kids talk about, like, oh, it was such a great party on Saturday. Everybody was there. And I'm like, I wasn't there. I was washing dishes at Friendly's. Or, on Monday morning when the kids would come in with their ski tag tied to the bottom of their puffy jacket, like, oh, we were out skiing. It was awesome. It's like, well, I was shoveling snow all weekend. So I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, the Democrats seem to be running, as if they're having a great party that you're not invited to. Donald Trump threw parties that looks like you could go if you wanted.
Yeah. It was the real joy campaign, right? When people showed up. Look, I don't think I don't think that the Democrats had a candidate problem. They have a party problem. Really, they don't stand for anything. Be as it may, the Republicans, Donald Trump, they stand for certain things. They might be lying to you, but they might not be getting it done. They might be duping you, but at least they're putting stuff on the table that people want. From everything from inflation problems that we're going to fix. I don't know how he's going to do that other than drill, baby, drill. He really doesn't have an economic plan. But people are feeling the hit financially. So when he says those things and they feel left out, especially a lot of, those uneducated white men that we talked about that are losing jobs, that have no employment, that are killing themselves every day. So he's actually speaking to them, where the Democrats, they're wagging their finger at the people, right? You can't vote for racism. You can't vote for this. He's a misogynist. You can't vote for that. They don't give you anything to vote for. They just simply to tell you to vote against something. And I really do think this is bigger than just a party problem, guys. I think this is a U.S. problem, right? We have no industry here. We don't make anything. We don't fix anything. So I'm very interested to see how things are going to be moving forward, because Donald Trump learned in his first presidency that you can't just bully the Chinese around and think that manufacturing is going to come home. No, you got a lot of problems, and a lot of problems that both parties put in front of you years ago, whether it be NAFTA, whether it be, the fact that, we're behind in our production compared to China when it comes to microchips. They're trying to fix that problem. So there's a lot of stuff on the table right now they have to work with. But I do also agree with Manila that they are going to use Gavin Newsom and a person like Buttigieg. That might be your next ticket in 4 years, because unfortunately the people here in America, the United States, the United States of amnesia, that's what Gore Vidal called them, so they can easily flip the script moving forward.
Yeah, but they need to clear the chessboard, and in order to do that, that's why they had to sacrifice Joe Biden a couple of months ago, because he represents the old guard. And Kamala Harris, I don't think she's a poor representation of new guard. And I think this is, I think they're going to take their lumps. They know it. I think they knew. I think internally the party knew.
They did know.
And they did know, because I've been monitoring Gavin Newsom's actions. I think he's been prepping himself for 2028 for the last 7 months. And
so Manila,
yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in there, in July of this year, right before Kamala Harris dropped out, I actually think it was about 2 weeks before they kicked Joe Biden out. They unseated him in the coup.
Yes.
There was a New York Times poll that came out. This was the poll that showed that Kamala Harris had historic unfavorability numbers for a vice president. I think she was at like approval numbers. I think she was like 37%. In this same story, they talked about that one of the reasons Joe Biden was reluctant to get out of the race is because he didn't think that Kamala Harris could beat Joe Biden. There were Democratic insiders who were quoted in the article saying that they weren't confident that Kamala could win, and they were concerned that she played it too safe as vice president of the United States, not willing to take on any sort of controversial issues. So this was something, that's why I focus on Kamala Harris as the candidate. Do I believe that if, Kamala Harris were, let's say, Pete Buttigieg, or Kamala Harris were Gavin Newsom, even with this short period of time, with the same, negatives, if you will, they would be able to flip on a dime and articulate a case, meaning they won't just be doing the same robotic talking points. Even a Hillary Clinton, I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton. You asked Hillary Clinton, how would you be different? Hillary Clinton would have a 10-point plan. Now, it may not necessarily answer your question, but she seemed as if she was informed. And I think you didn't see enough of that for Kamala Harris, and it did not give voters confidence. What Democrats also did, and I'll end it on this, when they started attacking Black men, when Barack Obama when he was in Pennsylvania, and he made the statement about Kamala Harris that we need to support her because she's from our community, she went to our schools, and he's noticing this strain about, because he was talking specifically to the brothers, as he said, and he noticed this strain of sexism and misogyny. Well, the problem is that it didn't end with Barack Obama. You had person after person, public figure after public figure, celebrity after celebrity, talking about Black men and this assumption about Black men and Kamala Harris. And what we saw in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in 2020 got 10% of the overall Black vote in Pennsylvania. He was up, 7% in Pennsylvania in 2020. He upped the overall percentage to 10%. But when it comes to Black men, in Pennsylvania, according to CNN exit polls, Donald Trump got 10% of the black male vote in 2020. He got 26 this time around. So
Black MAGA is a thing. Black MAGA became a thing.
and it may not,
That wasn't
that's not
Black
about
MAGA.
Trump. Like that's like, it's not even, that's not about Trump. That
It's
is
about turnout, enthusiasm.
It's
Yeah.
about the
a
Democrats.
rejection of the system. It was a
Exactly.
rejection of the Democratic Party, not so much being in love with Donald Trump. It was a
Michelle Obama,
rejection.
who, you know, everyone talks about what a great political figure she is. I mean, she
I
gave
never
this
said it.
crazy speech where she was saying, like, you know, you guys, you don't know what it's like to be a woman. You owe us your
Yes.
support. And I was just thinking, like, you know what you sound like? You sound like everybody's first wife. And like, you know,
Ted.
and like, we hate you. And so I remember thinking, I wouldn't vote against a woman because of a statement like that. But I know it's not helping with guys. They needed to
Oprah
get
did it
someone who
too.
spoke fluent dude.
That's
and
true.
they don't have anyone.
Oprah did it too. Remember, Oprah
Yeah.
came right up on, what was that, Sunday, and said that, you know, it's possible that we may never ever get a chance to vote again. She didn't believe that.
Give me a
Like,
break.
it's such a ridiculous statement to say. Like,
By the way,
oh,
if
Can I say something,
and you
though,
know what?
guys? I mean, I really think that we have to also point out that sometimes when you win, you lose, and sometimes when you lose, you win. And that is the case for the Democrats here, because it's the only thing I think that is going to save their party. Now they can start their massive, you know, fundraising campaign with the TDS, and they can then again rebrand with Gavin Newsom. You know,
the grift
The
is
grift.
on. But I gotta say,
the grift gets the money.
you know, for the last, I don't know, 4 years, we've been hearing that the return of Donald Trump will hearken, you know, jackbooted thugs, you know, goose stepping through the streets. And so the Democrats, they never believed that. And you know how I can prove that? I can prove that because right now, if people thought that was true, right now, the airports would be clogged, full of Democrats trying to get out of the country. Right now, Democrats and liberal groups, like, you know, they would be gathering and doing massive protests. There would be like a January 6th, but progressive style, like, don't let that guy take the oath of office. None of that is going to happen. They're just going to sit there and whinge.
Yeah, but aren't we concerned a little bit? I think that our good friend Robbie shared a little tweet with me over there, and this is something that I'm concerned. It's on my list. 45% from Latinos while running a massive deportation campaign. I just don't get it, man. I mean, listen, he had one debate against Kamala Harris, and when you want to talk about the same kind of optics, when you're looking at the whole DeSantis versus you know, Newsom, you're right. In a lot of ways, Newsom's handled it well, but the issues favored DeSantis. It's the same thing here with Donald Trump, but then he lost that debate because he mentioned Haitians and cats and dogs. I mean, he hurt himself so
do you
much
really
over here,
think
but still won?
Let me play devil's advocate, and I did say this at the time. If you have the most memorable line of the debate, even if it's one like that, have you really lost?
He lost. That debate really cost him a lot of things. I think a lot of people were upset, a lot of undecided voters, people who are independents, when they heard that there, and they didn't hear any mention of the deep state or the donors when he used to attack power. That was gone. Now it was obvious he was blaming everything on immigrants and communism. He lost a lot there, but the Democrats are so bad that he still won at the end of the day.
I can agree with that. I think this time around, Trump did not have the same zest and appeal that he had originally in 2016.
That's true.
Different candidate.
Yeah, different guy. He was
he's
calmer.
Older. He's longer in the tooth.
Well,
I mean, and look, he's Bidening out in many respects.
But also, though, keep in mind, Donald Trump performed better than he did even in 2016 among key groups. So that's also something
and he
to
outperformed
consider.
Biden. I mean, look, here's a question.
Yes.
How bad the Democrats are. That's what I'm saying. It just shows you because they're so awful.
Where is Joe?
Is whatever's left of Joe Biden saying to
what do they stand for?
Jill, I could have done better than Kamala. And if he's saying that,
he's saying it.
Is he right?
Where is he?
I've said that what I thought would happen is that if Joe Biden got in the race, once you got past convention and it came down really to that binary choice that they kept talking about, all of that anti Joe Biden sentiment, unless he just fell on stage, I think that people would have held their nose and support. They would have moved back over to Joe Biden if they felt as if Donald Trump was the threat to democracy that Democrats said that he was, because that's what they ran on. Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. People did not believe that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy, but that's the case that they had to make, and they simply could not continue to make the case, because when you have what looks to be, I think the last number I saw, Donald Trump was maybe almost at 70 million votes. If he gets the popular vote over Kamala Harris, which is the first time since 2004 George W. Bush in his reelection, that would be cataclysmic. And I think that that is something that will be studied from now and forevermore. But there's a lot to be learned. I'm not sure if Democrats or even Republicans, for that matter, will learn the lesson that they need to.
Yeah,
No,
and
I
the
agree with
last-
that.
Oh, go ahead, Ted.
No,
Final thoughts.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, what is sad, and I mean, there's a lot of things that are sad about this, but as usual, and I think of, sometimes when I have thoughts like this, I think of Pasta, because he always comes back to this, and I think it's true. I mean, this is bourgeois electoral bullshit, right? I mean, basically, these parties, they put on a show every 2 to 4 years, and they talk about everything and nothing that actually affects people's lives at all. I mean, there's no talk about putting more money into more people's pockets. There's no talk about like making healthcare affordable instead of a luxury. There's no talk about making college affordable rather than luxury. Anything that actually making it easier to form a union to or protect workers when they negotiate with their bosses. Nothing that actually changes people's lives, addresses the climate crisis. I could go on. The real issues that really matter are just, I mean, and this campaign did not address really any of them in any kind of meaningful way. I mean, Kamala Harris came out in favor of fracking. I mean, that says it all, right?
Yeah. Which is
But
the
you know
one
what?
area when you got some serious argument about the climate crisis. When I think that's a Democrat issue too, as well, because it's been so overplayed. We haven't had any real nuanced conversations. I don't know what it is, Ted, with you guys in this climate crisis over there, right? You know what I'm saying? Especially the people who are coming forth and acting like they want to fix it. They don't want to fix it. This is about consolidating the small farmers into the big farmers. And if we're really concerned, right, all the Kamala Harris people were so really concerned about climate change, then they should have been against the Ukraine-Russia war, because I think that's ruining the climate more than anything else. I'm sorry, Malik, I stepped on your word.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, I didn't have much else to add to that at all. I just think that there is once we get on the other side of this, I suspect that there probably won't be much unity, because Donald Trump certainly wouldn't be bringing any unity, and I don't think that Kamala Harris would have, because we're such a divided country. I think that they're going to continue this case against Donald Trump. But for people like me, and I'll say, for people like me who left the Democratic Party first time voting for Donald Trump in 2016, disappointed that I didn't get a chance to vote for him in 2020. This is a redemption tour for many of us. Like, this is our moment. So it's not even just about Donald Trump. For those of us who lost relationships, lost opportunities because of our connection or our support for Donald Trump, this is like our moment. So it's bigger than Donald Trump.
Can I say something? I do disagree with you, though. I think there is a chance for unity. I always believe it's about the economy, stupid, right? Money talks and bullshit runs the marathon. So if there's a way that Donald Trump can bring some form of manufacturing back, get a real infrastructure bill, not this fugazi one that, a lot of Democrats like to tout, where nothing's really going on. It was just all about, kind of, once again, consolidation of power and track and trace within that infrastructure bills. But if he finds a way to bring finances, put money in people's pockets, lower the cost of groceries and gas for real, and people can get some sense of relief. I mean, for real. Can he
Hey guys, I got another.
people?
I have to get on another call.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I have to talk later, guys.
Bye,
All right, we
Malik.
have to catch up.
Sorry,
Here.
Alrighty.
Bye, Malik.
I miss Malik.
Malik's so great.
He's awesome.
We all miss each other. I mean,
do.
here, but in,
Hey,
in
here's a
my
question here's a question.
pure self-interest, Ted, we might all have jobs. Maybe.
I was just going
Maybe.
to ask you that. Yeah. Do you think like there's going to be a meeting between Putin and Trump, and Putin will hand a list of requests over to Trump and say, "Hey, here's some requests. You think you can maybe take the sanctions away?"
Right. I hope. Right, possibly. We
I
all
well,
hope
listen.
that.
I always repeat the Burgess Meredith line, right? That's the guy who was Mickey for Rocky, and in Grumpier Old Men, he said you can wish in one hand and crap in the other, and see which one gets filled first. I don't see it coming. It is possible. I hope it does happen. Really, I really hope he lifts the
It
sanctions.
won't.
But I don't see Donald Trump as a free speech advocate. I really don't. He's
No.
talking about putting people in jail for a year for burning the flag. And we all know what happened with Julian Assange.
Pasta, he talks shit. I mean, aside from the Mike Pompeo bullshit, I mean, I pray to God that guy,
That's
that
pretty
swamp thing
big.
never comes back. But Trump is a lot of bluster. We know that. Like, he's like, oh, I'm going to be a dictator on day one. I'm going to do, like, he talks shit, right? Like, he's a New Yorker. He talks shit.
That's
and then
true.
it never happens. The shit that he talks, it
Some of
never
this stuff.
happens. I
Some
mean,
of
very
this
I mean,
few,
stuff.
look at
that's
Truth.
any politician.
Look,
it's
I'm
always
on
some of the stuff.
I'm on I'm on Truth Social. I'm not throttled. Gavin Newsom is on Truth Social. He has a big following. I'm
Really?
on Facebook. I'm throttled. My show on
Yeah.
Sputnik canceled, throttled by the Biden White House. So I don't know. I mean, it does seem
That's
like,
the only evidence I have is what the Democrats have done to me personally,
and me,
and have unemployed me and all of my friends.
the
right?
guy,
Like,
the guy who fired me and smeared me at the LA Times, Clinton donor, Democrat, Austin Butner. I mean, it's not like
the Twitter files, right? Like Matt Taibbi exposed all of that. The bullshit that, like, we can pin this on Biden, sure, but we're out of election season now. Let's just pin it squarely and place it at the fucking feet of the Democratic Party. They are the pro-censorship party. They have proven it. We
That's
can
true.
speculate all we want about Donald Trump
We'll
or the
see.
Republicans being that, but what I know and what I've lived through personally is seeing what
I've gotten censored a lot more by
outgoing Obama White House did to
my right
his
wing
staff that was still at the
clients have
State
been,
Department.
My right wing clients have been a lot less, much more solicitous about letting me express myself. Like editorial page of the Wall Street Journal. I can't get onto the editorial page of the New York Times. Wall Street Journal has a better editorial page, so it's not a quality thing. It's like I can get on Fox News. I can't get on MSNBC.
Right.
I working for Mother Jones of The Nation, The Progressive was a shit show. Working for Forbes, working for Fortune, easy peasy. So
the progressives have constantly pushed the Russiagate narrative. Rachel Maddow tried to revive it for a third time. She brought it up last night. Like, she stopped the show mid-show and said, I got a text message. My sources at the FBI are telling me that Russian related email accounts were emailing bomb threats into the swing
Georgia.
states.
Bullshit.
Really?
You're going to
email
Can't
that?
even get the right Georgia right.
I got to ask you both what you think about this. I mean, look, up until a couple of days ago, the main concern was that Kamala Harris is going to win. Donald Trump's followers weren't going to accept it. There was going to be civil strife, political violence, mass shootings, crazy right-wingers gone wild. Now I have to ask, is there going to be a protest movement there really wasn't, except for, the Pink Pussy Hat Brigade, that basically marched 1.5 times. And that was about it. In the first Trump years. Is it going to be basically more flaccid bullshit, or are we going to see, an actual, I don't know, liberal, or democratic, or progressive, or socialist, or none of the above movement?
I think you're going to see those same ladies dust off the pussy hats, right? Get out to the street. You're going to see a little fizzle of it, But listen, TDS is a thing, right? TDS,
It's real.
CDS, a COVID derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. These are real things. And like I said, for me, I think the Democrats wanted to lose. That's why they chose Kamala. And now they can start their fundraising. We'll see. It all depends on the organization. But I do believe, Ted, that you did hit a point over there. And that is, I don't think the same moves they've been playing for so long, the oh my God kind of factor, right, really plays well with them. And unfortunately for the Democrats, a lot of the areas in which they should be criticizing Donald Trump, they can't do it because they're guilty of those things themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so, I mean,
when
insider
have they ever
trading.
cared about the pot calling the kettle black?
Yes. So they stay away from those things. Emoluments, they stay away from them because they're just as guilty. So it is going to be interesting, but this is a chance for rebranding. We'll see what they come up with. I hope the circus is entertaining.
It will be. Last thing I want to put up there, because we're way over time. I'm gonna put it to all of us here because I want to leave it on a fun note. Because like you said, Pasta, this is gonna be a freaking circus because the Carnival Barker is back in town, and he's bringing a whole brand new bunch of acts with him, supposedly, right? So, meanwhile, outgoing POTUS, the one that's supposedly rightfully elected last time, most votes ever, more than Obama, Joe Biden. Where is old Joe? Where is Jill? Are they going to be at the, Kamala's side when she gives a speech coming up here pretty soon at Howard? Where is the old man?
They won't be at her side. They will not.
Does he know what's going on? Where do you guys think what happens to old Joe? Does he sail off into the sunset somewhere?
I mean, they're already on borrowed time with this guy, right? I think that there was a little bump once Kamala Harris became the nominee simply because she could find her way off stage, right? So, I mean, there was that whole thing going on. No, I believe that, really, to tell you the truth. Like, all right, this woman's at least competent. She can, put full sentences together. She can read the teleprompter perfectly. So, I mean, listen, I think they were on borrowed time. I don't think he's been calling shots for quite some time. He is just going to sail off into the sunset. I don't think we'll see much out of him. I think his last time we'll see him publicly will be at Trump's inauguration, right? Like, I think
he'll be there.
I think so. I'm going to bet that he is, just to kind of act like, oh, Joe is being classy, and you'll hear Van Jones, Ted's favorite commentator, go on TV and start, I love that man. He was there and he stood with the president. Like, I think you're going to see one of those moments. Look, the Democrats love the theater. So if they have a chance to milk it, they will. And that will be my personal prediction as far as Joe Biden's last dance.
I agree with that completely, 100%. Also, I just want to point out, it was always predicted by the guys who wrote 13th Gen, the demographers, Howell and Strauss, who wrote about generational politics in the United States. That is a book that I need to send you, Manila. That is a Manila Chan special. And they started writing about this in the late 80s. Anyway, the point is, they said Gen X would never have a president. And Kamala was a Gen Xer. So she was probably, they're going to skip straight to the millennials. Our next president will probably be Vance.
I hope not.
You think so?
I hope not. I don't
know.
Not,
but I believe so.
This is the area in which a lot of these, when you say you got a lot of low informed voters, this is the way that Donald Trump was able to get in. If it was Donald Trump's hardcore base people, they would have rejected JD Vance getting selected simply because he's a Peter Thiel guy, right? So, I mean, I hope that he does not become the president. Him being the vice president was another area in which I said, oh, no, not that guy. But yeah, that guy is there.
Last thing I'll say is I will point out that Usha Vance is going to be the first brown lady, first lady of color as the second lady in the White House. That's pretty cool. So I think that, if you're looking for a little representation, you got a biracial couple, in the second seat, right? So that's pretty cool. And as far as Biden goes, I'm of the mind that if he shows up to the Trump inauguration, it'll be out of pure spite. But I'm more inclined to say that he's not going to show up because he is going to be a bitter old man.
Nah, he's coming.
Pasta's, you think so?
Pasta's right.
I think he's going to be bitter and just say,
because his whole shtick is I'm about normalcy, and normalcy is the
Yeah,
outgoing.
but we've reported on our old show, Ted. There were leaks coming out about Biden a year and a half ago about what a like crotchety old man and how awful he
Yeah, he's
was
a
to
dick.
work for. He's an asshole.
Yeah.
And I think when you get into senility like that,
Mm,
you lose all of your, you know, your filter.
that's true.
Yes,
And
but-
and I think
You may be right.
he's
but let
gonna
me
say,
say
fuck
something.
you all, I'm not going.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Angie. Just let me say this. Joe Biden's big beef right now is with the Democratic Party. He feels they
Sure.
threw him under the bus. What
Yeah.
a better way to stick it to all those Democrats than to say, I'm going to go up there and shake Donald Trump's hand and put it and throw it in their face. So, you know, him being a dick, this would be the next move he would make. So I mean, he played the part in saying how bad Donald Trump was, but you saw him put on the hat, right? The Donald Trump hat.
That was
Okay, so
pretty weird.
that's going to be his last dance, in my personal opinion.
By
I
the
think
way,
he
this-
did
right way for him
everything
stick
to
it
like
the Democrats.
he
By
did
the way,
everything to like
interestingly-
harm Harris the last 2 months. So
Well,
Yeah.
this is kind of analogous to what happened in '68. LBJ withdrew, and he wasn't much help to Humphrey, and Humphrey lost by a fairly narrow, in a squeeze, right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
So I don't know.
leading
I'm
to
gonna
a rabid right-wing regime. Although by today's standards, Richard Nixon was a left-winger.
Sure. Of course. Sure. So we'll leave that right there. I know what I'm looking for at the Harris concession speech coming up in I think in a little bit. I'm literally going to be surfing to look to see like the White House cam. Where's old Joe?
Hmm.
And how many of them come out of the White House because, you know, all his doubles and stuff. I'm serious.
All
I'm
right.
serious. There was this one time that he came out like 3 feet taller than Jill Biden after it was a very strange, like
That's
it
the
was
acid flashback. You know,
it
that's
was,
the,
it was
that little
just
globule. Like it's really
weird.
brain.
Maybe
It's-
the double goes to the inauguration.
We should wrap it up.
I'm looking for
Yeah.
the next Trump speech when he addresses again. If he's going to do what he did when he won in 2016, you know, he was very loving to Hillary Clinton and went from lock her up to she's a good woman, she's a civil servant, she's done well. So I'm looking for that.
That's
you
what I'm
know, because
saying.
I think
He's
Donald
so-
Trump is.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
See,
not
Trump is
personal.
bullshit. It's a lot of bluster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Bluster.
Thanks, Pasta.
We'll make that the last word. Thank you so much, Pasta. You guys go check out his show, Pasta to Go. And Pasta, you and Fee still do a show, yeah?
Yes, we it's called Truth Wire. We did a very long stream yesterday. So go check out Truth Wire. It's the old convo couch. We're dancing around the
Oh.
censorship over here. We're trying our hardest. So let's see if
Oh,
Donald Trump
okay.
put his money where his mouth is. I'd like to see a full audit of YouTube, right? Like let's
Okay.
get a,
Oh my
let's see what's
God.
going on behind the curtain over there.
Like a Twitter files for YouTube.
I
Oh my
wouldn't
God.
mind.
Yes.
God, I
But
would
with
love
source
that.
material, not just screenshots.
Yep.
Well, okay, fair enough. So you guys go support Pasta and Fee over there as well. Thank you so much for hanging out the whole time, Pasta. You are awesome. Thank you.
Love you guys. Miss you.
Bye. Talk to you
Love
soon.
you. Bye.
Bye.
I think everybody's gonna know who that
There she is.
is. There she is. That is our buddy Angie Wong, the
That is
former
so funny.
co-host of the Final
Congratulations,
Countdown.
Angie.
Congrats to you and your team and the Trump people. Whether
For
people
sure.
are happy about that or not doesn't matter. You guys pulled
You
out
earned it.
just literally
You were
the biggest political comeback ever that the world has ever seen. Like
That
so,
is so. No, I can't take credit for any of this, by the way. This was all Donald Trump. And, you know, we played a very, very small role in his comeback. We knew it was coming. We're just the believers. We followed him all the way to the end of the rainbow. So you look, guys, you know this. Act 2 is now over, right? There's still Act 3 and Act 4 to go. I'm not sleeping until at least January 20th. There's still a lot more to this play. And so, you know, I love it. I love your new show, by the way. Congratulations on
Thank
your new
you.
show. I love seeing your faces again. This is crazy. Like I'm having weird flashbacks.
and
It's
now we're
fun.
all like unleashed. We're unleashed on this.
Yeah, unleashed raw.
Well, I was just surprised that you were cursing throughout the headlines. I was like, I can
Well,
curse
I
on
mean,
the show.
Yeah, you can
Wait,
please
what is
feel free.
what
You
does
don't
Kamala
have to.
Harris
It's
say?
not mandatory.
We're unburdened. We're unburdened by
Yes.
whatever.
We're so unburdened
By
by
the
what has
FCC.
been. The FCC, man, that thing needs a complete revamp. If anything, I was talking to my Trump friends and I said, get me in the FCC because we need to completely rip out that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, you want to
You don't think
Project 25 me all day long, go for it. But we need to
Lena
clean that up.
Khan, is she gonna, you think, I mean, she's been pretty fair. No? You think she's
She's
out?
been pretty fair. I think she's been pretty much in avoidance of any of her duties, right? I mean, unless you make a complaint, nothing happens. I
Well,
follow it lightly. I'm not really a big nerd on the FCC, but you know, it's a lot of these newer platforms, like the one we're on. It skirts the FCC altogether, right? So that's fine. We found a workaround,
well,
but
it showed, right? This election cycle with Trump going on Rogan and like Theo Vaughn's podcast and all that stuff. It shows that mainstream media is dead because probably in large part because the FCC censors everything, all the truths and whatever. I mean,
yeah,
not to say that YouTube doesn't either, but the whole point is like mainstream media is dead and it's cemented. Trump did the right thing, the smart thing to go and talk to the people on like Rogan, talk to the biggest podcast in all of the world, whereas Harris hid away, kind of like the 2020 Biden campaign.
yeah. What do you make of Elon Musk saying that we are the media? I mean, I saw it as a marketing ploy because, you know, obviously X is now on your TV screens, right? So he needs content.
I haven't
But
seen that yet.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You can see
I've
X
seen
shows.
that.
There's a
Hmm.
movie, there's a Trump movie, and Christopher Martini is going to kill me because I can't remember the name of his film. I think it's called The Man We Don't Know or something like that. Oops. Anyway, it's streaming on XTV because they need content and they're willing to push the kind of more conservative, right-leaning content. So, but look, Elon Musk said we are the media. I don't know. Are we the media?
Yeah.
Because I'm laughing.
I think Elon Musk is correct. You know, it's the media is now. It is literally we've achieved the promise of the internet was the interconnectivity that was we were supposed to all be instantaneously connectable in as frictionless a way as possible, and there were bumps along the way, but I think we're there now. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
we could literally like one of us could now be in Kabul, and we could have the same quality of conversation and connection and again for free, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like think about. I mean, I'm old enough to remember that calling from Dayton to Cincinnati, which was in the same area code, 513, was a long. They called it like a short-term, long-term distance call, and you had to pay an extra fee to call from your landline within the same
remember
area
those.
code if it was a little far away, and so it was just like. I mean, just think about like how you can now have a device that's $60 a month and you can call anywhere in the world and it's included. I mean, you know, I used to pay $200 a month in college for my long distance phone bill to call my girlfriend
yeah.
at the state, you know?
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah,
No,
well,
I
it was
had those
dumb. I
too.
should have dated locally.
Yeah. Did it pay off, Ted?
Not really. No, not really.
Not in dividends. Yeah, no, look, I'm just so excited. I'm actually, this morning, I was doing a little bit of self-reflection. I'm actually really depressed right now because like I've been running for the last 4 years trying to get this guy into office. And not only this guy, but the trifecta. We got the House, I think.
Yes.
We got the White House and we have the Senate.
Huge.
And it's like, I don't know what to do with myself now. Like, I need to take up knitting or something.
Oh, is this sort of
because
like the day after the wedding where you're sort
yeah,
of, now
I'm
what?
freaking out. I'm totally freaking out
The
because now
last
I'm
lines of Robert
married.
Redford in do you ever see The Candidate? Robert Redford, the movie?
Yes.
And at the
yes.
last side, it's all going and going and going and going, and then they win, and then he's like, now what?
Well, now what?
That's me right now. I am freaking out. I am like talking to myself. I'm like pacing because like I don't know what I just did, and I don't think I played a very very small role in all of this. But
You've
still,
had a front row seat.
I've had a front row
Yeah.
seat, and I'm very happy to have been reporting it with you guys on this. I'm happy to have a voice in all of this. But my biggest thing, and I'm gonna just right here, we turned Miami red. Okay. Miami
Was it
County,
blue?
it was a blue county for the last 30 something years. We flipped it
Oh.
red. It is now R+5. And again, not all
Wow,
of
that's
not every,
crazy.
yeah, we jumped almost
Wow.
18 points since 2020, since Biden ran this county.
Wow.
So we're going to keep, now we know the formula. We know how to do it.
Do you think that formula can be replicated in other major cities, like Chicago or New York?
Funny enough, I got phone calls about that last week about how we did that. We're going block by block, street by street. We need a lot of Cuban Americans is really what it is. We need a lot of people who come from kind of like communist countries
Right.
to flip it. They don't want to see any of this stuff on where they're living now, where they've invested.
So Miami's
their lives.
unique that way, kind of.
It is. It's very, very unique. We heavily leaned on Cuban Americans and South Americans, and that is, 63% of Miami, right? So
We saw, Angie, I mean, 45% of Latinos broke for Trump.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
That's a big,
Like,
it's a big story. Because I mean, I remember we've all been following the Latino vote story for decades. And the
Wild.
assumption was always struck me as a little bit flawed. The assumption was always like, oh, because you have light brown skin, because you're Latino, and you're here and you're a U.S. citizen, you sympathize automatically with everyone else who is Latino, who's interested in coming across the border, whether legally or illegally. And like, I don't know that follows logically. I mean, I think most people, this is a country of immigrants. I think most people, they kick the dirt of the home country off their shoes when they arrive, and then they Americanize. And certainly by second generation, those kids are 100% American. And they're not, thinking about like, oh, like these people are like my parents or grandparents were 80 years ago or 50 years ago. They're not thinking that way. I mean, Latinos are predominantly Catholic. They're conservative, family values, super important. There's a certain machismo, in a lot of Latin culture. I don't think Democrats really ever understood that.
No, and they try to jam it through. And, so we have a really interesting problem, right? We have over 10 million Latinos who just walked across the border, right? And it's like, wow, you guys really played the short game on that one. We're going to now flip them because they did come with those values. A lot of them came with like values that they want to change, of course, but I think that's where the Republican Party can really, really grow and expand, is to grab those guys.
You deport them all.
I know that is the Trump way, isn't it?
Is going to do, right? I mean, how seriously should we take that?
Or if they become card-holding members of the Republican Party, they can stay. How about that?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Like they'll be arrested by Trump's goons. Like, okay, so we're giving you a choice here. One-way ticket out, or...
Join the party. I mean, I feel like that's what the Democrats were banking on, right? With like the vast numbers of immigration, whether legal or illegal. But now that we're here, I mean, the transition team, and by transition we mean like not gender. So Biden calls Trump before Harris does and says, okay, come to the White House. Let's do this transition thing. Let's hold hands, kumbaya. That's my read, because I think Biden is salty at his own party and at Kamala Harris for them booting him off, because, he didn't go down without a fight within his own party, because he was saying, no, she can't beat Trump. I can beat Trump. And I guess this is a big I told you so for Biden.
Yeah, so, Biden.
He did outperform her. He did.
100%. In fact, she lost at sometimes double digits in the counties that he won in back in 2020. So she was a complete disaster. Joe Biden went dark MAGA. He went total dark MAGA on us the final weeks of the election. And I think that old man knows exactly what he's doing. I don't think he was just playing around doing goofs and whatnot. I think he knew exactly what was going to tank her. And now, what's happened?
Do you think the garbage remark was one of them?
I think he knew what was going on. I think he knew that was going to go viral. You don't
think that's an Obama, like, how Obama said, never overestimate Joe's ability to fuck things up?
Yeah, he totally fucked things up there. It was the best.
That was deliberate.
I think so, because the next thing you know, within 24 hours, Trump is in a dumpster truck. Okay. So it's the best. I mean, look, that was politics, retail politics at its best. We're not going to see showmanship like that ever again.
Angie, what do you make of the fact that, like, okay, so they say that, defeat is an orphan and victory has 1,000 followers. How do you make well, what do you make of like the liberal media coverage in places like the New York Times, where now it's like basically they're trying to like acknowledge the genius of Trump as a campaigner, the genius of like moves like this, the showmanship, the stagecraft, and up until Tuesday, they were talking about how incredibly degenerate and maniac
Right.
and insane and crazy and doomed all these things were. Now they're like, oh, well, anyone could plainly see it coming.
Yeah, no, now they got to do an about face. Look, it is what it is. They know who the winner is. They know who they have to cover for the next 4 years, right?
So true.
So you
so
might
true.
have to gain some White House access, right? You need that to just do your job properly. I think, yeah, Jeff Bezos saw the micro data coming in and said, no way are we going to be endorsing Kamala Harris. He knew. And again, all these tech guys, they have the micro data that point to a winner even months ago. They do. All of them.
Yeah, because this was a pretty sizable margin. I mean,
Yeah.
Look, it's not like 60-40, but we don't really do that in this country anymore. But in this day and age, in the modern era, since 1996, 3.5% is a comfortable popular vote margin.
Yes.
Especially when the morning of the election, the Real Clear Politics average had Harris up by 0.4.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I have been wrong. I mean, I was following the campaign trail in 2016. I actually got to experience first wave MAGA, and that's when I went around telling everybody, no, this is what the polls are saying is wrong. And I vibed that this time because I obviously was not on the trail, but the polls kept telling me it's neck and neck. And here he wins both electoral and popular vote. Like nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw that he was going to be competitive in my county, in Fairfax County. What that shows me is soccer moms, suburban soccer moms like me. And I said this on the show the other day, right, Ted, on yesterday, that when I went to my polling place, I'm going to imply, and you can make of it what you will. The polling place looked different. There was a different batch of voters that I don't traditionally see. And I'm somebody that votes in the midterms and everything. And suddenly I saw within my county, in Fairfax County, Trump was freaking
Trump is a populist like Bernie Sanders. And those are the two major political figures in recent years who understand that in a country where in a presidential election, a decent turnout is considered 55%, for those 45% of registered voters who don't show up, someone could go out there and get them to show up. And on top of that, there's people who are not registered. You could register and get them to come too. Trump understood that.
I'll tell you,
he was more successful than Bernie at it. But that's what this is all about. This is about bringing out new voters.
I've never seen this many middle-aged soccer moms that were like me, of every ethnicity, at my polling place here in Fairfax County, and this many of us. And I went around lunchtime by chance. I'm telling you, it looked different. And then by the nighttime, when they were zeroing in on different counties in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin spoke. I could not believe that there was a sizable voting block shift of women, middle-aged, suburban moms like me in Fairfax County that broke for Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was shocked.
But there's also what's crazy, and I
voted for Trump.
I don't know if we're ever I don't know if you got to see internals, Angie, but I mean, I am dying to know if there was any kind of substantial progressive vote for an anger vote for Trump. I personally know a lot of lefties who voted for Donald Trump, more than voted for Jill Stein. Like progressives who were literally like, they hate Harris so much on Gaza that they were like, I'm not only going to deny my vote to her, I'm going to vote for Trump because I want to stick it to her hard.
Ah.
And I'm talking about like, women, I mean, like socialists, like real lefties. And I just wonder if that's just my weird circle of friends, or if that's a factor, because that did happen in 2016 and 2020, where like former Bernie Sanders supporters, some of them did vote for Trump.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I can, without seeing internals, I saw that happening in places like Vermont and New Hampshire. And I was hearing about it. Now I don't have internals to back it up with numbers just yet. I'll do an autopsy when I get some sleep. But certainly we saw that happening in New York. The New York Post just put out a story on how borough by borough, Trump went up sometimes 21%. We're talking in the Bronx, we're talking about in Queens. He gained a lot. And you better believe they're not Republicans. They were not traditional Republicans. That was the problem. Kamala Harris's closing message was just abortion and I hate Donald Trump. That's not enough to convince Americans right now to vote for any candidate.
And I love Liz Cheney.
And I love, that's just weird. And her brown suits. I don't get the brown suits thing. They were all wearing weird brown suits. Did you see that?
Aubergine.
Yeah, but that's not a power color. It's just like it's brown.
It's a poo color.
It's a poo color. Right. So I don't know who advised that. But okay. So aside, but Trump's closing message really was just like everyday American stuff. Your eggs are $1 each now, right? Your gas tank, if you leave the gas pumps for less than $55, you're lucky.
True.
Right? And I drive a Mini. And Ted, I've been using a quote everywhere that I heard you say once, and it just stuck in my mind. Trump voters were rage voting. Mm-hmm. We could not wait to get to the polls. The very first day of early voting here in Miami, I was there at 6:59 with my coffee and my cafecitos. They were rage voting. They were just like, get me in
chomping
there.
At the bit.
Yeah.
And I think fundamentally, look, obviously, and this is going to be analyzed for weeks, months, and years to come, right? And it should be. But like one of the, I think one of the big mistakes the Democrats made is failing to understand the anger of the voters, and not just Republican voters. There's people don't want to hear, they don't want joy when they can't pay the rent. They don't want laughing and cackling.
Yeah.
They're worried about sending their kids to college. And they're worried about food prices. They don't want to see wild parties with Lady Gaga and Bruce Springsteen that they're not invited to, and it's all flashy and like, well, I'm glad you're having a good time, because out here we're not. Like, our town has been devastated.
Yeah.
Trump's message, was denigrated by the mainstream media as dark and apocalyptic, but it was closer to how the people were feeling than this, like, and I think in the end, the Kamala Harris message was, I want to protect American institutions, and American institutions are not serving the public very well. I mean, anybody who's ever been, like, say, in the courts has been screwed over by the courts. Anybody who's ever, we're not out to protect. We're not interested in keeping the IRS the way it is. So I think that idea of like, we're going to safeguard things are pretty good. Trump wants to blow things up. It's kind of like, well, I mean, I didn't vote for Trump, but I'm sympathetic to his desire to blow things up.
Is he though, Angie? Is he really? I mean, we see his new coalition, right? I mean, I pray to God he was nice about Mike Pompeo the other day and said something about him on stage. But I pray that he doesn't bring the Pompeos, the Boltons, the whatever back into his fold. Those are the very people that undermined his first administration. But now we see RFK. We see Tulsi, we see other people like the Casey and Callie Means, people that are out of nowhere. Some of them, like RFK Jr., nobody saw that coming. Like, what the hell? But come on, please. Can you please spread the word to the Trump people that they cannot possibly bring in a swampier Swamp Thing than Mike Pompeo? Like,
I gotta
please
tell
keep that
you,
guy away.
this is why I am so depressed right now. I am really depressed because I was at the Trump watch party the other night, and who did I see running through? All the swamp monsters. And I said, did I really
All
just
looking for work.
Right. Did I really just get you back into power? Because I thought you guys were gone. And I just stood there with my, plastic cup at a party, like it literally
Your
felt
red
like,
Solo cup. You're
yeah,
like,
it literally felt like I just saw my ex-boyfriend with his new girlfriend. Like I just literally just
Oh.
sat there sulking. And everyone's like, what the hell's wrong with you? We just won everything. And I'm like crying. I'm like, I want to go home. I want to go under my blanket.
No.
Yeah, because that's
All
what
those
happened.
people.
Yeah, they
Well,
all.
I mean, do you think that's what's going to happen? I mean, look, obviously we know that Project 2025 aside, the Trump team has obviously been planning in a way that they never planned for 2016 and couldn't really. But now they could, and they have been. I mean, they know personnel is policy. The rumor is that they have tens of thousands of people lined up to step into the civil service, into all these appointment positions in the federal government. I mean, and I know that Trump, at least verbally, has said that he felt like he got screwed by the deep state, and he hated the neocons, and they went after him, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he's not dumb. I mean, he's not going to bring them back, is he?
Oh, well, okay. So what I can confirm, because I have been speaking to the transition team, they are not hiring any lobbyists. If you're a lobbyist, you're not allowed in. That's their top line. Nope, we're not hiring you. Okay. 2, there's going to be some usual suspects that are going to get back in because they've been with Trump all this time for decades, and they are itching to get, the top positions.
Of course. What about Nikki Haley? Are we going to see her in the cabinet?
No.
I bet we
I
are.
can't say. I don't know. That one is going to be, that one's a little bit sticky. I have no idea. I do
She
know
has to
some
have
of the
been
top.
promised something, right?
They're all promised something. Like DeSantis, for example, he's likely going to get Marco Rubio's seat in an open election, a special
Marco
election.
Rubio might be going to state, right?
That's right. I heard 2 names that I'm familiar with, that's being looked at for that position. Of course, everything can change 30 seconds before the announcement, right? So let's not mark anyone just yet.
That's what he said about picking JD Vance, right? It was like at that last moment, he was like, all right, that guy.
Turned out to be
I don't know.
Turned out to be a good choice.
Maybe. We'll see. Time will tell. But yeah, no, there's the usual suspects that are all climbing back in. I'm like, did I just spend the last 4 years busting my balls so that you can get back in there? Now, there are definitely people that are completely toxic that Trump is like, stay afar. And, they grifted throughout this 4 years when he was not in office and bashed him. But I think, look, I hate defending Project 2025. I had to do it yesterday on air. I will say that these are the agencies that went after Trump and his family and his allies. Of course, I'm going to dismantle you. Of course, I'm going to clean you out and gut you out, right? I don't think that's a bad thing. You created the problem, and now Trump is going to go in and clean it up. So if he takes the DOJ, strips it of, its personnel, not its powers, but his personnel's, and clean it up, I would love that. If they did the same thing with the FCC and made equal time, applicable to all the major networks, that would be amazing. So I don't think these are bad things. It's just being spun wrong as if, oh yeah, Trump's going to get rid of the FBI. Trump's going to get rid of the Pentagon.
Right.
What? No, it's not happening.
No, it's just the heads of them. So I have a wish list that I'm just going to put out there. McGregor at DOD.
Okay, I'm writing it down. Go ahead.
I'm going to go with McGregor for DOD. I think there's a real chance that Tulsi could go Secretary of State, maybe.
No,
I don't think so.
She doesn't have the
You don't think so?
experience. I don't think so.
I think RFK
I think she could get
for
Veterans
USDA.
Affairs. Tulsi,
I think-
Veterans Affairs, that could work.
Tulsi could get the VA.
I think Brian Mast is going to get Veterans Affairs. I think either Bill Hagerty or Marco Rubio will be Secretary of State. If he is Secretary of State, then Treasury or Commerce might go to Bill Hagerty. I think he's got the experience for that. These are my guesses. I have no idea, obviously. Yeah, no, Tulsi's
I'm
gonna
just
fit
saying
in
wish
somewhere.
list.
Okay.
Wish list. I
Yeah.
would like to see maybe RFK at the USDA, unless we could do something really wild, is like make him the chief of the CIA, make RFK. I think that would be pretty fun. But I would definitely like to see McGregor leading the DoD, because I think he is a scholar, he's an academic, he understands what's happening on the battlefields, like, because he's actually a battle hardened real military guy, and he's super smart. So I would really like to see McGregor in that seat, because
All right.
I think he could keep the tentacles of the DoD out of other countries, because he is a combat veteran, and he would know.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of names being thrown out. One thing that if JFK Jr. is watching this show, I would not be getting your press people right now telling
JFK
people.
Jr.
I'm sorry, RFK Jr.
I was like, wait a minute.
Did I-
Let me
JFK
get my
Jr. is like blub 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 at the bottom of
Ooh.
no.
the
Let me get
ocean.
my tinfoil hat, because
You think
there's
he's still
been-
alive?
There's been talk in the Q
That
world.
would be weird. That's weird.
there-
That's like Elvis coming back. No. So RFK
I'm just
Jr.,
saying.
he needs to shut his mouth about running the FDA right now and taking away vaccines, and because that's what's fueling a
He
lot
said
of the
not
leftist
taking it away.
media. Well, that's
He
what the
said he won't
leftist
make it.
media is
That's what they're
reporting.
saying.
It's crazy. I think it's dumb. He needs to shut up. Really, really shut up for the next 2 months until he actually gets a real appointment. Because right now, what he's doing is he's making certain that he's never going to get a position. So if he is going to run the
No.
FDA or do any sort of anything involving pharmaceuticals and whatnot, I'm looking forward to it. I don't love his ideas. I gotta tell you, it's a little bit too California for me, and not in the right way. I mean, I think not all vaccinations are terrible. I don't, but I get it. Big pharma is a big issue. So I will have to do something about it. But look, it's too much change all at once. I don't know if Americans can take it either. And I hope that we don't get punished in the midterms after all these massive gains, because too much has been shoved down the throat on the other
What are you
direction.
most worried about? Like, what kind of MAGA agenda items do you think might be difficult, might spark a rebellion, or what's the word I'm looking for? Backlash against.
I think when you see busloads of immigrants being literally walked onto the bus, like the little girl holding her teddy bear having to be shipped back to a country where she might get assassinated, that might be a bad look. Just saying. I think that there has to be a pathway to citizenship for a lot of the migrants who are legitimately seeking asylum here. I think there should be not an amnesty, but something. I like the idea, and I know a lot of people think that this is too controversial, but I think, like we offered Jamaica. If you're willing to serve in our military for 4 to 8 years, I forget what it is, then guess what? If you are, sworn to our military and you can provide and protect us, then we will offer you a pathway to citizenship, even if you're here illegally. I think there has to be
Because that's
something
not
like
what
that.
Trump has promised, obviously.
Oh, no, this is Angie Wong's idea. This is
Right.
not Trump world idea. But I'm just saying, how can you possibly ship back 14 million people at this point?
You
Hey,
can't.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's realistic at all.
By the way, Angie, I got to give a shout out to Well Dressed Nerd for the $5. I think it's, what is this, the Rumble rant? And he has a question. First he says, Pompeo and Bolton suck the balls. Trump Jr. was on Fox this morning and says he's working overtime to keep the swamp creatures out. Also, hey, Angie. So shout out Well Dressed Nerd. Thank you.
Well-dressed nerd. I bet he's hot. I'm a nerd fan. I love nerds. I love them so much. I'm a nerd. So no, I think there's some really good stuff. The other thing that I'm paying close attention to in the new administration is this Chinese tariff. I see that in DC right now, Chinese businesses and American businesses who have dealings in China and in Asia, they are hiring lobbyists like you wouldn't believe, just to try to get an exemption from any 100-200% tax that Trump's been going on and on about, with foreign goods. I think there has to be something, there's going to be a lot of discussions about this. It can't just be like, we're going to just tax China 200% on tariffs. I know Trump has said that on the campaign trail,
Sure.
but there are just some realities in the world. Like, I don't want to pay $17 for a trash bag, you know, I just don't. So I think there's got to be something that has to be a little bit more real world in that scenario. Other things, like, we have an opportunity to really do some good policying, right? And I'm not a policy girl. I know plenty of people who are. I'm looking forward to hearing their ideas, because I think there's some real world ideas that can work here. And clearly you see futurists in JD Vance, in Elon Musk's, and in Vivek. I mean, you see a lot of that good blood coming in that really want to future-proof our country. So I'm looking forward to hearing their ideas on what they want to do, and how we can move forward together, right? Because right now we have a Congress and a Senate that is stuck in like the 90s. Like, they still print out their emails to read them and respond to them. And they're writing laws like, Section 230. They don't get what they're doing. So I'm looking forward to the new blood coming in, and seeing how we can play in this new space together, especially on the Space Coast here in Florida, which just a little political plug, which I would like to expand down here to Miami. I want to turn the East Coast of Florida into the next innovation hub, because space is going to be a big, big conversation topic in my kids' future. I'm grandma in that space, but I know enough to know that that's where we should be headed, especially in our education. We need to focus more on things that's going to deliver to our kids and make them beneficial in the future.
STEM. I'm so tired of all, I have a little one too. Ted, you've got a college age kid. Angie's got school age children. I've got a little one. So when I look at the future, I'm like, no, I don't need you to be teaching my kid underwater basket weaving, or female whatever feelings on such and such subject. No, I want him to learn STEM stuff, so that way he can actually have a real job and not have some useless degree and end up, at Starbucks serving coffee to the people that actually have real jobs that,
Well, we need
that
free
AI can't
college.
take away. Or
We need free
Right.
college. The whole rest of the
Well-
world has it. You can be anyway. We should
That's a
let
whole
Angie
different
go.
conversation. But yeah, Angie, I think everybody wants to know behind the orange curtain, is what I'm calling it, how it happened. And like you said, it sounded like you did, like the Republicans behind the Trump machine. It was old school retail politics. He pounded the pavement. He knocked on doors. He talked to regular people, and his people did all of that.
Mhm.
And that's ultimately what happened. Whereas we didn't see that with the Harris campaign. She held a couple of big rallies that were fully staged. She, ran away from the media. She didn't talk to podcasters. She didn't go on alternative media. She was like the exact inverse of what Trump did. And I think that's really the lesson, the takeaway from behind the orange curtain, and how Trump got to be this comeback story, right? Is he did old school retail politics.
Yeah, no, they were both bad candidates, really bad candidates. We can say it now. Kamala Harris was worse than Joe Biden. How could you be worse than Joe Biden?
Right?
But she was horrible.
I always say this, right? Like, Americans are optimists, and what they don't understand is that no matter how bad a situation is, it can get worse.
I miss you guys so much. I really do. I miss your faces.
Now
I
we
miss
have
talking
this.
to you. Yeah,
Well,
no,
come
bring you
and sit.
back.
Hi, you're welcome back anytime, Angie.
I would love that. I really
Or
do.
or when I'm sick again, you probably didn't hear because it was busy. You were busy last week. So I was out in hospital last week because I somehow contracted viral meningitis. So I was in the hospital. Like, next time we just plug Angie in there, Ted's other Asian radio wife.
Yeah, I heard Ted, you called Manila Angie yesterday.
I did. I know.
Whoa.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's completely indefensible.
That's what I'm saying. If I get
in my
again,
defense, it's like you were both my co-hosts. So, it's like co-host, not like Asian lady co-host. It's just co-host.
Lies, Ted, lies.
You can't walk back
Surrounded by
that
Asian
one.
ladies.
No.
Lies. But yes, come back anytime, Angie. Go, please get some rest, because you're not only, like working all this political stuff, but I mean, you're a friend, obviously, and you're doing this. And we know you're a wife and mother, and you have all your other.
Ooh, yeah, I gotta do
uh,
some family time after this. I'm gonna take a little time off. But no, thank you for having me on, and get me back on often. I miss you guys and I love you guys. And hi to Robbie behind the scenes there. I know he's been doing a great job. And I love the new graphics. I love the way the show looks. It looks so
Thank
good.
you.
Get
Thank
it
you.
on X, because Elon Musk
Good
is for
idea.
all the media.
Very good.
Yeah, we have to
Yeah.
learn how to do all that still. So
No,
we're
we can link through X.
Yeah, that's
know how to do it.
easy.
We'll talk about this.
Yeah, we'll talk about it
Ah.
offline. All right,
Okay.
guys,
Yeah.
thank you again for having me
Thank
on.
you, Angie. We'll
All right,
see you
have a
again
great-
soon.
Have a great
Bye,
show,
Angie.
guys.
Bye.
So bad. Okay. Anyway, so obviously, it's on Tuesday. The election left Democrats trying to figure out exactly why what happened. Yesterday, we had a conservative on to talk about it. Former co-host Angie Wong of the Final Countdown. Today, we bring in someone from the left side of the aisle. My good friend and colleague, Rob Rogers. He's the former editorial cartoonist of the Pittsburgh Press and the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's twice been a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize for editorial cartooning. He was fired really famously in a national profile, we'll talk about that, in a very high-profile firing from the Post-Gazette in 2018 at the height of the Trump administration, because his editorial cartoons were critical of President Donald Trump. The publisher didn't like that, new publisher. In 2021, Rogers was awarded the Herb Block Prize by the Herb Block Foundation, something that I will never get, unlike the Pulitzer finalist thing. But anyway, thank you for joining us, Rob Rogers.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Can you hear me okay?
You sound
Yes.
good.
Okay, great.
You sound very good.
Ted, don't worry. You'll get it someday. I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I don't want it posthumously, but
well, that's the way it feels like with the Pulitzer now for all of us, because it's been changed to a category that doesn't even include editorial cartooning in the title. So I don't know. It's sort of along with all of the newspapers that have dropped cartoonists, and it's just it's sort of a sad what's happening to our profession. But anyway.
Yeah, no, it is, and I know that we texted very briefly before the show, and knowing you as I do, I'm not at all surprised that you're feeling bleak, dark about the election results. So
Dejected, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, part of it, I was kind of thinking, this morning, we Americans, we make a lot of like a 4-point difference in the electorate, right? I mean, if this had gone so right now, everybody, and I'm guilty of this too, the New York Times headline, right? Like, this changes America's view of who we are. And a lot of, there's a lot of self-flagellation by some liberal commentators and Democrats. Bernie Sanders said, he pretty much I'm done with the Democrats. We have to start over, burn the whole thing down. Of course, he was reelected to a 6-year term, and he's 83 years old, so he gives no shits anymore. But I mean, on the other hand, it's true that if this had gone the other way, if 2% of voters had decided to go toward Harris, we'd be having exactly the opposite conversation, where Republicans would be saying, oh my God, how did we let the party get taken over by this madman? We were fools. Right. And so, I mean, do we tend to just sort of, are we overanalyzing this, or is this really as seismic of a result as it feels like?
Well, I think it is seismic, but I think it's also part of what I think happened was that Biden was unpopular. He waited too long to get out. Harris only had about 3 months to put on a campaign, and nobody can do that. I mean, that's impossible. All of that. But then on the other side, you have, I think what happened was, it always is about the economy. That's been proven. And so people are going to, vote their pocketbook. But I do think that there is this weird I think we live in a country that sadly is somewhat, misogynistic, sexist, racist. And I think that has to be, factored in. I think that's part of the problem. And it doesn't really leave Democrats with much room to do anything, because, I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to go to the even further to the right than she was trying to do. I mean, she was trying to sort of go to the middle a little bit to the left of Biden, but still stay in that middle zone so she could, appeal to the, middle class Americans. And I just think that it's kind of ridiculous to think that we're suddenly going to go all MAGA to the right to get those voters back. I think something is happening to the country that we're just not seeing. And it may take some sort of monumental, shift or downturn in the economy, or in, going to war or something that wakes people up to the fact that this is not the right track. Whether you agreed with, all of Biden's policies or Harris's policies, the idea that we just suddenly elected a guy who wants to be a fascist and has said so on many occasions, and all of the things he's promising to do are those of a fascist. And I just think that it's going to be a very dangerous time right now, and it'll be, it's too soon to make predictions. Well, I guess you can make predictions, but
that's what we're here for.
It's too soon to know how far he will actually go with all of his all of his retribution, as you put it. As you put it, you said that about Israel, but it's also true about Trump. I mean, that's what he wants to do. So yeah, I think, but as far as the Democratic Party, I don't know what the answer is. I mean, there's been a lot of this, Monday morning quarterbacking, and people are saying, well, it all started, I heard one guy say, well, it all started when Biden was in that debate and he said, I'm going to pick a woman, an African-American woman for my vice president. And people said he boxed himself in at that point. And
I agree with that.
And then it's all downhill from there. I think what probably would have been the solution, and again, this is Monday morning, but he should have gotten out. He should have said, as soon as he was, elected, or 2 years in, he should have said, I'm not running again. Like what's his name did. I'm blanking on his name.
LBJ.
LBJ. Thank you. Yeah. Like he did. And just say, let's start the process. And then it would have been a more organic process. You would have gotten to know people. A campaign would have happened. You would have had a primary. You would have had different candidates running. And if Harris had still been the candidate, at least it would have been more educational for the voters, and it would have been a different kind of process.
And she'd be battle tested.
Right. And I think that was one of the problems, is that she was battle tested, but then as far as a presidential run, she wasn't, because she got out early. She didn't do very well. So I think that was a problem. And then, you can nitpick with
Rob,
how
can I pause you right there
Sure,
for just
go
a
ahead.
second? It sounds like you're kind of alluding to the idea that had Biden walked away sooner, that the DNC could have, put forth a real actual primary where people could have, voted, who they liked. And at least they would have ponied up people that the public liked, at least, like a weather vane, we would know. But because that wasn't the case, do you think it's right or fair of the party to now go out and start finger pointing and trying to, say, well, it's the fault of the Latinos, it's the fault of this group or that group, rather than saying, well, look, we put up a candidate that, didn't actually win a primary. We didn't go through, even if it was like a mad dash for a short, truncated process. If they had done that, maybe some more introspection. Why isn't the party doing that at this point, like they did after the Biden-Trump debate just a few months ago that led to Biden stepping down? They had a lot of introspection immediately. I mean, before Biden got off the stage, but there was none of that this time.
Well, I think partly it's because they're still in mourning and it's been a shock. And I think there's going to be a lot of introspection going on. I know that certainly Democrats, I mean, liberals in the punditry are certainly doing that. But yeah, as far as the Democratic Party, I mean, I think you have some Biden people that are
they're fighting with the Harris
blaming,
people.
yeah, they're fighting with the Harris people and blaming them. But no, I think the Democrats, much like the Republicans were after, I guess it was Romney, we have to really do a deep dive and say, hey, we got trounced, and this is not working, whatever it is we're doing.
Can I ask you about what the Liz Cheney thing? Like so even if you follow the logic of, okay, we're trying to chase these anti-Trump Republicans, right. Liz Cheney doesn't get you any anti-Trump Republicans. It literally seemed like an unforced error. Like, you made your BFF this person who's maybe the least popular human being on planet Earth. And now, like, it's not getting you anything. Like, it's alienating your progressive base. We now know that between 10 and 15 million progressive voters they sat on the
go.
Deliberately, people who normally vote. That's amazing to me. I mean, Hillary Clinton lost because between 3 and 4 million progressive voters didn't show up for her. This is many factors worse. I mean, and this campaign really seemed to run. I mean, it's so parallel to Hillary Clinton. And I know that Kamala had Hillary on speed dial throughout the entire process. I don't know why, considering that Hillary lost. I'd have Obama on speed dial if it were me. But, it's what? I mean, they were chasing a chimera, right? I mean, there aren't anti-Trump Republicans anymore.
I don't think that's true. I mean, I think you're saying they don't call themselves Republicans anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying anti-Trump Republicans don't vote. They're still not going to vote Democratic. They're culturally Republican, so they'd rather not vote at all than vote for Harris. And I don't want to, by the way, I don't want to gloss over what you said about sexism and misogyny. I always think about Barbara Jordan, the late great congresswoman from Texas who made herself famous during the Watergate hearings. She was Black, and she always said it was much harder to be a woman candidate than to be a Black candidate in the United States. I'm really interested in the misogyny, sexism angle more than the race angle. We already had Barack Obama as president. He successfully reelected, still popular. We're kind of, yes, he wasn't a descendant of slaves, but I feel like the friction has been kind of removed there. I think,
But the whole birther thing and the whole racism against Obama was kind of what birthed Trump. That is, and the MAGA movement. I mean, so even with Obama in there, I think that pissed a lot of people off.
It did.
And
the Tea Party.
And so that's where we are. But no, I think you're right. It is more about sexism at this point, because really, I mean, that's two in a row that Trump has beaten, and in my mind, his reputation with women is just horrific. So you should look at him and say, no,
well, could a better female have won, like Elizabeth Warren or someone like that? Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe. I think if there had been a process, and if I do think that both of those women, I had heard from friends and other people who said, yeah, I wish it was her instead. But I think that having the amount of time and the way that Biden exited the race, I think she did as well as she could do. I think during that debate, she cleaned up I think she
won that debate.
She
No question
dismantled
about
him
that.
in a way that I think that not many other candidates could have done. So I think she did a great job there. I just don't think there's a whole lot of. I mean, there's certainly some criticism you could have about how she answered certain questions about her record and all of that. And
well,
of course,
also she hid out she had a 100-day campaign. She dithered for 40 days, right? I mean,
yes.
We didn't see her. I mean, time was one thing, a luxury she did not have to waste.
Mm-hmm.
She wasted it, and it seemed like the general feeling was that the Democrats had polled, and they had found that a generic Democrat would defeat Trump, and therefore they needed to run her as a generic as possible. And that was the fatal flaw of the campaign, because it became I said this about a month ago. This is fixing to be a devil you know versus a devil you don't know campaign, and Donald Trump's definitely a devil, and we definitely know him. And the idea, I think, at a certain point, even low intensity voters looked at all the messaging coming out of the Harris campaign about J6 and all that. It's like, we know all that, okay? We don't need to be. Everybody's made up their mind about Donald Trump. Enough about him. What we want to know is we want to know about you, who you are, what kind of person you are, what are your policies. And either she couldn't or wouldn't articulate. I mean, every time she appeared in public, I felt like she was a defendant being deposed in a hostile,
I totally agree. I think that there were. It was almost as if she was dumbfounded by the question, like, "Oh, I didn't prepare for this answer. You had so much, are you kidding? Like, people, you're running for president and you don't know that somebody's going to ask you about your opinion back in 2019, about fracking. You need to have an answer for that. And just to say my values haven't changed, that's so political, and that's so what people hate about politicians. And
they're weasels.
I mean, they just seem slimy when they do that. I mean, all she had to say was, listen, when I came into office, I was working with the president, and we met with a lot of people, and we heard from a lot of Pennsylvanians who make a living at fracking, and we felt like we could help the environment another way without doing that, or
she could just generically
any of her other answers,
she could have just generically said, look, I make no apologies for having held an opinion and then changed my mind about things.
Right.
If you haven't ever changed your mind about something, there's something wrong with you. And I promise you that I will probably change my mind about other things in the future.
Yes.
As I get more information. Why is that hard to say?
I don't know. But that seemed to be, at least for me, when I first started seeing her. I mean, her rallies were fine. Her, the message about, I know Donald Trump, I know his type, that kind of thing, I think was successful in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But then
it was a good start.
But you really needed to flesh it out more. And also, I mean, I think she did address the economy, but for whatever reasons, it wasn't connecting with people. And so she should have probably changed it up somewhere instead of just repeating the same thing over. I've got, childcare, tax cut. I've got housing, benefits, and price gouging. I'm going to work on that. I mean, it's all fine, but I think she needed to step into that a little harder. And,
I couldn't agree more. I mean, one thing that struck me throughout, and of course, you and I have known each other for a long time, so this is maybe just Ted Rall being Ted Rall. I always think that we have radical.
By the way, I'm coming to you from the Ted Rall guest room up on the third floor.
Awesome. Yeah. So I recognize it. I mean, so I always feel like we have radical problems, and radical problems call for radical solutions. But I think in this cycle, the voters agreed with me. The voters were, basically, she was running against a man who, for better or for worse, was offering sweeping, dramatic language and changes. I'm going to deport all the migrants, right?
Yeah.
That's going to reduce, only Trump can fix it. Like, big promises. And then going up against that, with like incrementalists, like, well, I'll offer some people, not everybody, but some people, first time buyers, not your second time. If your second home, you don't get this.
Right.
And if you're like Armenian American, trans male to female, but not female to male, like, then you get like an $18,217. It was like, that was just, it was so granular. And I mean, I think people were like, kind of like, we're howling in misery out here in like Wisconsin and, and in Michigan, and in Michigan, our brethren in Palestine are being obliterated. And all you have to say is like, Israel has a right to defend itself. It was just like a lot of
that was the other one that just infuriated me was her answer on that. It just, Biden's answer too, when he was, before she even got in the race, when he would just say, we support Israel without question, and then I'm like, but we have leverage. We can save people if we use our leverage.
Or at least we could try. We could try.
Yeah, or try. I mean, at this point, I think it's too late. I don't think, like they've pretty much done so much damage that, I don't think if we pulled our missiles back at this point that, they probably have enough already. They could finish
I'm sure.
job.
I'm sure that's right. So what happens next? I mean, so Democrats obviously yes, they need to lick their wounds and they need to figure out, and they need to, but in the meantime, they have to be a minority party in the House, probably in the House, certainly in the Senate. That they've got to figure out, can they work with the new administration at all? Should they? Or should they be, sort of pull a Mitch McConnell and just say from the left and say, we're going to block this president every step we can. We're going to be resistance 2.0 in a way that we were never really 100% resistance 1.0. Are they going to be in the streets? Are they going to just be hapless and hopeless? Are they going to try to pivot left, pivot right, stay the course? What do you think is going to happen?
But Ted and Rob, let me just throw this in there, is when we saw the Trump administration 1.0, everybody that lived through that economy saw all the filibustering that was happening in Washington, D.C. Bills were not passed. I think that was the lowest bill count ever in modern American history. And I think Americans can kind of see through that now, especially because the growth of, or the death, I should say, of mainstream media, then juxtaposed against the growth of alternative media. People are realizing, hey, wait, we elected these dummies to Capitol Hill, and all they're doing is filibustering and just trying to drag their feet and not doing anything for the people. I mean, isn't that something to consider now?
I mean, it is, but I don't think that people care about that. I mean, look at what happened with the immigration bill. I mean, I agree that it was too late. I mean, it was sort of like a Hail Mary, but the fact that they shot that bill down, even though it was a Republican bill, nobody cared. That didn't register with voters. I mean, they saw the commercials. They saw immigrants flowing over the border, to kill us. And that was all they needed. I mean, I think the filibustering stuff is for people that watch, cable news all day long, and I don't think that's going to matter. I think that the Republicans did it, and they still, they did it all through Biden's administration. And look where they are. I mean, they're in the White House again with Trump.
Well, I mean, so in terms of ideology, I mean, I feel like the Democrat, first of all, we are in the middle of, on foreign policy, we're in the middle of a dramatic political realignment on par with 1928 to 1932, where the more hawkish party has become the Democratic Party. The party, I mean, people who are old enough to remember Vietnam know that it's not like Democrats don't know how to do war, but it's like, it's definitely, it seems like the more skeptical, less militaristic party is the Republican Party now. It's Pat Buchanan's party, really. And I guess the question is, isn't there like an ideological inconsistency inside the Democratic Party to be kind of willing to deploy military force and engage in proxy wars and basically embrace violence at the same time that domestically you're the party of identity politics, and identity politics is fundamentally about like we need to respect and help out historically disadvantaged minorities like women and people of color and trans people and gay people. And I mean, that's about an opposition to people who've been the victims of violence. That's an opposition to that violence, right? So you're violent, you exude violence overseas, you're trying to push for kumbaya peace here at home. And that just seems like it's the two things just sort of, they don't connect. It's not to use a Kamala Harris word, it's not holistic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the answer there because I think I agree with you. I mean, like when you're talking about the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, I was against both of those. I think we should have never gone in. I think we should have come home sooner. But when you're talking about, you know, what to do about Ukraine or what to do about Gaza, I mean, I think that there's a difference there in just in terms of like what it would mean for Europe, especially with Ukraine and Russia. I mean, what it would mean for Europe if we just sort of said, and I think this is what's going to happen because Trump is in office. So he's probably just going to say, all right, you know, we're pulling our money, you know, you're going to have to make a compromise and give up part of your country to Russia. And I think that would send the horrible message to, you know, to those who lived through World War II. I mean, I think it's not acceptable. But yes, it is a dichotomy to say, you know, the Democrats are now the war, you know, the hawkish party. I mean, but in a sense, it's more about, I think it's more about that America First stuff that you know comes across and at all costs, even if it
resonates though. It resonates to me. I mean, I don't know about you, Rob, at all. We've never talked about this, but for me, if there's a single American who's wanting for $1, he's short $1.
Yeah,
I don't want any money going overseas. I just don't.
I don't feel the same way. I think that it's more complicated than that. I think that we have a system that is broken in some ways and favors the rich and the poor suffer, and we need to fix that system. But it doesn't mean we need to turn our backs on everyone in the world who is being oppressed. It doesn't mean we need to fix everything either. I mean, we have to be smart about it. But
yeah, we're not involved in Sudan. Let's say they're in the brutal.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that's kind of like, okay, it's not the, maybe racism has something to do with that, but you know,
maybe a little.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you on the idea that there's a lot that could be changed here that needs to be addressed, but it's sort of like, you know, how long will that take because of our divided government, you know, and does that mean in the meantime that we can't help, you know, other fledgling democracies, you know, around the world?
Do you think there's going to be any kind of places that Republicans and Democrats can work together on? I mean, in the recent past, infrastructure has long been considered one of those places. Republicans have long expressed an interest in reforming the criminal justice system to scale down the prison industrial complex, which is expensive and ruinous to communities and families. Are there could Democrats and Republicans maybe figure out something on healthcare? Because Republicans are weak on healthcare in a huge way. They were never able to repeal and replace. Right.
Can we point out that Medicare for All seems to have disappeared, just evaporated from the American lexicon the last 5 years, just evaporated.
Yeah.
So, I mean, are there things that, like, you know, that Democrats, I mean, and is it to the disadvantage of Democrats to be seen as helping Trump succeed in any respect? Or would it be better for them to trip him, put a stick in his spokes and watch him fail?
I mean, I don't know that we have the the numbers to do that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're going to win. I think I mean, Bob Casey was just, that race was called and he lost. So in Pennsylvania. So
that's 53 now.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I
that's
don't.
54.
I think it's 53, but yeah, but he is, I do think that, I don't think we necessarily have the numbers to do it. And of course, as a human being, my feeling is, screw them. Let's do the same thing they did to the Democrats. But that's obviously not productive and doesn't help us in the long run. I don't know what the answer is, because I don't know that there's anything that we can, unless Trump suddenly wakes up, tomorrow morning and says, you know what, I know it's all about retribution, but in the meantime, I want to have a legacy. So maybe I will pass that bipartisan immigration bill, or I might, do something, with healthcare. But did you hear? I mean, when JD Vance said, that Trump helped save Obamacare. I mean, maybe that's what he'll do. Maybe he'll say, I want credit for saving Obamacare, so I'm gonna make it better. I mean, but I doubt it. I just don't see that happening. But yeah, I mean, whenever there's a way to compromise on something, I mean, I think it moves the country forward. I do. And so if there are reasonable things that the Democrats can compromise on with the Republicans, then sure. But I have a feeling we're going to see a slew of bills that are, anti-trans, anti-immigrant, anything progressive. So I think it's not going to be good.
Rob, what do you think? And we'll let you go after this. I mean, are you really? You said you've expressed in the past like concerns that, Trump is an authoritarian, maybe a fascist. Democracy was really I don't think from reading your work, which I do, like I always read your work, that it's an exaggeration to say that you really believed that democracy was in danger under a second Trump restoration. Do you still believe that? And if so, how exactly would it go down? I mean, I think about I'm a student of the rise of Hitlerism. He came to power electorally, and he was legitimately appointed by the president, Hindenburg, and he became prime minister, formed a government. But right away, within 6 to 12 months, he started moving to acquire absolute power over all the machinery of government. By 1934, it was pretty much done. How would it look here? Because we have so many checks and balances. You have divided government. You have a deep state infrastructure. You have the courts. And then, of course, the media and all. There's lots. The media is an enemy. So, I mean, like, what?
I don't think
how would that go?
I don't think it would be overnight. I think it would be a slow degradation. But I think that if you have even one of those branches of government that doesn't check the other, like the courts, for instance, you mentioned the courts. I mean, he's put so many judges on courts now, including the Supreme Court, as we've seen, that what really are the checks and balances? And he's also been given a free pass to do any crimes he wants to do now from the Supreme Court.
All the stuff just went poof.
Yeah, yeah. All of his other trials are gone, and he can start to do new things. I mean, he can. I mean, he joked about putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. What's to say?
I got to push back on that one. That's not at all what he said.
What he said
was, say, let's put her. Yeah,
what he said was, you like war so much, let's put you in a war and see how you like it, basically.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. But the gist of it was, let's point 9 guns at your face and see how you like it. I mean, that to me is a firing squad. But
no, but I mean, he wasn't saying he wasn't issuing a death threat to Liz Cheney. That's my whole point. That's how Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski characterized it, but that if you listen to his what he actually said was he used it as an example to say, if you point guns at anybody's face, let's see how they feel about it. So you can replace Liz Cheney's name.
It was part
with
of a rant.
anybody, really.
It was also a rant where he talked about people in climate-controlled offices in Washington sending
basically in your ivory tower
out to be killed,
okay.
and how easy it was.
Ivory
Yes,
tower
I only heard the isolated clip, and so I don't know what the full thing was. But I did hear him also say that you can shoot through the press, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. So
that's not cool.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically saying it's okay.
Well, he says lots of things that are not
shoot
cool.
the press. So yeah, I mean, I think there's so many things that he said, and then some of them it's just a matter of whether he will act on any of these and how soon.
And Rob, we have a viewer question for you.
Sure.
They're asking how Democrats define democracy. What is democracy to a Democrat?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for all Democrats, but
yes, today that's your position.
You have to now.
Well, I guess I could make it a personal thing for me. As a quasi journalist and cartoonist, we all depend on free speech and the ability to criticize those in power. So democracy is, to me, that's a benchmark of it, that you can do that and not feel like you're going to be punished or go to jail. And I also think that just when all three branches are checking each other, and there's some sort of legal and ethical accountability, and I think that it just means that we maintain our freedoms as Americans, and I don't know how else to put it, but that's what I think is definitely in jeopardy. At
least one Democrat's definition there.
Right. And also it's if you look at an autocracy, for instance, I mean, that's what Trump keeps talking about. He wants to be able to punish people that disagree with him. He wants to be able to have all of his generals do exactly what he wants at all times. That's not a democracy.
Wait, I want to push back on that. Isn't it, though? I mean, civilian control of the military is a fundamental basis of the American system. It always has been. I mean, the military.
Yes, but the military has the right to not go along with things that are unlawful, and what Trump wants is to continue to do things that are unlawful. But
yeah. So
I didn't come prepared with my definition of democracy. So
let me ask you
just a viewer question.
Let me ask you a cartooning related question.
Sure.
And then I'll let you go. I know I promised to let you go earlier. Very quickly though. So obviously you were a huge anti-Trump voice in political cartooning, and so much so that you came to national prominence even more in 2018 when the paper got a new publisher, and the publisher was
not a new publisher. The publisher is the same guy I've worked with for 25 years, and he loved my cartoons. But we did notice that he was a Trump fan, and my editor actually quit over it because he didn't want to endorse Trump. And but he kept trying to get me to do Trump friendly cartoons, and I wouldn't do it. It wasn't like he said, if you don't do it, you're fired. He never said that. He just let me do whatever I wanted, and then he would grouse about it to the editor. But then he finally hired a new editorial page editor who was sort of the hitman. He was the one who was supposed to come in and put me in line. And that's when things got dicey. That was in March of 2018. I lasted 3 more months. I had, usually in a year, I would have 1 cartoon killed. I had 18 cartoons killed in that 3-month period. And the last 6 were all in a row. And then eventually I was fired. But no, it's the same publisher. He's still there. I mean, it's the same guy that hired me. I mean, it's bizarre. It just shows you the power of, he's another sort of misunderstood rich white guy, from Ohio and from Toledo. and he felt like, that Trump was speaking for him somehow. He said things over the years that in the editorial meetings we would all kind of go, what? Like he would say some racist thing, and we would all think, he's just being crazy. But it turns out he actually, feels that way. So
that's a shame. Well,
yeah.
I'd also, I know we promised to let you go, but I just got to point out that over the Trump years and now up to date, I feel like President Trump was the turning point for people's families and relationships. And if you're on one side or the other, that you actually lost friendships, or in your case, job/friendship.
Yeah.
Over that lasted decades prior, that through all the turmoil of, the Iraq War, Afghanistan. Yeah. And suddenly we had Trump, then we had COVID, and it seemed to break people's relationships apart, and the fabric of your friends and family just ripped apart because, and I'm going to put this on both sides, like either the Trumpers, the MAGA people absolutely just loathe the other people on the left, and then the people on the left just found the Trump people disgusting and whatever. And the humanity has just been erased from our social fabric.
To the point people are not going home for Thanksgiving anymore, right?
Yeah, right. Well, one good example is I belong to and Ted does too, the Association of American Editorial Cartoonists. And every year we would gather and we used to be able to just hang out with
10 of you guys.
Yeah, we used to hang out with conservatives and liberals, and we were all in the same room. We all appreciated what the other people were doing. We didn't disagree. I mean, we did disagree with them, but on the issues, but it was never a contentious thing. And now it is. I mean, it's like, they don't come anymore to these conventions, or nobody wants to talk to each other, because it's just too, like you said, I've lost several cartoonist friends over Trump. I mean, I just can't.
It's too fraught.
Yeah, it's too fraught.
So obviously, you're freedom means nothing left is another word for nothing left to lose. You don't have your Post-Gazette job anymore, so you lose. How do you plan to?
You've been unburdened.
Yes, that's right. Well, people have said that. They've said, like, hey, your stuff seems more on edge now, but so that's good. That's good.
That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Right.
Rob, do you plan to do it? Just keep on keeping on, or do you think you might have a different approach? Like you have to come after Trump harder, or is it more about his supporters, or is it about maybe, I don't know.
I mean, I'm still reeling a bit from the whole election, and I'm doing my post-election cartoons, and so I'm thinking more about that. I haven't really thought about, what's next, but I mean. I mean, people are in despair about this. My wife Sylvia, her, she's ready to leave the country. I mean, she is literally saying she can't. This is too much. She can't handle it. So that might be my next move, is to go to France and draw from there.
You'll be eating better anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, Rob. Thank you so much for joining us.
Nice to meet you, Rob.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Please come back again soon. Rob Rogers is the former editorial cartoonist for the Pittsburgh Press and the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He's twice been a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize. You may have heard of that. He was fired from the Post-Gazette in 2018 for cartoons that were critical of Trump. In 2021, he won the Herb Block Prize issued by the Herb Block Foundation. Herb Block being, of course, the famous, brilliant cartoonist for the Washington Post.
And he would be turning over in his grave right now. What's going on at the Post?
No, that's true. Yeah, no, I mean, it's crazy. He worked in the same office from 1929 until he died in 1990 or 1991. I mean, and so apparently, I never got to visit him there, but apparently,
no, I think he.
Is that not
true? Didn't he die in like 99 or 2000?
Maybe that's right.
Wow.
I can't remember, but yeah.
But that office apparently had like, sediment of old crap.
Well, when I went to visit him there, yeah, I mean, he had like, you could see like old sandwiches sitting amongst the files, and he had stacks of like newspapers and files. He would
scary.
Yeah, it was frightening, but
super fun sight.
But it was fun to see him. But All right.
All
Well,
right,
thanks,
Rob.
Ted.
Have
Keep
a
up
good.
the good work, and
Take care.
thanks for having me
Thank
on
you.
your
Let's
podcast.
tell
I'm honored.
everybody who wants to follow Rob's work, go to robrogers.com. Are you on the socials also?
I am. You can follow me on Twitter or Facebook, either one, and Instagram too.
Cool.
And Instagram is good because you know, I have several freelance clients now that I post the links for most of the stuff, but you can't do links on Instagram, so you actually see the cartoon there.
Love it.
Very
so there
cool.
you go. Yeah.
All right.
Thank
All right.
you,
Take care.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
See you.
Hey, there he is.
Oh,
All right.
there he is.
My Kamala-like filibuster is over. Welcome, Tyler.
Sorry about that, folks. I'm back in Delaware, so I'm sort of a little tenuous with the technology. But it is great to be with you on this auspicious first day of the new show with you guys. And I just want to say that I'm so happy to see free speech and free thought rise above the tyrannical hand of our federal leviathan, and that you've been able to pop out of that terrible situation, frankly, which is appalling, and to start anew.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thanks, Tyler. Did we lose you?
No, I'm
The
here.
audio drop. Oh, there you are. There you are. Yeah, the Voice of America gave us a great little write up this morning. They before we even went on air, they didn't really attack, but they decided to, I guess, I don't know, blow the whistle on Ted and I launching a new show, which is hilarious because I don't know, they're trying to imply, I guess, maybe that we're funded somewhere, but we're not funded, which is
God.
why we desperately need people to, to subscribe. This is on our own dime. It's our own project. I don't know if they're trying to link us to like some nefarious Russian funding, but that's just not the case. Like this is literally mine and Ted's own brainchild, and we're just going for it. And we have a lot of friends in media, like you included, that have a lot of great things to say. And Joe Biden's going to have to come pry the microphone out of my cold dead hands himself. Although I feel
Amen.
like I might beat him. I feel like at this I
Well,
don't think he can like pry my hands open.
the sort of technology cuts both ways. I mean, certainly they can use it, and they have been using it for all sorts of nefarious surveillance and data collection, data mining, and what have you, and censorship too. However, in the hands of good people, it enables you and Ted to get together, and in the wake of the destruction of Sputnik Radio and RT, to just immediately get back on the air and begin with very little interruption, informing people and getting the truth out there. So I just don't think, I think in the hands of good people, this technology can be just as powerful, if not more so, to overcome the nefarious intentions of people under this administration, certainly, and that exists throughout the world.
Thank you, Tyler. So the main reason we brought you on is more to talk about like politics and obviously this horse race, because we are, what are we, like 2.5 weeks out from the election?
Hard to
Math is
believe.
not my strong suit,
Electoral,
right?
electoral political bullshit, as a poster I saw in Harlem a couple of days called it.
And we can say that now that we're
Yes.
unshackled by the FCC.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. Feel free to chime in on that.
Oh, well, I gosh, it's been such a long road, and I think we've all dreaded, some people dreaded the outcome either way, but I think more people dread a Harris presidency than dread a return to the Trump presidency at this point. And I think we're going to start to see a massive break in the direction of Trump. That is going to be, as his campaign slogan, recent campaign slogan says, "Too big to rig." I think you're going to see that, and I think what you're seeing is the bleeding away of the sort of the more centrist, if there is such a thing, Democrat the Democrats in this, the center of the Democrat Party anyway. And all you're left with basically are the sort of hardcore partisans who either absolutely detest and cannot stand Donald Trump, or are just absolutely in the tank for the fascist Borg that party and its extended tentacles have become.
So, Tyler, we've been hearing, particularly from Fox News, the last, I don't know, 70 days or whatever it is that she's been at the top of the ticket and campaigning as the unelected Democratic nominee, that she wasn't giving enough any interviews really until as of late. Like the first one, she went on with Dana Bash from CNN, but she brought her emotional support animal, Tim Walz, with her. Which was weird because like you're supposed to be this strong, independent woman, but yet you bring this dude with you. Like you're vying to become the first female president of the United States, and you bring some dude with you, right? And Tim Walz just sat there. And then so now she has that horrific interview with CBS like a week or so ago, and it was edited massively because she talks in circles and word salad. And even with
in
their
fairness, all 60 Minutes interviews are edited. You can tell from the jump cuts.
Yes.
Just saying.
Yes,
It's not,
very
this was
jumpy.
not particularly to her.
No, but my point is, as much as they did
they're
edit
edited.
the interview,
I was going to
it
say
was
they're
still
not
bad.
edited. They're not edited to alter the actual responses.
Yeah, this one was.
Yeah, and that's the anomaly. I mean, of course, everything on television like that is edited, but they change the actual substance of the interview to
I
make
feel
her
like they
look
shouldn't.
less
I think for a
foolish.
political interview, it should be done in a straight cut or not at all.
Absolutely, no question. I mean, who are they to edit what she said or how she responded to a question in order to make her look better or not look so bad? That's
but
a real problem.
Even with the editing, she still came off like an idiot, Tyler. Like
Yeah.
let's
Oh,
be
I
honest.
know.
Like even with clever editing.
Well,
And this is why
I'm really
I
glad
think
you brought that up. I mean, Tyler, I want to hear your thoughts about this, but I have a feeling I probably can guess, but I still want to hear them. So, like I believe in the scientific method, right? If there's no reason to believe, if there's no evidence to support the idea that something exists, like say the Easter Bunny, it's not reasonable to assume that it exists. Is it true that it could exist? Sure, but we shouldn't spend much time thinking about it. I feel that way about Kamala Harris's intelligence. We don't really have any evidence that she's smart. We don't have any track record of like, there's no one who ever worked with her as AG who's like, oh my God, we were really stumped. We were trying to crack down on this rogue corporation or this serial killer. And then suddenly Kamala came up with this great idea and we were like, bam, and then we nailed the fucker. Like that never happened. We have no secondhand information about that at all. We have no one in the White House who's ever come out and said, in a cabinet meeting, we didn't know what to do about Malta. And then suddenly Kamala, she knew, she had it done. We don't even, we have more reason to think that Biden is smart, which I don't believe, but we have more reason to think that because people lied and said, oh, behind the scenes, he's amazing. We don't even have that about her. We don't have anyone who says behind the scenes, she's amazing. No one's even willing to lie on her behalf, right?
Oh,
and so,
man.
and there's no, so I'm wondering, I think she's a bird brain. I really do.
Well, first of all, what do you mean the Easter Bunny doesn't exist? Secondly,
or they
oh
might.
no, well, at least I can look forward. I can look forward to Santa Claus coming at least.
Yes.
That being said, listen, Biden is nothing. He's not smart. He's not intelligent, but he's clever, and he's always been very wily as a politician.
Cunning.
In order to keep himself where he is. In fact, the name that to my mythical Biden family sort of expose would have been political animals, in that they have these instincts, and I think you could almost put Harris in that category, although probably more one who had less or fewer, I should say, challenges like say Biden did as just a one in the Washington D.C. I mean, Harris, you're absolutely right. I can't even say she failed her way up, because there's not even enough of a record there to say she failed, except other than obviously her work in California as the AG, I think was pretty bad. But she was nothing in terms of being a senator. She was sort of a dud. She stepped up
Yeah.
in a few instances where they needed her, such as in the Kavanaugh hearings. And you know, to be honest, I honestly thought much better of her from her sort of, and this is, I think, what Biden succeeded from, which is that when he did pop up, he was able to brief himself up and to sort of fake the funk. He was able
Ah.
to go on Sunday morning shows and sound like erudite and studied, and he knew all about the Senate judicial confirmation process and about the Constitution.
Right.
He was a constitutional professor, or that he knew all about Iraq and he knew all about foreign policy and the ABM treaty, and SALT talks, and all this kind of stuff. And but when you really actually sat and talked to him and bored into it, like, the man was just he was briefed up well, but he didn't read thoroughly. He didn't study these issues, and it was just on the fly in order to prop himself up or to insinuate himself into a policy debate or situation. And I think Harris did that while she was senator. Otherwise, she stayed, sort of just beneath the radar. And then when she did try to go out into the big time and would have to be extemporaneous, she blew it big time, other than, of course, bashing Joe Biden. But I mean, she was spit out of the bottom of the Democrat primary process. So you can tell that, the people, obviously, she interacted with, she was out there campaigning, did not like her and did not believe she was competent. And Joe Biden, though, I think, bought himself his assassination insurance, so to speak, or his, his 25th Amendment insurance with Kamala Harris.
That's true.
Being pushed down the spiral staircase in the West Wing.
Oh,
great way to put it. And so I think that this is Biden's revenge, because they couldn't move. I think they realized that he was tanking, but they didn't have enough time to engineer a coup where it was, say, Michelle Obama or whoever have you. So they were stuck with her, figuring, well, she'll play ball, and she can fake the funk enough to be. She's been vice president for 3.5 years at this point, but they calculated wrong.
The joy is gone, Tyler. The joy, is gone. Like,
all 3 seconds of it.
What kind of slogan is that for a campaign? Like, the joy of voting, the joy of what joy are we
glad you brought
talking
that.
It's
about?
one for vapid morons.
I wanted to, so it's interesting, right? Like, all the campaigns are trying to, every campaign, including Trump's, they have some holes, right, in their demographics, their weaknesses. It's inevitable, and they're trying to fill them up, right? So, Trump has a woman problem, Harris has a man problem, and Harris has been trying to deal with her man problem by bringing in, by running these really corny ads,
horrible ads,
with all the really super hyper butch guys. And I just want to point out,
they were not, Ted, they were not butch.
Well, they're actors pretending to be butch.
Well,
and
the guy sitting on the tailgate, I got to show that another day.
We'll have to do that.
I sit more spread eagle than that guy.
But also, I want to say parenthetically,
on a tailgate.
It's a very homoerotic ad with a lot of homoerotic, I give her my full-throated support. No one really says full-throated.
Oh,
just saying. That's when I think of full-throated, I go straight to 1973 when I saw Deep Throat sneaking into the porn theater.
Or throat goat. That's a word, right?
So I'm so it's very homoerotic. But I mean, the thing that was interesting, and I was trying to figure out exactly why it's a fail. I figured it out. It's making fun of the people, men, that you're trying to get to vote for you. And
no, that's not. No, that's
it really is. It really
is. Making fun?
It didn't make fun of them very well. Yeah, of course it makes fun of men. Oh, I'm man enough to not ask for directions.
Well, I mean,
those kind of jokes, right? It's not very. It's, by the way, I looked it up. It's one of the writers for this was a old Jimmy Kimmel writer. So it's that kind of dumb sort of SNL light kind of humor. But don't make fun of the people you're trying to vote for. If you're trying to get people to vote for you, just play it straight and just be honest.
I have it. I'm just going to show a quick second of that, if you guys don't mind. I know Tyler. No. I don't know if you can see.
Let it go. Rock it.
Let it go.
No,
you can see it. Okay.
Yeah, let's have it.
Okay, I'm gonna put this up for you guys.
Release the hounds.
Let's play.
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a man, man.
I'm man enough. I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat.
Man enough to cook my steak rare.
Man enough to deadlift 500, then
fun of
braid the
guys.
out of my daughter's hair.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast.
I ain't afraid of bears.
Not the
That's
only
what
thing
bear
he ate.
hugs are for.
I'll tell you another thing I sure as shit am not afraid of. Women.
I'm not afraid of women.
I'm not afraid of women.
They want to control their bodies?
Then you're
I
not
say
smart.
go for it.
They want to use IVF to start a family? I'm not afraid of families.
They want to be childless cat ladies? Have all the cats you want.
Woman wants to be president?
Well, I hope she has the guts to look me right in the eye and accept my full-throated endorsement.
Because I'm man enough to support women.
Man enough to know what kind of donuts I like.
Man enough to admit I'm lost, even when I refuse to ask for directions.
Man enough to not ban young women from reading Little Women.
Or one of those pants books that the sisters like.
I'm man enough to raw dog a flight. It
Raw
sucks.
dog.
What?
Not worth
gay.
it.
That's
I'm
not
man
gay.
enough to be emotional in front of my wife.
In front of my kids.
In front of my horse.
I'm man enough to tell you that I cry at Love Actually.
Goodwill Hunting.
West Side Story. That and Predator.
And I'm sick of so-called men domineering, belittling, and controlling women just so they can feel more powerful.
That's not how my mama raised me.
I love women.
I love women who support their
Belittling and
families.
domineering
Women who decide
are
not
not
to have
words
families.
that
Women
any
who take charge.
heterosexual male has ever said.
them win.
That's the guy I'm talking about on the tailgate of the truck. Like I swear, like I sit more masculine on the back of a truck than he does, and I certainly do not put my arm like in a prom pose without a date. Like that. Who sits like that? Who sits like that? This is just a horrible.
So
This
it's
is
very-
why the
you
joy
see-
is gone.
But it's
He's
so
still going to
anti-
vote Trump.
It's so anti-male. It's so. I mean, it's like. I mean, whoever says I'm tired of men belittling and domineering? Like no man wrote that. Okay,
I mean,
that's not
yeah,
possible.
that's straight out of Now.
It's like. By the way, she's
The guy
on the
who
phone
says
with
that.
Hillary. You just know she is. She's getting a lot
Oh,
of Hillary
sure.
advice.
Well, how about the
Oh,
one
for
guy
sure.
who says, I'm going to eat a carburetor? I'm like, are you Yul Gibbons? I mean,
I said this is not the only thing he ate for breakfast. So-
yeah,
Full-throated.
block in there.
Oh God. This is not a reboot of the final countdown. This
It
is
could
like
not be.
totally. This is like Ted and Manila Unchained. Like
Unfiltered.
this is very different. So Voice
Fuck,
of America.
yeah, I can say that.
Thank you,
It's a
Tyler. Yes, you
beautiful
can.
thing. Yes, you can.
Yes, you
and
can.
and it's encouraged.
Yes, we can.
But I mean, so like,
Sí se puede.
honestly, Harris has a male problem, and if she loses, it's gonna be in part because of that, right? I mean, to me, if I were trying to fill, I would say something along the lines of, I have brothers. I have a stepson. I have the men in my life are super important to me. I adore them. And, women don't get anywhere without men. Men don't get anywhere without women. We're all Americans together. A lot of men and boys are being left behind. The feminization of the educational system. 58% of college students are female. When that was the other way around, that was a problem. And it's still a problem now that it's this way around. And I'm going to be, I'm not going to be a woman president or a president for women. I'm a woman president for all Americans. Why can't you say that?
Well, my namesake and distant relative, President Nixon, once said that, you can be hated, you can be loved, but for God's sake, don't be boring. And I would alter that to say you can be hated, you can be loved, but for God's sake, don't be cringe. And I think that will be the hallmark of the Harris campaign when all is said and done. And you cannot do cringy stuff repeatedly. I mean, it's one thing, everybody has a cringe moment, but when you're in that spotlight, but for God's sake, I would say Trump. I don't think I've ever cringed. Well, cringy in the sense of like, this is so banal and sort of hokey. And her campaign has just been one cringe moment after another. I mean, how much can you cringe before it's like it becomes a recoil? And I think that's the problem. And you're absolutely right, Ted. I totally agree with you on if you're going to express a sensitive issue in the sense that, it's men. Yeah, it's exactly. The target audience cannot be made to feel like, who are these morons that they're trying to portray as the average guy? And it also, frankly, speaks down to the the audience, the target audience, which is not
they're
also
talking
not,
down.
not
They're talking down to us dudes. I mean, by the way, I found it offensive when former President Barack Obama was giving a speech along the same talking point the other day to a group of black men, where he's like, "Oh, maybe you guys
did a lot of black men."
Yeah.
Yes.
So, like, what's wrong with you that you won't vote for a black woman? Okay. So first of all, don't insult the voters. Rule 101 of running an election, right? Like, no, even if the voters are all assholes and stupid, that doesn't matter. You don't treat them that way. They're the customer. The customer is always right. It's not our job to be interested in them, or it's not our job to vote for a woman or a black president. It's their job to make us want to. Tyler?
Absolutely. No, I agree. Look, I mean, if you're gonna come, it's the most tin-eared, myopic campaign I think I've ever heard in my life is the Harris campaign. Like, who's running this freak show?
Well, it reminds me of 2016 Hillary Clinton a lot. It really does. It has a lot of the same vibe. Like, it has. Remember her whole like "I'm with her" thing, and my critique was, we're not supposed to be with her. She's supposed to be watching our backs. That's how this works. Donald Trump is better at this. He's far from perfect as a campaigner, but he'll say things like, "I'm your retribution." I'm doing it for you. That's much more powerful and effective rhetoric.
It's also divisive. It implies a divide.
Look, no, Ted, you're a boy dad. I'm a boy mom. Actually, your cat too, a boy. So
That's
you're
true.
a double boy dad. I'm a human boy dad, a boy mom. Am I? Yeah, this is 2024. I can be whatever I want. Okay.
Sure.
So I'm a mom. I have a son, and I look at the statistics and the numbers of how America has begun failing our boys in the system in school, as you pointed out at the top, Ted. And this is not because I love Trump. I'm in favor of Trump. I mean, between the two of them, I think he's slightly better. But how she's catering her campaign specifically towards, white liberal women, first of all, and then secondarily white liberal men. But she really is leaving out, I think, people like me who are, even though it's very unsexy to be this way, that kind of moderate, I'm a little libertarian there, I'm a little liberal here, I'm a little conservative there, but I'm a suburban mom first and foremost, and my son is the most important person in my life. And if you're not outlining a plan to get someone like me to vote for you, to where I can say, you know what, this is going to lead us down a better path for my son to have, a better chance of applying to university and not be discriminated because he, of his race, because he's not a preferred minority, or not discriminate on my son because he is a boy, right? Like, he's a biological boy and, remains a boy. I want to know that the next president is plotting out a path for my son to have a better future. I'm halfway into the grave. I already know that. I'm middle age. It's the future. The future is my son. And I haven't heard her say anything to address, issues like the inequality at schools, or the suicide rate that is disproportionately, like wildly disproportionately high suicide rate with males versus females. Just none of that has ever been addressed.
Addiction is disproportionately
All that stuff,
male,
all the shitty things that can happen in life are disproportionately impacting males, biological males who identify as males. And she has not addressed any of those concerns. So, like, she just isn't earning my vote.
Yeah, well said.
I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, it's a serious. I mean, look, and the thing is, it's political malpractice. I mean, look, I thought it was really interesting when in her interview she said, I don't think, she was asked by Brett Baer on Fox News, do you think Trump voters are stupid? She said, I would never say that about American voters. So that's so interesting. Like, in other words, the implication is you would never say that in public, right? Presumably. You wouldn't make like that mistake, like the basket of deplorables, like your mentor, Hillary, would say. But the point is, that's not the proper answer. The proper answer is American voters are not stupid, whether they are Democrats, Republicans, or anything else. That's the proper answer.
Yeah, and that's the essential problem with the campaign is that at the core, it's very divisive. It's playing on these social identity group factors, and it's just look cumulatively, as I mentioned the word cringe. If Obama wanted a puppet, as he implied, it really reflects very poorly, not just on Harris, but on sort of the whole establishment or whoever it be that's backing her. It's because when they see this, when the American public see the full glaring stupidity, frankly, and gosh, just I don't even know, flat-footedness of Harris. The fact that they see it, look, people aren't stupid, as just said. They know that there are people behind her who see the same thing and cannot think, oh well, this is a sullen, this is an amazing woman who's just having, repeated moments of cringeworthy lapses in intellectual capacity. I mean, just the ability to even think on your feet or speak on your feet.
Well,
so it implies to the American people see it as like, how dare you try to foist this fool on us and think that we should have to accept it and believe your lies about her.
Not all women are going to vote like me. I'm not voting for her because we share the same anatomy. That's not enough. Sorry. But we do have clips of that horrible interview she did with Brett Baer last night. So let's talk about it.
Let me just say
go
real
ahead.
quick that I think that, look, it comes down to how strong is the anti-Trump vote or of people who are on the margins of the anti-Trump vote or sort of in that middle, who thought that Joe Biden was an acceptable alternative, say in 2020. That he's competent, he's been around, we know him, he's a known factor. Even with I don't think enough got out about his growing dementia at the time. It was obvious, but I think there had been enough momentum, enough rigging, enough other factors involved. But with this, it's going to come down purely to how many people hate Trump enough to throw the country down the tubes with Kamala Harris, because she's just so deficient.
Forget Bernie Nation, because Bernie Nation is voting Kamala Harris the same and supporting her the same as Dick Cheney.
They voted for Biden.
No,
only
that party
0.2% vote of the public voted for Howie Hawkins.
I'm going to be consistent. I'm consistent with my values, and I greatly opposed Dick Cheney and the whole Iraq War and all of that. He orchestrated all of that. Paul Wolfowitz, all of them. They are now over there supporting Kamala Harris. That is enough for me to say no.
Yeah, and the fact that nobody's smart enough to say stop helping to Dick Cheney and his people. Yeah. I mean, it's just, honestly, like that shows you how out of touch they are. It's like, what bubble?
They're
they actually, I think it's like Obama once said about himself, I actually believe my own bullshit.
Really? Well, let's hear some more from our illustrious vice president with Brett Baer last night.
Immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as vice president. I will not.
Immigration.
So you heard there, her first answer to Brett Baer was, that was so 5 years ago, Brett. Listen, Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forget your lying eyes there, Brett. It's so bad because she's look, people expect you to expound on your answers, not just simply give a terse 2-sentence response. And she's trying to make the case that she's to be president. So we expect more. And obviously, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing the whole interview yet, but that didn't bode well for the rest of it.
It's just such a stupid fucking answer, right? Like, I'll enforce the law as president.
Yeah, like no kidding.
President.
Like,
Presidents
I'll live in the White House as president.
Right.
You know.
Presidents
okay,
make
thanks.
the law. I mean, come on, be serious. And they interpret the law and they decide which ones to enforce and which ones not to enforce. I mean, presidents are the law in many respects. What do you mean? It's like, you don't just come in there. You're not a cop. You're not enforcing the law.
Well, she was a prosecutor, right? So she was DA, she was AG. So I think that's her natural inclination.
Yeah,
but I think
every single sentence it depends on what the meaning of is, right? It's like stuff that used to be like ridiculed when he said that. Like, it's iconically ridiculed, back in the 90s. Now that's just normal. That's just every day.
And also her body language, just in that interview alone, shows such tentative, almost tense. I mean, the fact that she's got to face an actual interviewer from the other side, from Fox News, who's, Brett's, he may be on Fox News, but he's certainly he is taken after Trump. I mean,
yeah, no, he's good. I think he's a very fair.
He's a good reporter. Like, I see him. I watch Fox all day long, and he's a gentleman too. And
he truly is. Yeah, he is.
This is not really Sean Hannity.
One of the best reporters out there, who still has objectivity and will ask the hard questions of both sides. And she just, from just that short clip, she couldn't handle it. It's just like it's really.
You can see it in her eyes too. Her eyes are very, very expressive. As a cartoonist, you always try to figure out a way to get into, a face, and her face is all about her eyes. And when she's happy, they're like laughing, dancing eyes.
And she almost sounded a little bit sedated at the beginning of.
Yeah, that's true. She does sound a little tired.
Tipsy perhaps.
Yeah, there's all those rumors. I don't know that she enjoys.
She talks about falling out of coconut trees and stuff. So
she washes down her Xanax with Smirnoff, or maybe Belvedere.
I think she's just not that smart. I really seriously think that's it. I mean, these are all. I look at all of these interviews. She looks at them as like a threat. You can see it in her face.
Yeah.
I would view every single hard question as an opportunity.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so does Donald Trump. If you saw him sparring if you watch the Economic Club of Chicago sit down he gave,
Detroit,
every time I think, well, how could he possibly impress me more? He does. And I'm not saying that as a partisan. I'm like, this man really knows what he's talking. He has a sort of just a force that you think if he's actually dealing with foreign leaders and adversaries, like this is the guy you want to be.
He's not afraid. That's for sure.
Yeah. And he sticks to that position in a way that's it's not
he is
that he's
afraid
inflexible.
To debate. He doesn't want another debate.
Oh, that's right. He's hiding out with 3 rallies a day.
It's a mistake, though. He should do another debate.
Right.
No, I think they should do a town hall.
Oh, I agree.
Well, here's the thing. He said, "I'll do another debate," and he offered it
together
with Fox News, and she refused. They said, "No way."
Right.
They want another rigged situation.
True. Right. That's fair.
And there is actual footage out there now of her talking into her earrings. I don't know if you've seen this. There was suggestions that those pearl earrings, which happen to exactly match.
This is a repetition of the sort of story about George W. Bush during one of his debates where he had
I know. Well, that was
square lump on his shoulder.
Well, but it wasn't like he had something that was visible that you could identify as being exactly the same style of a product that made specifically as Bluetooth earpieces with pearls and that. And then she's if you haven't seen the video, it's her talking into she's literally talking to someone at the other end of the whatever.
Huh. I have to go look that up now. I haven't seen that. But let's listen to one more. I got one more of Kamala before we move over to Charlemagne the God, because I guess now she's doing her interviews, but this God, she's just not good at them. Here we go. Look.
Exhausted of Brett.
More than
People are
70% of
exhausted.
people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
Oh, no.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade,
But you're
people
the
have
lever of
become,
power.
but listen, over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me, exhausted of Brett.
More than
people
70%.
are
Like that one was my favorite soundbite because
So weird.
he says, pretty much 8 out of 10 Americans say the country's going down the wrong track. You've been VP for 3.5 years. How do you respond to that? Well, Trump has been running for like 10 years for office. What?
There's
what
a good
kind of
answer to
answer
that
is that?
question. If I'm Kamala Harris, I say, listen, when we came in, we were the country was still reeling from a pandemic. It took us a good year or two to start to dig out of it. Many people are still terribly traumatized. We're dealing with the economic results of that pandemic. We have very high prices. So it's no surprise whatsoever that the American people are not feeling happy. We take, the bus. Harry Truman said the buck stops here. That buck was with Joe Biden. I was his vice president. I support him. But when I become president, I'm going to get to work on day one and work on these problems.
But
That's
Ted Rall for
the
president.
solution. That's the solution.
Well,
I
remember,
don't understand
Tyler,
why they can't know why she just
look,
can't
guys,
say that.
She was on The View. I think it was The View or one of the other shows, like shows geared towards ladies. And they asked her if she would change anything from the last, Biden's administration. And she was like, no. So what you're telling us is it's more of the same.
Although she did say yesterday that she was going to, she would be her presidency would not be a continuation of Biden's presidency. So I want to give her credit,
Of course. It's interesting because I think she didn't say that because she doesn't really believe there should be changes. It's because she couldn't think of anything. She's that flat-footed. I mean, she's that slow on the uptake. And it's just, and
again, there's a solution to that.
You notice when she gets
started this, you could say Biden started this, but he didn't finish it. And I'll get to things take time. I'll finish it. There's lots of ways to massage this.
And another thing she does is she sort of slows down and she's like, listen, blah, 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 blah. And she gets that sort of almost a haughty tone to her in response to him, where she's trying, you and I both know it, and it doesn't play well. It comes across as flip almost. And that's not what if you have nothing else, I mean, you can do that on occasion, I guess, but I mean, when it's a full answer, no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it just looks bad. And this is all, guys, it's all been in the last like 75 days since she became the unelected nominee. But then of course she goes on shows like what is it? The Breakfast Club, the one that's hosted by Charlemagne the God.
Yes,
and this somebody put together a quick little montage here of those sound bites from the other day. Yeah, it's and Charlemagne is just like this isn't even softball, right? This is like teaching my son to play baseball by going through T-ball. Like he's teeing everything up for her, and the answers are still very weak.
My pledge is as president, I will work on decriminalizing it because I know exactly how those laws have been used to disproportionately impact
she's done it.
and specifically
she sure does.
Black men. Public defenders who are around those days will tell you I was the most progressive prosecutor in California on marijuana cases and would not send people to jail for simple possession of weed. And as vice president, have been a champion for bringing marijuana down on the schedule. So instead of it being ranked up there with heroin, we bring it down. My pledge is as
instead of being ranked up there with heroin.
Bring it. Really?
Oh,
Vice President, bring it.
You
We're
could
all
see that she's
speechless.
very different. Like, just looking at her eyes, her face, her mannerisms, she's very different when she is on shows like The Breakfast Club or on shows like The View, where she knows it's not hostile territory. They're gonna lob little softballs at her and not push back on her because they already support her. It's friendly territory. And she knows that. But to a lot of Californians who lived, I mean, I was a grown ass adult in my 30s when she became AG, and I lived in downtown LA. I knew a lot of people who were impacted by effectively the continually modified three strikes law, which was, I think, Prop 36. That's again back on the ballot this year. When she was AG, she exploited what was left of the old Prop 36 to do exactly what she just said she didn't do. She did exactly that. And then she went after truant mothers who were
Yeah, exactly.
disproportionately women of color who are working like 2 or 3 jobs, who, kids cut class. Kids cut class, especially when you get to high school. But, she went after those women because when you're a prosecutor at the local district attorney's office, as you know, Tyler, you're a lawyer, that every win for the DA, every low-hanging fruit win is still a win. And you want that, like, for your weird scorecard. And that's what she did when she was DA, she was the prosecutor, she was the attorney general. That's exactly what she did for years. And then she got swooped up and became the senator from California. So, for her to go on the Breakfast Club with no pushback, none on her record, that is bullshit, because Californians like me, we know better.
She has the worst prosecutorial impulses. If you've, I mean, look, I have real problems with prosecutors for what reasons you just sort of laid out, which is that they view everything as, putting notches in their gun belt. Everything has to be a victory. It's not a matter of, well, justice has to be done ultimately. And in her case, I don't know if you saw the clip of her saying, it was years ago, he says, I could, with the wave of a pen, essentially ruin somebody's life or put them in serious jeopardy, at least for a period of time until the charges are dropped. And that is such a warped view of the law and of role of the prosecutor and of the relative, the power that you're operating with when you're a prosecutor, which carries just as much, in my opinion, a duty and an obligation to justice than it does the powers that you wield with the wave of a pen. I mean, it was really chilling, actually, that she has such a distorted view of the justice system as being sort of an arbitrary, these are just powers that the person, whoever holds the office, wield to their own liking and for their own ends and to someone else's destruction and of innocent people. And, the fact that she's obviously lying about her record it's all so worse than cringy. It's chilling, really. I mean, when she's not being cringe, she's chilling, in my opinion. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, 2.5 weeks, guys. I'm actually afraid. I'm actually afraid this year.
Well,
I
we'll
know
see
that's
what
a weird word to
happens.
say, but
Well, okay, very quickly, because we have to wrap. But why are you afraid?
because if she
Of her
wins,
being president. Oof.
yes, if she wins and she's literally as dumb as we think she is, like that, how are you going to go toe to toe with a Xi Jinping or a Vladimir Putin? Or, I mean, like, she's a war hawk, as is the rest of her party. That's terrifying, because that's going to lead us to World War III. But then I guess I won't have to worry about my son not getting into college because he's, not the right color or not the right gender. I won't have to worry about it because I live within, the blast zone of the White House. So,
Yeah, what she
so
says
there's
is
that.
that
Problem solved.
What she says that the most aggressive forces of things like war, censorship, totalitarian treatment of the population, racial division are all going to be in
the convention.
the catbird seat, right, in overdrive.
At the convention,
And
Tyler, in her
she'll do
speech,
nothing. Yeah, she has nothing in her in terms of a moral sense to stop any of it, much
the
less
moral
the strength.
compass is broken. The moral compass is broken there.
I think it's a
And
judgment issue.
Californians have known that.
It's a
Californians have
judgment
known that for
issue.
a long time.
Don't be provoking. Don't be provoking. I mean, you know what? The job number. They always say that job, the number one job of the president of the United States is to protect the American people. I would say the corollary to that is don't start wars, and any wars that exist, end them and bring them down for a soft landing if you can.
Well, I mean, George Washington said that, as well as JFK. He did it in a more 20th century
And there's only one
terminology.
candidate who's saying such things in this race, and it's not her.
Well, there's two. There's Jill Stein too.
Well,
yes. I mean,
Tyler Nixon, thank you for joining us on our very first time.
Thank you, Tyler. It's always
TMI,
fun.
Ted Manila Information Show.
A lot of information, right, Tyler?
Lots of
absolutely, and I'm honored to have been your first guest, and I hope you'll have me back again.
And we were honored to have you, and we
next
look forward
time
to speaking to you again soon.
Next time when you're on with us, I hope you're at your home. So, because you have a cool little studio set up at your home studio, I would love to have you on the screen with us, because I think a lot of listeners have heard your voice for a long time, but they don't actually know what you look like. So next time,
I bet he looks he looks like one of those guys in the Kamala ad.
Oh my God! That's awful.
The Yule Gibbons carburetor. All right,
Tyler. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you,
joining
Tyler.
us. Tyler Nixon is an Army infantry veteran, counselor at law, constitutionalist, advocate, writer, technologist, critical historian, extremist in the defense of liberty. And introduce our guest and what we're talking about.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so we're flipping the show a little backwards than we would ordinarily do it, compared to the one show that we had so far. So I think the viewers who have followed Ted and I in our careers, I think you're familiar with this particular person. I'm going to pop him up on screen, and then we'll introduce him properly here. Let me make sure I got all my boxes just right, because it's a new show and we have a lot of kinks to still work out. All right, right there, that's Professor Glenn Deason at the University of Oslo. He's a professor of political science and history there. His newest book is out now. It is called The Ukraine War and the Eurasian World Order. Professor, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, thanks for the invitation.
So we're going to talk to you about something a little different than we would ordinarily pick your brain about. In this case, let's start with your personal experience very recently and very publicly with YouTube censorship of your channel. What happened? What did they tell you? And we know you're back now, but what was that process?
No, it was it was quite interesting actually, because I'm actually writing a book on censorship and in the digital space. I've written previously.
What if they censor it?
Sorry?
What if they censor it?
Well, this was the interesting part, because I've written other books on related topics, and then with the rise of these digital platforms, and it ended up with them canceling my YouTube channel, which was quite surprising, because there was I had no warnings at all, but suddenly they just deleted the channel without any warnings, and the reason for such an abrupt reaction was what they called severe and repeated hate speech, which I thought was very strange, because usually the people I interview are people like Jeffrey Sachs or Jack Matlock, Chas Freeman. Yeah, I never heard anyone uttering any words of hate at all. So this was severe and repeated was a surprise. And eventually I received another email saying after some complaints and possibly some external influence, I got another email saying, "Oh no, there's no hate at all." So we restored it, with a few thousand followers missing, but otherwise, it's very strange, and you're never in contact with another human being. It's all automated emails, so it's very
I get the impression that that the default mode of companies like YouTube and many others is if they get a flag, it's automatically, or maybe more than one flag of a post, the content is automatically deleted and pending review or pending some kind of appeal, and then maybe somewhere a human being in like Singapore looks at it, and they try to figure out whether or not really it's valid, and then maybe you get restored. It's not a really good system. I mean, we kind of think of due process, and there's just nothing even approximating it. You're guilty and innocent.
Yeah, Well, that's the thing. You can't really complain. You get one appeal, which you can send into YouTube, and then you get another automated reply. No, we reviewed it again. Within the next 2 minutes, and it has been decided that it's permanently closed. So it's very frustrating, especially for people who rely on it for their work. So it is the new public square, and there's not much you can do to complain. There's no day in court. There's no, you can't explain yourself. It's very frustrating.
It's Kafkaesque. Kafka is on trial. He doesn't know why.
Yeah, no, but this is literally what happened. So I really could not understand. Well, I had one suspicion. That is, I had the last guest I had on, or one of the last two at least, was Alexander Dugin, and I know he's has some books and all banned in the United States. I think it's mainly for his views on the Ukraine war, but again, our conversation was mostly about the challenges of modernity. So his views on why the pre-modern should not be left behind. So we never mentioned the war or Ukraine or anything like this in the entire talk. So, but it could be merely that his name popped up and then they delete the whole channel. So doesn't make it any better, to be honest.
But I got to ask you, I mean, since you're over in Norway, how do Norwegians view what's happening in the U.S. in terms of the various censorship? I'm sure it's out there in the media. Are you guys experiencing the same thing within your own society, within your own civilization? Is it very different than what's happening here in the U.S. right now?
Well, in Europe, there's no separate or independent digital ecosystem. So whatever digital platforms used in the United States is the exact same ones we use here, only that the decision making here would be even further away. But there is discussion about this rise of these digital giants and the power they have. But otherwise, the Europeans appear to be very much supportive, at least the European governments, of the idea of content moderation, as they say, and deplatforming, having not just right of speech, but responsibility of speech, all of these kind of slogans. So a good example would be the EU's, what we call him, the censorship czar. I think his official title is something different. But anyways, he actually sent an email to a letter to Elon Musk before he was interviewing Donald Trump, because they suspected there might be hate speech and there might be disinformation. So they asked him not to even post the interview live. So a way of censoring before it happens. So it kind of shows the direction we're going. So a lot of the EU leaders, at least, they seem to be applauding the decision to censor.
Is that across all political parties, across the whole spectrum, that you're noticing in Europe, or is it one party more so than the other or others?
Well, it tends to be the incumbents, the people currently in power, but you have people on the left and the right usually who contest some of this, and as in all other areas, be it security, economy, or free speech, you see as the political center continues to ignore what the public wants, it creates a vacuum which is filled by people on the left and right. Not some of them are good, some of them are not great, but nonetheless, this is the general direction you're going, as people often feel that the political elites as well as the media begin to distance themselves a bit too far from the public.
Centrism and reasonable are usually equated in discourse in the mainstream corporate media in the West, right? And that's kind of like what you see here, right? Like, same thing in the United States, of course, obviously. It's centrist Democrats, corporate Democrats, and centrist corporate Republicans who are in favor of controlling speech. And then, it's so funny because then the left and the right, which are portrayed as extreme, are actually, when it comes to free speech, far more reasonable.
Yeah, we have this phenomenon now, which is the radical center, in which the people actually in power, no, but they tend to push. very extreme policy. If you look at the Germans, for example, it's they call the far left and the far right, which is everyone from Sarah Wagenknecht to AfD. They're the extreme on the left and right, but they're the ones pushing for peace. They're the one pushing for supporting national industry and supporting free speech, while the radical center effectively they do the exact opposite. They don't want to talk about peace. They're criminalizing diplomacy. They're not following their national interests, see their industries collapsing, and of course being very gung-ho on censorship. So
like Annalena Baerbock.
I just want to add, there's a lot of course, a lot of reasons. Yeah, since she kind of embodies the radical center ideal, but it's things are going the wrong direction. But it's you can't keep going like this forever, and this is why they see now the opposition rising in the polls, but they're not ready to give up on power yet. So when you look in France, for example, the party coming in third, which is Macron, they still demand the right to rule, while in Germany, the main opposition, AfD, they're considering whether or not they should ban it. So there's an effort to prevent new reality from asserting itself, but it's just going to make the backlash come so much harder when it eventually breaks through.
So what do you think is the motivation of these like militant moderates gone wild? Is this just naked self-interest? Or do they actually believe that there is a danger to their societies from what they call misinformation or disinformation? Is it just a put on to try to maintain control in their own prerogatives, or do they really think that a gullible public is being suckered by lies, and that they are the benevolent arbiters who will be able to prevent those lies from spreading?
I think it's both. I think some of it's genuine concern about the new digital technologies, the different platforms, that the gatekeepers are effectively gone who can filter between what is true and what is false. So some of this can be seen as being legitimate, but of course what they're asking for is complete empowerment of governments as well as who've been caught lying throughout the few years now. So if you really want I'm not saying that's not a problem with fake news and disinformation, but usually the way it works is you have bad ideas being countered by good ideas. Instead, we now see governments want to set up their own fact checkers, which are ideologues. Governments wants to decide what is real. Sometimes governments sign up in partnerships. For example, Facebook sets up partnership with a lot of the mainstream media, which effectively then giving the power to censor their opposition. They're now their rivals in the alternative media. So why should New York Times and Washington Post have the authority to effectively blacklist digital platforms by giving these blacklists to Google so they can trim their algorithms? So there's a lot of problems. And also if you see the governments now demanding the right to determine what is true, what is real, like a Ministry of Truth, it's very problematic. If you see over the past few years how much this has been abused for political reasons. I mean, even Mark Zuckerberg has admitted that the Biden administration pressured him Facebook, that is, to censor real news, the satire, humor, and also the Hunter Biden laptop story, which was election interference. There's no other word for it. They saw this being a bad back in 2020.
And he still does, I might add, right? I mean, Facebook still throttles political speech. Just about a week or two ago, Zuckerberg was quoted in the New York Times saying that he doesn't think users are interested in political speech. I'm like, well, I find that very difficult to believe, particularly during an election year.
He lives in a different world, Ted. He actually has a bunker, a multi-million-dollar bunker being built in Hawaii. So he lives in a different world, surrounded by different people. So I don't think he's a very
I hope it's like
normal person.
Dr. No, like with the awesome window with the sharks swimming by. I mean, the thing is though, he's like, and as a political cartoonist, my Facebook feed, I'll put a political cartoon up on Facebook that would have gone viral on X. But on Facebook, it'll get like 3 likes, right? Then I post something about my cat, I get like 1,000 likes. So you can tell. I mean, look, he's a great looking cat, but still.
Well, once they find out he's a Russian blue, it's over.
That's
if
true.
If you hashtag
Yeah,
Russian
I
blue.
don't let them know that. I call him a Ukrainian blue.
Oh, okay. That might
For safety.
help. Yes,
Yeah.
for safety purposes, so you're not, demoted on the.
And I don't want him to be droned.
But well, this leads us to the next topic is that, and I think this is tangentially all related with because of the Ukrainian war. And Glenn, earlier this year we started seeing American mainstream media such as the what do they call it? It's not the breakfast show, but it's
Charlemagne the
Mika
God is
Brzezinski.
the. Oh yeah.
Mika Brzezinski,
Morning Joe.
and
Morning Joe.
and Joe Scarborough. Even they were starting to pull back their rhetoric on Ukraine winning, and they started, I felt like, telling the truth about what was happening on the ground. But here we are 9 months later from the new year, or 10 months later at this point. And again, we're seeing a new surge of this American mainstream media going back to their old rhetoric of saying Ukraine's going to come through at the end. And now we're starting to see, coincidentally, a lot of censorship and this latest round of sanctions by the Biden-Harris administration, specifically towards mine and Ted's old employers, right? We had the effective closure of RT Productions here again, as well as Sputnik this time. This was announced September 13th, and the language was quite nebulous, and it just all encompassing. Anything can be considered, aiding and abetting the Russians.
And by the way, no assertion in the case of Sputnik of any violation of American law. No claim of any violation of American law, much less any evidence of it. Literally, the U.S. government does not say that Sputnik did anything wrong.
Right, but that's the point of the sanctions. I mean, if you read through them on state.gov, they specifically do not qualify their language. They specifically leave it broad, so that way they can just accuse anybody and every entity of, quote, helping the Russian Federation. It could be anything.
And what's particularly terrifying is, like, our former boss over there, he told me that he wanted to hire an attorney. I mean, of course, I have to say, I told him to do this 5 years ago, but he wanted to hire an attorney to fight this. Look, the First Amendment protects all media outlets in the United States, or supposedly does, against direct U.S. government censorship, which is what this is, including foreign outlets, right? But CBC, BBC, etc. They did not, but now with this happening, I guess he waited a little too late. And now he can't even hire attorneys because the bank accounts are frozen, right?
Right.
So there's no way, attorneys don't work for free, for the most part. So not for this kind of case.
So
maybe spilled hot coffee all over himself, sure, but not for this.
This is effectively censorship by way of sanctions, right? A kind of a workaround, because we are American citizens and we have freedom of speech, but they can say they're not censoring us. But these are sanctions placed on business entities based in Moscow. Why would the Biden-Harris administration do this in the 11th hour as Biden is about to sunset and retire, and who knows what's going to happen in 2.5 weeks? Why would the Biden administration take this final swipe at Russia by basically eliminating American jobs?
And by the way, in a really, I got to say, what I don't understand is why they were so scared of RT and Sputnik, considering that the viewership was infinitesimal. I mean, very, very, it's not like it had broad access. It probably could have done better if it had been better promoted. But, it was a blip. It wasn't moving many.
Yeah,
even if it was all propaganda all the time, it wasn't propagandizing many people.
No, well, I'm a bit surprised by how quickly everything was normalized as well. Only a few years ago, people thought in the U.S. freedom of speech was it was guaranteed, but it is the government can't censor, but corporations can, and so I think they can go around it by, as Zuckerberg, as I said before, admitted that the government tells them to censor, and they pressure to censor, and then the government pretends as if they're still following the law. So. Yeah, so it is strange how, but how this was normalized, because it began so quietly. I always go back to the Alex Jones example, how it's very recent. It was 2018 when we began with this, deplatforming, as if it's removing dangerous speech, and look how normal it is now. People disappearing off the internet left and right, and it's just the way it is. No, it's I think a key reason behind this is that in the past it was easier to defend freedom of speech, because in the past international media was dominated by US and British media. So I think especially from the late 2000s, when you had the Al Jazeera's, RTs, all this coming up, there was more pressure to reassert control over the media, because if you follow the media these days, there's very few facts you get. Instead they have narratives. It's all these big narratives, and when you don't follow the narrative, the consequences are quite radical. And I see it in this country too. If I, as an academic, let's say I point out that NATO escalations in Ukraine, then the Russians are doing horizontal escalation, so sending weapons to Iran, or making a weapons deal with North Korea, then they say, well, why are you legitimizing it by presenting it as a reaction? You're rationalizing it. Why are you taking the side of authoritarian governments against democracy? So you can't even make a statement about an objective reality. This is how the Russians see it, that we're escalating, and this is how they're responding. But you're not allowed to do it, because it counters the main narrative, which is, we're there just to help, and we're not involved in this. And if they're helping the Iranians, it's because authoritarians are coming together to fight freedom. It becomes ridiculous after a while, and everything is about the fear of legitimizing the opponent, which means you can't actually discuss their main security concerns.
Yeah. And Glenn, as we said, this is why would they even bother? I mean, Biden is obviously no longer the nominee. We're 2.5 weeks out. I
Manila,
honestly
I think
know.
I have a theory, right? So after 9/11, Dick Cheney and buttonholed George W. Bush immediately, like within 24 hours of the attacks, and said, we have to attack Iraq right away. But they didn't, right? They attacked Afghanistan first, and then they went into Iraq about 1.5 years later. And at the time, I was obsessed with that. I went to Afghanistan, and my theory there was Afghanistan was a dry run. It was a country that they knew, the neocons knew, that they could easily dominate and take over, although obviously they lost in the long run. But they knew they could invade it easily. The country didn't have an air force. It was not going to be able to resist. It was basically had 14th century technology. I think this is like that. If you're going to start a regime of censorship of media organizations, you're going to start with a small one. TikTok is huge, and notice all the pushback to the congressional attempt to ban TikTok in the United States, or force a sale to a U.S. entity, right? But TikTokers, there's millions of them. Many of them earn
billions.
TikTok, and a lot of people make money off of it, and they're really angry. They're pissed off. So that's creating pressure that the people who watch and enjoy, and the few of us who made a living off of RT and Sputnik can't do. We can't summon that degree of outrage. Russia's an easy target. It's sort of like how in the 1970s they started out by censoring porn, right? I mean, porn. You go with the soft target, the one that nobody cares about, the one that the mainstream media will say, well, they're not real journalists. You start with them, and then it's first. It's the Martin Niemöller quote. First, they came for the Russians, and I didn't say anything because I didn't care about the Russians, and I supported Ukraine. Next, they came for. That's my theory. I think it was easy.
What do you think, Glenn?
I think you're correct, and I think this is how censorship also works. You don't suddenly one day break one of the most sacred traditions. It has to go through. They began not even with Russia, but with Iran. The U.S. government began to seize some of the online domains of Iranian media, removing it. No one's going to support the Iranians. So then they go after the Russian media, even banning it as they've done now. And then they, of course, begin to force TikTok to be sold or banned. Then they're pressuring censorship on Al Jazeera and move along to Africa Stream censoring. So it's this gradual, and they also do this to domestically against their own public. That is, you begin with someone like Alex Jones, because he was really the main one to be deplatformed. And a lot of people didn't like him. I mean, he had some very rude opinions. I always point to Sandy Hook as being the best one. So he's seen as a fringe character. Everyone sees him as controversial, and then so nobody wants to stand up for him because of how he uses free speech. So you pick him off. People think, of course, we see how he's the extreme on the outside. So everyone thinks this is the exception. This is where we draw the line, and they don't see that this is the precedent. Because if we can knock him out, then why not this guy as well? And then suddenly you expand it more and more to the point now where the government's effectively doing it very much in the open. And it's, so I think the incrementalism is definitely the way censorship goes.
Well, I mean, Julian Assange is a prime example, right? I mean, for the last 15 years or so that he's been in hot water. I mean, thankfully he's free now. But again, hardly anybody really spoke out for pushing for his freedom, right? And doing what he did was truly, exemplary journalism. And he was demonized. And I would say that was the canary in the coal mine. And it has been exploited with every US president since then, with Barack Obama, and then, Mike Pompeo under Donald Trump, who actually plotted to kidnap him from the Ecuadorian embassy to murder him for the crime of journalism. And then, of course, Joe Biden has been an absolute horror to free speech and alternative media. And my fear, because I really don't know which way this election is going to go in 2.5 weeks, but I fear that if Kamala Harris does win, that she will be abhorrent on freedom of speech and freedom of the press, and will further continue what Joe Biden has already begun. Any final thoughts?
I agree with you, but not that Donald Trump will be very different, right? Glenn,
no, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, Donald Trump literally said that he wants to use the military and the National Guard against the enemies within. That's broadly, vaguely defined. Obviously, Donald Trump just says a lot of things to see what sticks to the wall. But, I mean, he obviously, it's not, Democrats aren't wrong when they point out that, Trump has some authoritarian tendencies.
Yeah, but I think before the two of you asked why I think Biden would do this on his way out, but I really don't think that he's in full control of the policies of the government, and I think Kamala Harris would be to a large extent a front figure. What's interesting with Trump is seems a few people control him, but that doesn't mean he's going to have better policies. It just means that he's more difficult to control. But this is why I was fascinated about how the media worked with Biden as well. Look what they did to him. He was stating he would not step down. He would stay in the race. A few hours later, he's tweeting his resignation, with his staff didn't know. Kamala Harris, no one cared about her for 4 years. She was an embarrassment, and suddenly overnight she becomes a rock star. And it's just it's all fake in my view. This is. And Biden, of course, has disappeared. Who sees him anymore? He's barely on the TV. People not talking him up anymore now. So it's all great media management. But this is the problem, because whenever they want to censor someone, they use these terms like propaganda or hate. But no one defines these concepts to decide when you have breached that line, and also which you need also for consistency. So by, for example, calling all Russian media propaganda, this is propaganda means nothing now. It means contesting the argument of the
dissenting
of the political elites. So this is what whenever I'm accused of Russian propaganda as well, it's usually if I say even something benign, like the Russians consider NATO to be their main threat to their security. Every political party in Russia recognizes this, sees it. It's been recognized by many Western leaders, but nonetheless, if you say it, they say, well, that's what the Russians are saying. Now you're repeating Putin's lines. We're not saying it, so now you're spreading propaganda. This is a very weird definition of propaganda.
So strange. NATO was created.
Conform to government statements.
NATO was created to oppose the Soviet Union. That was its purpose. Listen to NATO.
Yeah, final thoughts, Glenn, and we're letting you go. I'm putting your book on the screen there so people can see your newest book. I know you're working on one more. Final thoughts on all of this as we barrel into the U.S. 2024 elections very soon. Any final thoughts or predictions from Norway?
No, not many. I think it could go either way. I think I think a lot of people don't want to in the United States. They see that things are going the wrong way. I think every polling shows this well. The country's going in the wrong direction, and I think it's very hard to convince people that Kamala Harris will be very different from Biden. But I still think people are quite cautious about what could come from Trump. But I think it's just going to be. I would probably put my money on Trump because
really
the biggest warning against him in 2020 was he was going to start, a nuclear war with Iran or take the world to war. But now we're seeing it's the Biden-Harris administration that's taking us to the brink of nuclear war with the Russians. Probably we might have a war now with the Iranians over the next few weeks. It's just. I think people just willing to gamble on anything else, not necessarily having the greatest trust in Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's always the argument of which one is the least worse for us to choose from, and here we are again, and it seems to never ever change in the U.S. I don't know how to explain that for our population, but Professor, I know you got to go. I appreciate your time, Professor Glenn Diesen. Thank you so much. He's a professor of political science and history at the University of Oslo in Norway. His newest book, right there on the screen, is out now. It is called The Ukraine War and the Eurasian World Order. Thank you so much, Glenn.
Buy the book.
My pleasure. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, let's move over. Let's bring in our old friend to the show. His first appearance. I'm sure it's not going to be the last. Our buddy Mark Sloboda is joining us for the first time on the TMI show. Good morning or evening to you, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Ted, Manila, thanks for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be on the TMI show. It's so nice to meet you.
First time.
First time. Have we met before? I don't know. You look familiar.
We should.
I might sound familiar. I don't know if I look familiar.
That's right. Well, I know what you look like.
Yes.
So for those who don't know, Mark Sloboda is an international relations and security analyst. He's a former U.S. naval nuclear engineer, and he hosts The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda, which I think you can find back right on YouTube, Substack, Telegram, all that. Is that still the case?
It is back. I will not be posting on YouTube any further due to the censorship regime, but it is. You can at least catch the back episodes there. I will be posting other things on other platforms in the future.
Okay, so you're working on that. So then you got to tell us where to find it and all that stuff so we can tell everybody how to reach you and support you on those new platforms. Because, Ted and I are in the same boat, obviously trying to figure out all the different platforms where we can go, where we won't be censored. So
good luck with that.
Yeah, I know. Ted, you want to start us off? I'm going to get this video. Look for some video.
Sure, absolutely. So, Mark, in our previous iteration, and my post Manila iterations, has always been our go-to person to talk about the Russo-Ukrainian conflict and some other stuff. So we thought we would check in the wake of the statement by the G7 that Ukraine is now on an irrevocable course towards NATO membership. And we kind of talked about this in the headlines. I'm sure you didn't hear this, Mark, but we were kind of like making fun of the idea that anything is irrevocable or irreversible I'm sure that like if an asteroid hits the Earth, that Ukraine might have trouble joining NATO. So,
no, they'll join posthumously.
Yes, if whatever's left of Ukraine, the ashes could join it. But I wanted to just generally check on the status of the war, and I really wanted to get your thoughts about the G7 statement that Ukraine is definitely going to be a member of NATO at some point in the future. We don't know when or what those circumstances would look like. And also about the news that NATO is complaining, I love this, that North Korean troops are fighting for Russia in Ukraine, and that the North Koreans, are destabilizing the situation between Russia and Ukraine. Mark, I'm sure you have thoughts.
Yeah, well, hell, if the G7 says something, well, then it must be so, because we all know that the G7 is the most important multilateral institution in the world today.
Obviously.
Not so much. So yeah, I mean, this has been the refrain really since 2008. I mean, back that far, when in Budapest at a NATO summit, it was declared that Ukraine and Georgia would one day become members of NATO. And when polls at the time in Ukraine showed the majority of the population had absolutely no interest in NATO, but they were going to be made to want to join NATO one way or another. So I mean, they can talk all they want, but saying so isn't going to make it so. And this is obviously still going to be settled on the battlefield, however long it takes to do that. And there, it has to be said that the conditions are looking increasingly bleak. We have had comments in the British media where, off the record, right, anonymous British military are saying that the Kiev regime's military is close to defeat. Certainly in the Donbass. That is certainly in the Donbass, and they look unable to hold Russian forces to do anything more than slow them down anywhere else. And you're going to hear, I think within the next 3 months, a succession of these final redoubts in the Donbass, like Selidova, Chasiv Yar, Pokrovsk, Krahova, Toretsk, Seversk fall one after the other, because Russia's not assaulting one of them right now. Russia is storming all of them at the same time. And they look set to possibly begin a new offensive of their own from the south in the Zaporozhye region within the next month. That is a distinct possibility from the buildup of forces and the artillery preparation and diversion and reconnaissance groups activity that we've seen there. So if only wishing and PR statements like Ukraine will join NATO actually won a conflict, well, then it would have been won long ago by the West, but it doesn't.
Mark, we got a viewer question for you. Adrian asks about Odessa and Kherson City, and how does Russia cross the Dnieper on pontoon bridges?
Yeah. Okay. So I do not see an amphibious assault on Kherson City.
Did you say Nazi?
No, I wouldn't say that. Particularly not if you're saying this on YouTube, because you put that word together with Ukraine and there goes your channel. Yeah, I do not see a contested amphibious crossing of the Dnieper any point in the near future. I don't think that Kherson City is in Russia's priority list right now. I think that they will continue to operate on the east side of the Dnieper, that they will clean up Donbass Probably.
Mark, would the lack of it being a priority for this to capture the city be in part due to the logistical challenge of having to feed and take care of a major urban center?
That is a concern, right? But that at this point, while Russia is still fighting a war of attrition, there are two caveats. In order to pursue that war of attrition, increasingly it has to take more Kiev regime territory, whether that's their primary goal or not. And up until this point in the conflict, it hasn't been. But at the end of this conflict, the very minimum Russian goals, territorially wise, include all of the Donbass, Kherson, and Zaporozhye. And it has to be remembered that Russia did control Kherson city up until the fall of 2022, when they withdrew from it. So I don't think it's so much the logistical about supporting the civilian population of the city. I think it's logistical and the losses that would be incurred in a Dnieper River crossing. I think right now, with the big breakthrough that occurred at Avdiivka and now all the way through to Pokrovsk in the Kiev regime's defensive lines that they built up there over a decade of civil conflict in the country before Russia intervened, that Russia wants to finish the Donbass. It wants to bring that conflict to a close. And the way things are set now, Russia should, I believe, secure all of the Donbass, if the pace stays constant by next summer.
How big is the Dnieper River?
It's a significant river, right? It's not something that can be crossed by troops and vehicles really anywhere.
They can't ford the river. They can't ford the river.
Yeah, they can't ford it, and even pontoon bridges across the Dnieper are a significant engineering challenge. Right, it's not like rivers in the Donbass region, like the Oskol or something, that can be easily pontooned. It's quite more significant than that. It may come at some point in this conflict, and to get to Odessa, right? That is first Kherson City, and then Nikolaev, and only then Odessa. So that's a much more significant challenge. And I think it would be far more likely that if Russia was to militarily move on Odessa, something they probably really don't want to do, if they have goals towards Odessa, they would probably prefer to achieve those politically rather than militarily have to take and damage a city that size, particularly a historically Russian city like Odessa, the historical significance of it. So I think Odessa is much later in this conflict, and hopefully it doesn't have to be settled militarily, but that may happen. But then Russia is more than likely to come to Odessa from the north after having already crossed the Dnieper in other locations, much like the Soviet Union did when they ejected Nazi Germany and their Western Ukrainian fascist allies in World War II from Odessa, rather than some type of amphibious or contested crossing of the Dnieper.
Mark, let's talk about these North Korean troops. Is that a real thing? Is that actually happening or not?
No, it's not. It's not. And I'm curious, did you say that NATO was complaining about that, or is that comments from the Kiev regime? Because
NATO is complaining.
NATO. Okay. Yes. All right. So as of late last week, the last time I heard of it, no one in the West had actually, backed this statements up. They were just ignoring it. No official government sources. So no, I do not believe that there are North Korean troops involved in the conflict. Now, North Korean troops may be learning behind the lines, right, because of an existing military alliance now, effectively, from Russian logistics, right? They may be interested in learning what Russia is doing, right?
Sure.
If you listen to Western military accounts, some of the artillery shells and perhaps even some of the ballistic missiles Russia is using are from North Korea, although there is no evidence that has been presented that can confirm that on the battlefield. And Russia and North Korea both deny it. But Russia does not need North Korean troops. It would add an international dimension and criticism of Russia in this conflict that Russia simply does not militarily need and does not diplomatically want. These claims, and these are ridiculous, right? The Kiev regime keeps taking pictures of Russian soldiers from the Far East, from Buryatia, and claiming, oh, it's North Koreans in Russian uniforms.
Oh my God.
Hello, Russia has over 200 ethnicities. It is the largest country in the world. And
some of them look like me.
Are not white
Absolutely, they do.
European-looking people. I mean, I know it's a shocker. In fact, large numbers of them are, right?
Well, the Germans used to complain about that too during World War II, the Asiatic horror.
Yeah, well, that's a whole feature of the Kiev regime's propaganda from the beginning, that Russia is the Asiatic Mongol hordes coming, and they are the shield of Western civilization from these Mongoloid Russian Asians. That has been part of the Kiev regime's Banderite, fascist, racist propaganda from before the conflict started.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I took umbrage to that because my great, I don't know how far back we go in but I have lineage. I'm a descendant of Mongolians. So this is like, so wait a minute, when you're complaining about the Russians who look like me, the folks in Ukraine complaining about faces like mine, it's just such racist bullshit, and nobody in American mainstream media ever points that out when the race card is clearly vitally important. Mark, I mean, it's the main feature of the 2024 elections, don't you know? And
it's really
and Kamala
bizarre
Harris
too, because it's like
she's going to continue with with this war.
From the Ukrainian point of view, it's kind of like, okay, well, you're in a war with another country. I don't know. I don't really care what the people look like who are shooting at me or I'm shooting at them. I mean, it's a war, right? Who cares what they look like? That's like a minor detail.
Well, that kind of goes against the whole ideology on the Kiev regime side that has driven so much of this conflict, though. I think all of these claims and they originate with the Kiev regime, if NATO has started to pick them up, it is the Kiev regime trying to drag NATO countries, maybe not all of NATO, but Western countries directly into the conflict. See, North Koreans are fighting on the Russian side. Really, they're not from Buryatia. You should be fighting directly on our side. And there are plenty of neocons throughout the West that will amplify that message and push it, lobbying for direct military intervention by NATO against Russia.
Well, Mark, let me throw that at you about the 2024 U.S. presidential elections. I mean, we're roughly 2 weeks out, if you can believe it. Trump has said publicly, right? Finally, can it be over? Trump says,
I'm just sick of Americans talking about the election, to be perfectly honest.
Talk about, I mean, I live it. I'm in DC, right? I mean, I'm just like right in the thick of it. But Trump says he's going to end it immediately. It wouldn't have ever started, blah, blah, blah. He's getting a lot of blowback about that, but he's the only one talking about ending the conflict. Harris has vowed to continue military and financial support for Ukraine and NATO. And she talked about in her acceptance speech at the Democratic National Convention, where she literally used the language to say that the U.S. military is going to be the deadliest, most lethal fighting force in the U.S. or in the world, and we're going to continue to back all of our friends around the world. what is your read being overseas now, living abroad? When you look over here and these two front runner candidates, it's one of these two that's going to win. How are people in Russia looking at what's happening and who might win?
Okay, I don't actually think people in Russia are too concerned about the U.S. election. I mean,
really,
no,
it doesn't
Americans
make any difference
have
to them,
a belief that everyone in the world is waiting with bated breath to find out who wins the newest U.S. election, and we don't really care.
Mark, would that be different if the two candidates differed dramatically on Russia-Ukraine policy?
No, I don't think so. First of all, because no one believes anything a U.S. politician said. Donald Trump just said in over the weekend that he told Putin he would bomb the center of Moscow, right? And the Russian, Medvedev, the former Russian president and prime minister, and the Russian presidential spokesman just rolled their eyes and like, sure, he did. Yeah, he said that. All right. They have said outright, that statements like this are just part of campaign rhetoric. But the truth is that Russia has, endured a Trump presidency before. And Trump campaigned on a policy of improving relations with Russia. It was the one consistent foreign policy position that he campaigned on. And what happened when he got elected? He hired a bunch of neocons to run his foreign policy, and Russian-U.S. relations decreased to the worst point they had been at that point. He enacted hundreds of sanctions against Russia, and according to him, at least, he started already arming the Kiev regime with offensive U.S. military equipment even back then. So the official Russian government position on the U.S. election is that whoever's elected, it won't change U.S. foreign policy towards Russia or the conflict in Ukraine at all. Basically, that, Americans think their president actually controls foreign policy, whereas the Russian government position is that the U.S., if you want to call it the blob, as Ben Rhodes did, the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy, and that a president, whatever they may believe, when they come into office, find themselves restricted by the constraints of the office of the presidency of the United States. So, but I mean, even if you look at the polls in the U.S., I just pulled up some YouGov polls on it, right? The concern about the conflict in Ukraine is not even in the top 50 issues for American voters. So it's hard to see how it can affect the U.S. election in any real way. It also says that the majority of Americans favor maintaining aid to the Kiev regime in Ukraine, military aid, or increasing it. And that even if you take a look at the Republican Party, Republican voters in isolation from, say, Democrats and independents, while 44% of Republicans are in favor of decreasing military aid to Ukraine, there's still 40% of them that want to keep it the same or increase it. All right, even among Republicans. So that being said, the idea that the question of U.S. military aid being an important point in the U.S. election is wrong. I don't think it's important to U.S. voters at all. And what that means is that government policy will continue to ignore U.S. public opinion on it because they don't vote on the issue. They don't significantly care on it. And it also tells us, the same YouGov poll tells us that as of August, most Americans still believe that the Kiev regime is winning the conflict, particularly after all the ridiculous noise about Kursk. So, well, yeah. I mean, we have a severely not just not informed, but a severely disinformed American population on vital foreign policy issues like this.
De-informed.
Yeah, like, oh God. I mean, I couldn't tell you with the video that I was looking to play while we were having this conversation. every video that's on YouTube is completely the narrative that Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is winning. There's just nothing else.
Ukraine is
and I
winning.
think
Ukraine has always been winning. Ukraine will
Ukraine,
always be.
Ukraine is
Ukraine has
already winning.
Ukraine is in Moscow.
I made a phone call to the
They're in
future.
Buryatya, evidently, because they keep finding North Koreans.
This is just wild stuff. Well, Mark, we're going to have to leave it right there, but we obviously invite you back anytime. You are our go-to analyst, and I'm so annoyed about your channel, your personal YouTube channel, and what happened there, and hopefully the viewership will go and support you wherever it is that you move your stuff to, because your analysis is greatly needed. And we appreciate you being here with us as always. Mark, if you guys don't know, Mark Sloboda is an international relations and security analyst. He is a former U.S. naval nuclear engineer, and he is the host of The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda, which you can find the archives of on YouTube, and find him on Substack and Telegram. Mark Sloboda, our buddy, thank you so much for carving out some time for us.
Thank you. And it's so great to see you two together again.
Oh, it's good to be
Thanks,
back
Mark.
together, and it's great to see you too.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm gonna bring in our guest early because I feel like he would want to chime in on this. So for folks who don't know, I'm going completely out of order, but I think he'll want to chime in. I'm adding Scott Stantis into the conversation now.
Hey guys.
Scott Stantis, for those who are not familiar, is not only Ted's BFF, and he's become a friend of mine. Scott Stantis is the cartoonist for the Chicago Tribune. He's the creator of the comic strip Prickly City, a contributor to Center Clip, the winner of the Sigma Delta Chi Journalism Award, and co-host of Ted's other show, the DMZ America podcast. So I'm bringing you in, obviously, Scott, because I feel like you could hear our conversation, I think,
Yes.
right? Can you hear us back there? I feel like you might have thoughts on this, because here us three are what I would consider soft hands people, right? We
knowledge workers.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yes,
Pussies is the people.
But I'm not saying all of us can, that none of us soft hands people can occasionally turn a wrench. Like my husband bought me a brand new Bosch drill set for Christmas last year. That was my Christmas, because not all soft hands people and people from
drills.
California can't, put furniture together or fix stuff around the house. But what do you make of that? I mean, we're all parents here. You have Gen Z kids, I would imagine, right? Are they Gen Z?
And one of them just
no, they're millennials, aren't they?
Oh, millennial.
Or they might be Gen Z.
Mid to late 80s. That'd be
millennial. They're millennials.
Let's not go with labels. Why are we labeling people? They're younger than me, which is just about 90% of the population now.
Usually required to become your kid. Just saying.
Well, one of my youngest just is now running a company. It's a steel decorative metal company. So he didn't graduate from college. Neither did his father, me. I actually was thrown out of college. That's another story for another time. And I just didn't go back.
Side with the administrators who made that decision. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, yes, the people of Long. Okay, quick story. Can I bore you with this? Because it's really hilarious. I was in college. I was actually recruited by the Daily 49er at Long Beach State in California, because they had a long history of, they just had a string of, Ted can attest to this, of like 5 or 6 professional editorial cartoonists. So they brought me onto the newspaper. I was on academic probation because my GPA from high school was bad. I guess
they put you on academic probation in college over your performance in high school.
Well, because
I let you in.
Well, that was the question. So I started doing cartoons, and being an editorial cartoonist, and again, Ted can attest to this, I was doing cartoons against the administration and against the student administration. Well, it turns out the student administration gave the seed money to the newspaper every semester to start before the ad dollars could start rolling in. So the president took umbrage at that, and the president of the university, who ended up being a congressman, and a congressman who went to jail. So I was right. I just at that point then got a letter saying I was no longer a student at Long Beach State. Fast forward to beginning the job at the Chicago Tribune, just to show you can be successful without a degree. I get a call that same week from the Long Beach State Alumni Association asking if I'd want to join. And I told them the same story I just shared with you, that as soon as I made fun of the administration, I was, had my ass kicked out of college. There's a fraction of a second pause, and the person goes, "So can we sign you up?" And I went, "No, you may not." I do not have warm feelings about Long Beach State. I was probably the last of I'm a boomer of that generation to be able to ascend to, some heights in my profession without a college degree.
Well,
I
feel like that trend is boomeranging around because, I feel like Gen X is when they were pushing college, and certainly the millennials. But now that the millennials are considered geriatric and having children of their own, it's the Gen Zers now who are ditching college. And I don't blame them. I'm in my mid 40s, and I can almost see the end at the light of the tunnel. I'm almost done paying off my college tuition.
Oh my God.
Debt.
See, that's
almost
nuts.
done.
That's nuts.
And you didn't go to Dartmouth or something.
No,
right.
I went to private school, but even still, how many times did I have to press pause on repayment? For most of my 20s, when you're trying to become a journalist, like that is a passion project. That is something you chip away at to try to become and make a living. And I was pasting together paychecks for most of my adult life, right until my 30s. So I was pressing pause all the time. Rates would change, and then this lender would sell to that lender, and it's a whole fucking racket, right? And the Gen Zers are getting hip to that, and they realize, no, you know what? I don't want to be in that position. And so like I said, I mostly agree with that article because of that, because you enter the world saddled with debt, and you're forced to do things oftentimes work-wise that you don't want, you're not passionate about, you don't care to do, and you're beholden to that. Like, that's hanging over your head. How do you buy a house? How do you become a real adult when the American education system seems like it's a debt trap?
Yeah,
well, it is a debt trap.
No question. And by the way, getting a job, let's say as a plumber or as a heating and cooling person, or any of those jobs that Ted rightfully says AI can't take over. That's number one. Number two is your work-life balance. Given our professions that we've chosen to be commentators, if you dig a ditch, nobody stands over you and goes and looks at the ditch and goes, "Man, I don't get it." Nobody, if you rewire a house, nobody looks at the fuse box and goes, "Man, that's not funny." It's just so there's also that work-life balance where you can make a good living. You're not being threatened by technology in the sense of
you're doing something people really value.
Yes.
I remember when I bought my last house, the very first day that I moved in, I plugged in the microwave and a flame shot out of the wall. This indicated to me perhaps the wiring could have been better. And I called up an electrician from the Yellow Pages, the states the story. And, and he came right out. And let me tell you, when the flames were no longer shooting out of the wall, I was very pleased. And
yes.
I think very, very kindly of him in a way that I don't think of, say, other political cartoonists.
Yeah, there's just, I would applaud anybody who did that. The worst major in my view is social worker. Stay with me on this, because social workers do.
Careful, my dad was a social worker.
No, social workers do God's work, and
yes.
It's a calling more than it is, and that's where they get, those guys, the
he
degree.
Was screwed.
Oh yeah, it's first of all they demand that you have a master's.
Right.
Really?
Yes, we were poor, and my dad. Yeah, we were the working poor. Where my dad was.
It's incredible debt, and you.
My dad had to get a master's
and the
degree.
income sucks.
all of it. He not only because they were immigrants here in the 70s, right? Whatever the board you have to go through to get your license or whatever, they said they invalidated his education, his prior education, and said you have to take some other undergraduate stuff and then go to a master's program.
Yeah.
So he did all of that, worked multiple shit jobs to try to pay for college, and he had a kid, he had a wife, and they're immigrants, mind you. And then he finally became a social worker to make shit pay. He has all this education to make shit pay, and the stress of having to help, communities, right? This is, and in his case, it was war refugee communities in Long Beach. And he was an SEIU member, and the pay was growing up was not easy because we were always poor. We're a family of 4, and that income was never enough. And he was always in college debt until the day he died.
Yeah, that's nuts. And for a service that's that important to our culture, and it truly is. I'm not kidding when I say
getting more important all the time with opioids and all that.
Absolutely. So, and the fact that it doesn't pay squat and it's extremely expensive. You will never pay off your debt. If you get a degree in that, you will never pay off your debt.
You can't.
And that's nuts. Now, if he had gone into heating and cooling,
right.
You would have, you would have driven a Lexus to high school. So
true. He tried to be an electrician because he realized it didn't pay, but he hated it. His heart was, he followed his heart. He like you said, it's God's work, and that's,
you have to go with what you like doing. I mean, I think if there's going to be any money, it's going to follow from that. I mean, my first shot at college was as an engineering major, and look, they thought I was a math. I know it's absurd, right? But they thought I was a math genius, and I mean, they had good reason to think that. Let's just say, based on my grades, the classes I took, and my SATs. But I didn't like it. I didn't like the kids that I worked with. I didn't like the prospect of any job that I could possibly get. I didn't care about the work. So of course, it just wasn't going to work out. So it was like that whole thing where it's like, not only is it too hard, I also don't care.
Well, by the way, it's to that point. First off, I was a pre-law major in college because God knows America needs another lawyer. but I was.
Everybody loves those.
Oh golly, yeah. There's no jokes about that profession. But and so going home and telling my mom when I discovered editorial cartooning, Mom, I'm not going to be a lawyer. I'm going to be a cartoonist. She loved that. You have to do what you love, and to the point of your father. I mean, that is, he did what he was called to do, and that's remarkable. So, should you have to pay for the rest of your life for doing what you like doing? I like Ted was in banking. Could you imagine Ted as a banker today?
It'd be funny. Yeah, I think it'd be.
Yeah, one of these days I'm going to dig up my old the annual report that I have, where I was photographed, in my suit and tie in front of the.
I worked at Morgan Stanley for a little bit, Scott. So I was technically a bankster for a little bit, and I did not fit in. Let's just say that.
The American has changed. Also, that's the other thing. It used to be. There were aspects about it that I liked when I started it. It was a staid business. It was a boring business. It was quiet. That you just studied up and looked for subtle little opportunities, and then it became a go gangbusters, crazy.
That's when I entered
stealing. Big Short kind of place.
That's when I entered the world.
And just to finish my point is that a recent survey from the American Medical Association, I believe it was about 4 or 5 years ago, over 60%. This is 60% of doctors who were surveyed hate their jobs. Wish they didn't do it. Well, but think about it.
I've had those doctors.
Yeah, 12 years. Look at that. I mean, 12 years of school. You go into it, and then you're trapped. A, you have the debt, and B, you're also, frankly, living a lifestyle that's pretty nice because you're presuming that you went to a line of medicine that pays well. But could you imagine being trapped? I mean, Ted and I mean, as editorial cartoonists, we lived the life that we wanted to lead, and it was awesome. there's something to be said for that. There, my mother would have disagreed and thought that I should have finished that law degree, but
mine
that
too.
didn't
But you know,
oh, could
here
you
we are.
imagine? Could you imagine being a lawyer today? Could you imagine that for a moment? What your life would be like right now? Oh yeah, I would be coked out and on my 5th marriage. I mean, I'm pretty confident that's how my life would have gone.
That's very true.
I could only do it if I were the last of the crusading left-wing lawyers.
Oh, like Clarence Darrow?
Clarence Darrow or William Constable, someone like that.
No.
If I could do that, then, maybe. But even though you're spending having been involved in lawsuits, it's like when you see that, like, the best quote, it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason, right? Like, we don't have we don't have a justice system, we have a legal system. And it's really true. I mean, it's like the obsession with all of the, with all the precedents. Like, well, if it's never been, a lot of it makes no sense at all. It's like, well, if there's a precedent that matches your case, you'll probably win. But the thing is, like, how do precedents get made? Well, someone has to decide, we're going to make this decision even though there's no precedent. But that probably won't be for you if there's no precedent for you. So it's kind of like, well, what decides it? I don't know. God decides. It's very weird.
Or a judge who just,
that's like I just said, God.
Here's another topic for you guys. Chicago. Well, Scott, I know you're not in Chicago, but you are the cartoonist of the Chicago Tribune.
All about Chicago.
So Chicago has once again been named the nation's rattiest city, according to Orkin, the pest control company whose employees drive around in vans with giant bugs on the roof. Chicago,
by the way,
is
that's
one
a
of,
job I would love to have just for the van. I'm
just for the van.
In fact, I may buy one of those vans and just drive around with a big bug on the roof. Because how cool are you?
Now, I always wanted the Oscar Mayer Wiener car.
They look for drivers.
Dignity.
You could do that. How awesome would that be? They sign you up and you drive around and everybody's happy to see you. There's nobody.
It's a very hard car to drive. Man. They say it's
There's nobody looks at this and goes, "Oh, goddamn Wienermobile." Nobody has that reaction. It's always like, "Oh, that's awesome. Look, it's the Wienermobile."
Maybe.
I always thought I wanted to drive that for college. Like they do that every year. They get college kids to do this, like from various cities. So that's how they employ. I've looked into it. Okay, I'll just say that. So Chicago,
vegans might not like it.
So Chicago is one of 2 cities in Illinois included in the ranking from Orkin, which uses residential requests for pest control services to develop the list. Champaign came in at number 44 in the top 50. So rodents, as we know, eat the equivalent of a slice of bread every day. And even when they're not eating,
that's less than I would have thought.
I know, I thought more too, but they're apparently constantly chewing. A rat's teeth have a rating of 5.5 on the Mohs hardness scale,
obviously,
which means they are powerful enough to chew through steel garbage cans, according to Orkin.
Whoa.
The top 10, the
Is
top
that true?
10, yeah, that's Orkin knows, man. The top 10 rattiest cities are number 1, Chicago, number 2, Los Angeles, number 3, New York City, 4,
I'm
San
going to
Francisco,
challenge that shit.
5,
New York's
Washington,
got to be higher than
D.C.
LA.
I thought that too. 5, Washington, D.C. I would think Washington, D.C. would be higher up.
I mean, do you
Denver.
think this is
Denver
per capita?
Wait, Denver?
Per capita of human population?
No, based on their calls. This is what they said.
But is this the number of calls or you know what I mean? Like a big.
Oh, yeah. Then you got it. Yeah, population. But then hold on. They list Denver, Philly, Detroit, Baltimore, and Cleveland to round out the top 10.
Oh, I believe Baltimore and Cleveland.
Oh, yeah.
So I got to say this about the city in which you still reside, Ted, in New York City, with your illustrious mayor, showing off this new thing he either he thinks he invented or he discovered, trash bins.
Yes.
He wheeled them out recently and was like had a whole press conference about trash bins where he says no longer will New York City residents just throw out their garbage on the sidewalk. You put them in this bin. And I mean, you guys think I'm joking or I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, I read this article.
There's a real, go look at the video. Mayor Adams had a whole press conference about introducing trash bins, and that you open the lid and you put the bags in there. But if what? Welcome to the first world, New York City.
Well, let me explain. First of all, that's never going to happen. That will never
Oregon
happen.
says they can chew through it. So what is the point?
But it doesn't matter because there's no room for them. New York City sidewalks are pretty narrow, most of them, and there's no place to have. There's no way to have enough bins to. I mean, to put this into perspective, New York City is a place where thousands of people live on one small block, right?
Sure.
So you walk in front of a building, maybe not even the tallest building, maybe it's only like 10 stories high, but that building might have 150 people in it, right? They generate, the trash pickup is twice a week, 3 times a week, maybe. And so that's a lot of garbage, Amazon boxes, all that crap. There's just no way to have the streets would be completely filled with nothing but trash bins.
Yeah, but Ted, I've been in New York, and now it's pretty much full of just trash bags. So what would be the difference?
Well, bags are, flexible. They're not like rigid, and the other thing that we have is we have homeless people who open all the bags and go through them to recover all of the bottles and cans that are returnable and try to get them the nickels for those from the deposits. So unless you locked those bins, I don't see how and then you'd have to provide a lock to the key to the sanitation department for each and every. I mean, this is completely impractical. It's never going to happen. It's cute.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
Well, the difference between New York and New York City and Chicago is that Chicago has alleys. It's a city of alleys, and where New York doesn't.
I've never been.
It's a great city. You should go. We should. Next time you're there, let me know.
Chicago is a great city.
Tell you where to go. But the alleys are what you'd expect: full of garbage, full of trash. That's where the restaurants throw out all their stuff. And so you walk through downtown Chicago and you look down an alley, you'll see rats the size of cats. I mean, they're huge. And there's a picture. A friend of mine who's a talk show host in Nashville was visiting one time, and we were coming back. Alcohol may have been involved, but there's video of me trying to befriend the rats. I'm running down. Come to daddy.
Look, this is how rats come through your toilet.
Oh God, don't show that.
That happened that happened to a friend of mine.
This is real.
She was
God.
She was sitting on the bowl, and
he swam through. Look at that.
And he swam through and bumped her in her tuchus.
Oh my God.
Oh God, that is a nightmare. I'm sorry. I would scream like a 5-year-old child. Well, several 5-year-old children if that happened.
Me too. Oh, absolutely.
What did she do?
She bought some sort of
gun
toilet. A gun would be a good idea. She bought some kind of toilet. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a netting, like a mesh to put in the water, so that couldn't happen in between.
But then doesn't that get in the way of
you have to lift it out.
Personal waste disposal?
You have to lift it out so it's not really foolproof at all.
Oh my God, I had no idea they could do this. This is horrifying.
Yes. Look, this is showing you. Yeah.
Well, they're extremely intelligent. They live communally. They communicate to each other. Yeah, they are socialists. They're very smart and very agile. They already rule the world, so.
Yeah, no, I mean they're going to be here long after. I mean, they're going to evolve when we finally wipe ourselves out. They're going to take over, them and the roaches, and then there'll be the roach rat war.
Yeah, well, the rats are going to win.
Oh, did you know that? Oh, this is. Do you know how terrifying things like that can swim? They actually. Paleontologists have resolved that T-Rexes could swim because they found the fossil record on a small island. They found fossils of them on the small island. I'm thinking, you're running away. That was my only Jurassic Park save. Is I'm running like hell. I can jump in the water and swim. No, you're swimming towards the island and you look behind you and there's T-Rex swimming behind you.
Scott, that's like Sri Lanka, right? Which is about, I think, 60 or so miles off the coast of India, and you can't see it from land. You cannot see Sri Lanka, right?
Okay.
You have no sense. So the point is, there are tigers, quite a few, that live on Sri Lanka. And for a long time, scientists believed that that Sri Lanka must have been attached to the mainland, and that they got separated, right? But that's not the case, it turns out. So
is that where the Tamil tiger's name comes from?
yes, totally.
Oh.
And then when
Wow,
and then
good.
at some point, someone was on a ferry fairly recently, and they noticed tigers swimming back and forth between India and Sri Lanka. So not only do they swim a considerable distance, but
60 miles?
they know that something's out there. They're like, oh yeah, they're not just swimming wherever. They're not like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. They're like, oh yeah, I know there's something there. I'm going to go get it.
Well, look,
Oh, good God.
Okay, this is seeing this. I'm from LA, and I know I lived downtown at one point in my late 20s, early 30s, and sure, that's Rat City. But the rest of Los Angeles, you might see rats run across a telephone wire or something, but that
Really?
DC, oh
Yeah.
yeah, DC is Rat City. I'll tell you could be at a fancy place in Georgetown, and I mean, the politicians will tell you, everybody will tell you, DC is teeming with rats, and it is absolutely disgusting here. And we actually use trash bins, right? So I don't know why there are so many rats in downtown DC, but it is disgusting, and they are not afraid of you. They will, when you're walking to work in the mornings, I used to have rats run across my feet to go get discarded bagels, like in the trash bin. And they just don't care. And they're looking at you like
what?
Lady,
The
you
cigarette
are
hanging off of their
interrupting
lips.
breakfast.
They're wearing leather
Yes.
jackets.
They're a bunch of ruffians, the rats here in DC. They're rude. They don't try to hide from you.
Oh my God!
They
in New
are
York, they're incredible.
awful.
I mean,
They're
in New
awful.
York, one time I was walking by a museum at night where they were doing major construction, and they live in the rats live in these major, their homes their dens or their colonies usually in the basement or underneath the basement. So when construction happens, look out. Like that. There were dozens of them. They were the size of cats. They were insane and were brave. And it was kind of not really wise to walk around there. And you see them all the time. And of course, all the time on the subway tracks, sometimes on the platforms, all the time. It's like, there's no way to live in New York City and not see rats. You see them.
Yeah. And Chicago's the same way. You're on the L, especially underground. You can see them on the tracks. They're just
Well, there you go.
But honestly, they are our fault.
Today.
If we weren't gross and dumping litter and food all over the place,
But is that really what it is, though?
They're eating. Yeah, I mean, we're giving them the food to eat. Rats are a symptom of a squalid society.
I mean, they exist in nature, though. I mean, even if let's say New York City was decimated for whatever reason, a pandemic, a nuclear bomb, whatever. Let's say New York City is decimated.
The Stand.
The rats will still be there.
No, they won't. Not in the same numbers. They will not. It's like pigeons, right? Pigeons would still exist in nature, but in New York City and other major cities, their populations would decline if there were no people leaving shit all over the place.
I don't know. It just really makes you every year that these lists come out, and it's usually the same. There's at least 5 cities in there who are just recurrent on the list. And every time I read that annual list, it reminds me that how much we think we're living in a first world nation and we're so much better than these other countries, but we're really are we? I think we just mask it a little better. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, sort of like we have institutional Febreze where we just sort of put a scent over everything and make it look like we're first world, but no. Under the surface, we have rats in our toilets.
The difference between the developing world and a first world country is that first world countries put all of their trash in one place, like a dump, and the developing world sort of spreads it all out.
Yes, That is true. Now, we're going over our time, but I think
sorry.
we should definitely talk about the elections. Ted, what do you think? You got a few points that you want to make that I think you and Scott probably debate on.
Yeah. So, just wanted to, I guess we talked a little bit about Liz Cheney earlier, so I'm not going to revisit that. But I definitely
Oh, I
wanted
can
to.
leave the rats up then.
But
if
there's
we're talking
certainly,
about Liz
you can leave them up. But there's so Kamala Harris appears to be engaged in a campaign that is really trying to offer bespoke anti-poverty programs for each demographic that she wants to appeal to. The latest is she's just unveiled a new plan that would focus on Latino men in particular, and efforts to try to get them to get more jobs, make it easier for them to find jobs, and so on. I'm just wondering. I mean, it's like politics always involves pandering, but are there risks to basically groups that are not covered, like when let's say you're an Asian woman, let's say, for example, do you look at that and say, wow, well, there's another plan that's not for me, fuck you, Kamala? Or do you think, oh, good for them, I'm generous of spirit, anything that's good for Latino men is good for America?
Yeah, no. This is just no. I mean, it's getting preposterous, and you're right. It just seems like, and it feels like, it smells like pandering, and I don't know that groups respond to that. It's getting so preposterous. She's going, and I have a poverty program for Tim. Tim, who lives in Pittsburgh. This program's for you, Tim. Yeah, it just. What are your bigger policies? And she doesn't really have any. It's almost like she's just. I'm a sports fan, and it's almost like you're watching I'm a Chargers fan, have been for a long time. They played last night. They were up by a point with less than a minute to go. I'm just going. I'm watching the clock going. Come on, go faster, go faster, go faster. Run out of time. Run out of time. Run out of time. That feels a lot like the Harris campaign right now, which is they're trotting her out. They still can't humanize her. I thought the Trump appearance at McDonald's was a masterstroke.
Me too. Absolutely.
It went well for them.
Good stunt.
It's a great stunt, and I don't know that she could do that.
Well, that's why they're trotting this guy out. They're trotting out Josh Shapiro.
Let's just call that
that appear human. Yeah.
Buyer's remorse personified right there, especially after the vice presidential debate. Walz, I mean, what the hell? I'm just looking at this guy going, you're a 2-term governor of an American state. The presumption is that you could handle media. You could handle, he had this golly kind of a persona, was what it was supposed to be. Now it just comes off as sort of insipid and not filling me with a whole lot of confidence to say this guy, is a heartbeat away.
No, it's true. It is hard to imagine him as president.
Could you imagine President Walz?
No, it's hard. It's tough.
No.
I mean, Scott, you're a student of American presidential history. Has there ever been anything comparable? Maybe Pierce?
Oh, yeah.
Or Buchanan?
Oh, there've been a number. I mean, when Freelandhuisen, was that his name? He ran with
from New Jersey.
Yeah, and he ran with Clay. Was it Clay or was it no? Yes, no.
Yeah, it was with Clay.
Was it Clay? No. It was with the speaker, with Blaine. And Blaine picked him, and Blaine was really in the lead for.
I don't think that's right. Blaine ran with Logan.
How do you guys remember?
Which time?
1884.
Okay, I'm trying to think of. Okay, so Freeland, anyway, turned out he was from New Jersey and incredibly anti-Irish immigration. I mean, like violently, like we should shoot them and feed the meat to the dogs. I mean, it was really bad. It was not a great choice. So, when you have someone like that in the immigrant population of the United States, look at this guy and thinking, I don't want to vote for him. I don't want that guy to be in line. So yeah, there are historic, and there's always been, like, look at Dan Quayle in 88. That that damn near ginned the election for George H.W. Bush. I'm trying to think of some the vice presidents
Palin,
prior
of course,
to. Yeah, Palin obviously hurt McCain, but going back, the latter part of the 20th century didn't, Veeps didn't matter that much. Although I think in 1900 you could say that Teddy Roosevelt probably ginned up some excitement for McKinley, who was on top of the ticket.
I think Bush was a good choice for Reagan.
It was a balancing act.
It unified the party.
Yeah, it did. For the moderates and the conservative wing, it really was a smart move. People forget at the convention, though. Revisit this. I revisited it recently because, again, I have no life. The 1980 Republican convention, which for a few days they were talking about a Reagan-Ford ticket. Jerry Ford,
right,
would serve as, and they were trying to figure out how would that work, and they couldn't make it work, obviously, nor should they. But for a couple of days, that would have been a fascinating ticket. But as far as the walls, I mean,
Ford as the number 2? Is that what they were? After he had been the accidental number 1?
Well, there's already been a former president who became a storied Supreme Court justice, right? I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah. And also a story, don't forget, Hughes ran as the Republican nominee in 1916 and lost by a whisker. One of the great stories of presidential history. He went to bed and the press called him up, and California was in play, and he just assumed he'd win it. And he was running against Woodrow Wilson. And so a reporter called early the next morning, and the butler said, "The president-elect is not awake at the moment." And the reporter says, "Well, tell the president-elect he ain't." Which I love that story. Reporters coming back to the original point of this segment is that reporters back then were not college educated. That was kind of like a blue collar job.
And frankly, they were better than now.
Yes.
And they wrote better. I mean, if you don't believe me, just go back and pick up a random issue of any major or minor paper from 75 or 100 years ago. And the writing is so lyrical, so poetic, so vibrant. I mean, if you read the opening story
of D-Day
in the New York Times, when the New York Times announced D-Day and they had a guy at the beach, you can hear the explosions in your mind and feel the bullets whizzing around from reading that text. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I feel like nowadays part of the problem is that the mainstream press, I'm not zeroing out Kristen Welker or whatever, but all the people that are in mainstream press, whether it's print or TV or whatever, are nowadays all cut from this elite cloth. They all went to these Ivy League schools and they all run in the same circles. And that is exactly part of the problem, as what we were talking about earlier, Ted, at the top of the show, was they help create and keep this institutional duopoly in place. They keep the establishment in place because it helps their business model. It helps, the people in power, obviously, that play gatekeeper to interviews now. And I hate that whole thing, but because it feeds off of each other, right? Having been in journalism for over 20 years at this point, I've seen the difference, right? Is how unless you suck up to those people, if they know that you are going to be at all a difficult interviewer, or they know that you're going to be adversarial, they just say no. They just don't give you the interview. Mm-hmm. And then it causes this vicious cycle where it's gatekeeping journalism, where you have to be kind and softball them, right, or else they won't talk to you. And
the answer, of course, is to not care. The answer is fuck it. We don't need them.
Right. Fuck it. You write it anyway. Right. And you go around.
It was
other ways.
One of the very first lessons I had as a journalist. And I want to ask Scott one more question. We should wrap things up. But when I was a intern at the Cincinnati Enquirer, one of my very first assignments was to cover a fire that had killed a few people in a black neighborhood in northern Cincinnati. I went over there and the people were really, really angry, and no one would talk to me because the firefighters came so late, and probably in part because, the city didn't give a shit about black people who lived in that neighborhood, and they had poor services, and their local firehouse had been shut down before. So they were very bitter, and no one would give me the time of day. And I went back and told my editor, I'm really sorry I couldn't get the story. No one would talk to me. And he's like, Ted, no one would talk to you because they were angry. That's the story. Write it. And I think, I mean, sometimes the when people don't talk to you, that is the story. When I was researching this very famous article that I did about Art Spiegelman, the cartoonist for the Village Voice, a lot of people would not talk to me on the record, and they were scared of him. And at first I was really frustrated by that, but then I thought, well, this tells you a lot, right? If people are afraid to talk to you, talk about you, they think you're, obviously they're afraid of you. That's part of the story. So you write it. You just write what you find out, write what you don't find out.
Right.
Yeah, but the problem now, and I could go on, but off on this topic, but the reporters today, first of all, they came through academia. They graduated from college, which means that blue collar sensibility that the press and that news articles had prior to that is lost. You don't see stories unless they're condescending as hell about Joe Tim is a bricklayer,
or the longshoreman strike, or that kind of thing. They don't get it.
They don't. And the strike, the railroad strike that, Union Joe busted. But that's another story for another podcast
or
as
right
well.
now, the Boeing machinists, nobody's even reporting that they've struck a deal with Boeing yesterday. So
yeah,
good for them.
I'm glad for them. But where are we going with this? I mean, it just help me.
Journalism didn't report it. There was like a blurb.
No,
on
and that's
night.
the point. And so you have, I mean, when I was full time with the Chicago Tribune, I was good friends with the breaking news desk editor, and his frustration every day, he'd go out for a cigarette. I'd go out. I didn't smoke with him, but I did go out and talk to him. And his frustration every day of how these guys were not covering what they should have been covering, and how they had no notion of how to cover it, because that's where the news is now. You have 20-somethings who, they can pay a fraction of the salary they were paying to guys who actually knew what they were doing, men and women. And so that's just so sad about where the press is today. And you're right, it has an agenda, and it won't vary from that. And it won't, well, all you have to look, don't believe me? Look at coverage of Kamala Harris.
That's what I was playing, was just, no matter where you turn to, everything is protected. She's like a protected class, right? She's exactly what they are ponying up for us to be like. She's, what is it, like a triple threat? Like, she's woman of color, she's a woman, and because I thought we can't define that nowadays. I don't know, but we can't define actually her race either. We're not sure. She's some sort of color. She's some sort of
she's taupe.
She's she's like all of these things, right? And like her parents are immigrants, and just all these things. And that's supposed to be, the strength of the party. And then you go to any mainstream media site apart from Fox and like Newsmax, I think everybody is fawning over her to try to convince us that this is not only the best the party could put up, this is the best of America. That she represents the best of our people. I mean, we're all Americans here. She's the best of our society, not just the party.
All for the best in this best of all possible worlds. That's from Candide.
I was about to say,
not as into shootings as I am. Scott, very quickly, predictions.
Yes.
Out. Harris versus Biden. Polls are Harris versus Trump. Polls are very even. Trump is ahead in Georgia. Not ahead in Pennsylvania. Too close to call. But private polls look a little better for Trump than the internal polls look a little better for Trump than for Harris. What do you think? You want to call it?
Not right now. I just think this is like everything Trumpian. Nothing. The dominant paradigm does not apply, and so I'm getting tired of polls just because there's so damn many of them, and they're telling us very different stories. If I had to guess, today, I will lock this down and put my money, where my mouth is. I think Trump wins right now. And I think he wins the popular vote by a razor thin margin. And I think he wins the,
too.
Yeah. I think that I'm looking at the trends. I'm looking at how it's trendy and how it's playing. And it's very unscientific on my part, but it's attitudinal.
Right.
What's the sense? And the sense is that
the
all
momentum,
things are,
if there
yes.
is, there's slight momentum. I feel like her tide is running out slowly.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I meant by just hoping the clock will end. Well, the buzzer will, and she'll be winning. But that's not how you win elections.
I mean, just think about it. We've never had a single interview where she's inside her own home. That's weird.
Yeah. Well, you don't know.
Do they normally do that? Is that something?
Sure. Well, we saw Biden inside his basement throughout the last campaign. I mean,
in 2020,
it was his home. Was it though?
Yeah.
Well, or an interview from the vice presidential, the Naval Observatory where the vice president's residence is,
right.
Just to see that. I don't know, other than what she wears and how she talks. It's weird. Even 2 weeks out, I don't know anything about her.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell you. Ted makes this point. It sounds trivial, but I think it's really important. When she's listening to music, what's she listen to?
Yeah.
Nobody can answer that. I mean, you can
Bill Clinton,
presume,
you could have answered that question.
Yeah. Ronald Reagan, like big band music. You like music from your era. You like music.
I know what Bill Clinton's favorite movie is. High Noon. I mean, you know what I mean?
That's every president, though. They all think they're High Noon. They all think they're Gary Cooper.
Point is, yeah.
Oh no, they do. Yeah, every president's. That's almost every president's favorite movie, because they all see themselves as the lone man protecting virtue.
Okay, but the point is, we know it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's 2 weeks out, and the thing is, the media is going to continue to rally around and protect her, and never give the Chase Olivers or the Jill Steins a moment to even be introduced on a massive scale, right?
Yeah.
Like we're seeing, like Kristen Welker here talking to Josh Shapiro. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, and this is going to continue the duopoly. And
how does that happen?
Change.
I'm sorry. Ted and I were lucky enough to have Chase Oliver on the podcast the other week, and what a sterling, impressive guy.
That. Yeah.
I mean, he really was. And so could you imagine him getting the kind of press that they're giving to Shapiro or some other, Kamala mouthpiece? It would, I would change the dynamic of this election. And Jill
it would
Stein
certainly give people it would give people some real choices. I mean, some options. I mean, honestly, I always say this. How is that a country that has, if you went to the supermarket and there were only 2 kinds of dishwashing liquid on sale, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? What, the Soviet Union? And and here, and literally the people who are going to supposedly they're going to run the free world, the supposed free world for the next 4 to 8 years. Yeah, 2 is good enough. What? It makes no sense at all. Scott, we got to close out here, but thanks.
Thanks, guys.
We're at overtime. No, this has been so much fun because we know that Scott can talk about anything and everything, and I'm happy that he has opinions.
True.
So that he can do that. So
just wake him up out of a sound sleep and just make him talk about whatever. Okay, Scott Stuntis is a cartoonist for the Chicago Tribune, creator of the comic strip Prickly City, contributor to Center Clip, winner of the Sigma Delta Chi Journalism Award, inside joke there, and co-host of the MC America podcast with me, Ted Rall. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Scott. All right. So as we transition over to our guest, I'm going to go ahead and pop him up here on the stage with us. If you've ever watched any of my previous shows, you might recognize this face. Look at that silver fox there. That is my old friend.
Hey, we're going to have a
Jamie
fox off
Finch.
here.
I pay a lot of money for this color. So did you. It's called life.
Yeah, we were talking about who did sometimes I'm asked who does my hair, and I'm like, the LA Times was partly responsible.
I get that a lot too.
That's in the gray.
Not the LA Times part, but yeah.
So for those who don't know Jamie Finch is a former NTSB official. He's an aviation expert, transportation expert, really. And so he's worked within the government for a long time, and he knows the inner workings. So we thought we'd pick his brain a little bit about this crazy, as Bill Gates would call it, this very different presidential election cycle. So Jamie, let's get top line thoughts. You and I have been on air together many, many times, and it's usually about critically awful stories, like planes falling out of the sky, a lot of Boeing stuff. But I feel like the stuff that's imploding now is this whole political world that we live in. And it's crazy. You've literally worked inside the government for a long time. Now that you're out, when you look at what's happening, what do you think with this election cycle?
Well, number one, it's good to see you again, and it's been a
Good
long
to
time,
see you.
and always one of my favorite interviewers, and I mean that sincerely.
Thank
You know, I finally got paroled out of politics and government a few years ago. In other words, it's just the sentence that you have in DC, and it's the town business. But it's very, very different from when I moved here 30 years ago to Washington DC to what it is today. And this is and the way it is today is one of the reasons why I completely left lobbying, and I'm now working to get my doctorate in occupational therapy, because I've changed careers completely, because it's just become so mean-spirited, vicious, angry. I would be on the Hill talking with somebody else from an opposite aisle, and then the other side, somebody would see me, and then they would come up to me after the conversation, and what are you doing talking to him? Well, what are y'all doing? Why are you better? I mean, just like, are we in the 9th grade?
Just
I mean,
like
the 8th
high
grade.
school. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh my
You
God.
can't sit at his table.
Yeah. No, exactly. No, you have to wear pink. It's like, or whatever, whatever it was with the
Yes,
Mean
the
Girls.
Mean Girls. Yeah.
So, the way it was when I moved here 30 years ago, we thought that it was mean, but it wasn't mean. We hadn't seen mean yet. And a lot of the atmosphere is based on the problems that both parties have contributed to. Because I was always a centrist Democrat, and I have a lot of centrist Republican friends. And now the two parties are these extremes on both ends. And then you have all the people, they're majority, they're in the middle, that don't really have much of a voice. That's where your anger is really coming from. It's because I feel like none of this applies to me. And I don't know how me talking about, or you talking about some of these issues that are really extreme don't apply to my bottom line, to how I'm paying for paying my bills, my mortgage, keeping my kids a roof over their head, and sending them to school and paying for their college. And so both sides have gotten really focused on their counter issues that people aren't relating to. And bottom line, the one that we'll talk about, economy and pocketbook and safety wins.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Safety.
Well, we know what Trump's message is on the economy and safety. And, without going down the rabbit hole of whether or not those are realistic, we know what the messages are. He wants to do deportations. He thinks that would have a salutary effect on the economy by basically, in a very simple macroeconomic way, saying, you're going to get rid of the illegal immigrants or the migrant applicants, then you have a more of a labor shortage, and that's going to, improve wages and so on. Might also have an inflationary effect, and there supply chain effects too. But and certainly he has a tough on crime message that I think resonates with law enforcement and people who you look at it from that point of view. But Kamala Harris has had trouble, I think, either making the case from a personal point of view, in making us get to know her personally. I feel like that hasn't happened, and there's any number of reasons why that might be the case. But also from a policy perspective, it really looks like, you're talking about, let's just talk about economics and safety. What would be, it would seem like Kamala Harris would be tailor-made as a former prosecutor for someone to be able to say, I did this, I prosecuted criminals, I know what I care about crime and the victims of crime, that she would be able to make some sort of affirmative Democratic Party case on public safety. And maybe the economics is tougher because she's tied to the Biden record. And I think she, like most of the Democrats, have not been able to really articulate the difference between inflation and high prices. Inflation is lower and under control, but prices remain high and kind of have to remain high. If you had advice for her campaign, how would you tell her to frame these two issues?
Well, let me start off first of all, and I'm not a big fan of hers. I'm not a big fan of Trump. So I mean, I think most people are not a fan of either
That would be
per se. But let's remember this: she is really at a disadvantage, and it is. And like I said, I'm not a big fan. I'm not defending, but what I'm saying is she's been put in a really unfair position. For her to be put in this position where she is running and picking up the mantle from Biden, who should have resigned months ago, because this is not something that just crept up on them. This was a family and a staff that were trying to keep their jobs and so forth, and they really had kept her in the back room all of his presidency. Think about it. I mean, when you had Obama's presidency, Biden was up. You saw him all the time. When Clinton was president, you saw Al Gore all the time. When Bush was president, may not have seen Cheney as much, but you knew Cheney was there and had his hands involved in everything. Yeah, it was probably the way he wanted it.
To say the least.
Yeah, and so I think she's been put at a huge disadvantage. And I've talked to some of my Republican friends, agreed about that. But I think that what has happened has been the same problem that's happened with a lot of the Democrats over the last few years or the last decade, and that's this: they focus on these ultra liberal, crazy, lefty ideas and ideals that are really not what the American public wants to hear. And rather than focusing on what they want to hear, like you just mentioned, talking about her issues on safety and how she's been a defender and fighter for public safety, and also, Biden's economic record is really not as bad as they portray it, and they have kept her in the back room and not allowing her out of it. So you never saw her except for in a very rare occasion. And
but
then
Jamie, you're saying that from the people that you talk to here in DC that it's been Biden's administration to deliberately keep her back in the shadows, and it's not her by her doing of herself or her choice, right? But then when she does talk to the press, I mean, I just want to show this clip from last night's town hall from CNN. When she does talk to the press, if it's unscripted, she is full of word salad and nobody understands. Like this
Well, that's
soundbite.
why they kept her. That's part of
right.
why
I wonder
they kept her.
if that's why.
It's not they just don't like her. I mean, I think there was an assessment early on in the Biden-Harris White House, or maybe even when it was still a campaign in 2020, where they kind of decided, oh, this woman, she's not ready for prime time. We're gonna keep her under wraps, and we're gonna.
She was on prime time last night. So here's what he asked her about mistakes, and here's how she answered.
There's something you can point to in your life, political life, or in your life in the last 4 years that you think is a mistake that you have learned from?
I mean, I've made many mistakes, and they range from, if you've ever parented a child, you make lots of mistakes too. In my role as vice president, I mean, I've probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that is very important. It's a mistake not to be well versed on an issue and feel compelled to answer a question.
Is there
like, wait, what? Like, he asked her if she felt she's made any mistakes over the last 4 years, and her answer was to define what a mistake means and to say, I've worked really hard to brush up on topics. Like that. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, this is an experienced public speaker. This is the part that makes me like crazy, right? She was attorney general of the nation's biggest state. She was, she was a prosecutor in a very important American city. She was vice president. She was a U.S. senator. These are all jobs where talking and being able to think off the cuff are like literally central to the job, right? I mean, I could answer that question. It'd be like, I would say, you show me a politician or a human being who hasn't made any mistakes. I'd show you someone who's done anything. I make mistakes every single day. I try to learn from them. We all do, and we try to do better going forward. That's what you say. It's easy. It's not hard. Anyone could do it.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, what I see here, also having been a former staffer and worked on campaigns, political campaigns, presidential campaigns in the White House, this is poor staffing work. They are not doing their boss right. I mean, at the same time, it may be the boss that's not listening or willing to be trained, but there are some basic questions that you have and can expect in politics, and that was one of them.
Yeah.
And why weren't you prepared for that?
That's a softball question.
Yeah, very softball question. I mean, I think even Anderson Cooper was kind of like shocked by it. Like,
I mean, I think she's an untalented politician. I think that's really it.
She is. I think she has worked her way into this in some kind of way, in her charm or whatever, into these positions. But I think that she is uninformed. I think that she has not participated in anything. If they were going to try to prepare her for running after Biden, either this time or the next time, is probably what they had in mind. They would have been giving her some roles and out there and some ability to be able to learn stuff. Now, Bill Clinton was a governor. Al Gore was a U.S. senator and congressman and senator. Bush was a governor. So these people have been out there and they've had practice and they've gotten out there. Now, she was a U.S. senator too. You would have thought that she would have, in one of the nation's largest economy states, that she would have won or gained some kind of skills on teaching or speaking and so forth. But she has not. But I just think that they rather than talking about her safety issues and her ability that she's been working on in safety, which may be actually kind of thin, and that may be one of the reasons why they're avoiding them. And they just really have not framed.
Also, is it really a federal issue? I mean, crime is really. I mean, it's local and state law enforcement, right? I mean,
that's what it is. It's like a local and state issue. You need to be connected with that, and these people are not connected with what. I just got back from Tennessee visiting my family, and I can tell you, after being down there, the economy's booming, everything's going great, but they'll tell you in a heartbeat, it's like, oh, the economy's so bad, and this administration, and we feel so threatened by those immigrants, those illegals that are coming in over here. I'm like, well, that's immigration's part of it. I'm all for securing this border as much as we can and getting this thing locked down, but we need immigrants, or we're going to wind up like Germany and Japan with a shortage of people, which we're well on our way for. And
which
also,
nobody's explaining. I've been talking about this for forever. I mean, the West and the United States is a classic example, has a fertility crisis. And why can't we have a person, I don't know, we could call them the vice president of the United States, who could go on television and show some charts of declining birth rates, show like projections happen economically to the GDP and so on, if we didn't have any immigration. And we could explain to the American people, this is not about just taking jobs that Americans don't want. This is about just keeping the whole thing afloat as far as it is, and keeping it from getting worse.
Isn't that part of the problem, Jamie, is that we actually know very little about Kamala Harris personally? I mean, to Ted's point, if she wanted to, she could address the whole immigration thing and combine it with the birth rate bust by saying, like, look at me, like I worked so hard in my career, I blah blah blah, I didn't really take time to become a mother.
A town hall, bring
whatever,
bring a demographer and bring a prize winning economist.
But that would be a perfect opportunity for her to marry the two topics of like her being a career woman and not really having put time or effort or consideration to having kids. And this is why there's so many women, modern women like me, that don't have children, blah blah blah. This is why immigration is needed, and we need to fill these gaps in our economy. It would also allow for her to tell people a little bit about herself and show vulnerability, but instead she doesn't do any of those things. She's very guarded. She kind of chuckles about, oh yeah, I'm Jamaican, smoke weed, haha, funny. Or, I worked at McDonald's. She's very guarded about herself, when she could have if she had better staff around her, she could have very easily weaved some personal vulnerabilities in there and tell her it's okay to be vulnerable. But instead, I think she views the world and the stage as a prosecutorial stage,
Mhm.
because that's the only time that she does
Adversarial.
well. When it's an adversarial, like when we hear the congressional hearings, when she's like, when she was like in her Senate committee attacking somebody that's there to give a deposition or whatever to the
She's a
Senate,
pit
and
bull. That's
she
what she
grills
is.
them,
She's a
and she's
pit bull.
great.
I mean,
at
town
that.
hall is a great example. If you ever look at some really amazing examples of a town hall and a gifted politician interacting with ordinary voters at the town hall, and that could include someone like George W. Bush or Bill Clinton, they would ask or Al Gore, they would ask the person some questions. They would say like, "Oh, so where do you work? Where are you from? Kids."
Engaging.
She couldn't do that. It was really, she's basically scared of the question. She's like a defendant at a deposition, like, oh shit, incoming.
Well, when you're a fraud or you feel like you are, you are
Imposter
going to be
complex.
imposter. Thank you. I was going to think of the term. When you pull in. Now, Bill Clinton and Al Gore and George W. Bush with their failings and so forth, they were authentic. People liked them. And likability is a huge factor in elections. And people forget about that. They're like, oh, it's about the issues. But showing vulnerability, you're absolutely right. That's just the way to go. I mean, it shows humanity. It shows I'm one of you, not like I'm above you or I'm going to lie to you.
That's what the Trump stunt, the McDonald's thing did. It's like, look, here's this guy. He's a billionaire. He doesn't have to be here. It's like, and you can tell he's having fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's also eating
never
food.
done anything like that.
I mean, by the way, I think he's likable. I mean, there's a lot of people who can't see past his politics. I think he's charming as shit. I think he's funny. I mean, I think he's. I mean, I totally get why people like him. I'll never vote for him, but totally, I get.
Yeah, and he does seem he is, as the Gen Zs would say, he's his authentic self. He's living his truth.
He appears to be. Yeah, maybe he isn't. We don't know, but it looks like he is, right?
I feel like it.
At least he knows how to fake it.
Well, let's switch to another thing. Speaking of Trump, so last night, former Democrat and now or presently independent, but as of last night, new member to the Republican Party, Tulsi Gabbard. Let's listen to her make the announcement down in North Carolina last night at a Trump rally where she tells the audience she is now officially gone over to the Republican Party.
And it is because of my love for our country, and specifically because of the leadership that President Trump has brought to transform the Republican Party and bring it back to the party of the people and the party of peace, that I'm proud to stand here with you today, President Trump, and announce that I'm joining the Republican Party.
She has an amazing voice. I just want to say, a great voice.
Yeah, so that was, I think people saw that coming, right? It wasn't, she left.
I smelled right wing on that lady from day one when she was in the Democratic primaries. And she couldn't stop talking about her military experience. And I remember just thinking like, that doesn't smell like a progressive to me. I mean, I always thought
she was never progressive, though. She was never progressive.
Well, people thought she was just because she was a lady with a streak of a great, like, goth streak of hair there.
Well, and she's from Hawaii, right? And she's like multi-ethnic, and so people, you want to think that, but that gray streak, by the way, it was apparently, the story goes that her streak came from being a medic, a combat medic in Iraq, and the stress just.
That's what she said. She decided to keep it, and good for her. It looks fantastic, by the way.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
But here she is switching parties. Jamie, I've never seen anything like this in modern politics, to see the Cheney family.
Is Trump really, truly the candidate of peace when it comes to Gaza and Israel?
Right. Well, look, we've got the Cheneys with the Democrats. We've got at least a Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard on Trump's side. I mean, I just feel like the world is flipped upside down. I don't know what to make of any of this anymore. This makes no sense to me. How
it's a realignment.
what is happening?
Well, if I might, I mean, I think what you're seeing here is the shift of people switching around from party to party back, and switching over because the parties have become so skewed in what they used to traditionally believe. Now, I'm going to tell you something that you may not know. It might be, Milena, maybe you know. I'm a registered Republican now, and but I'm a moderate still, none the least. But the reason why I'm telling you this is not because is because I am one of those people that left the party because I was just sick and tired of all the kind of BS and mistakes and so forth. I'll tell you what made my change was when Hillary Clinton with that email thing came out, and I was so pissed because I'm like, they knew that they were going to be analyzing her, like with a microscope. And why would they even begin to do something? Do I think she did something wrong? No, not necessarily. But why would you even give them some kind of room? I'm like, that's the arrogance that you have that I'm just so sick of. Now, this was back in the late 2000s that I switched, but it was so right about the time Obama was coming in. But it was a different party then, and so that's changed. So now you're seeing people going back the other way. You've got Fred Upton from Michigan, who was the chairman of the House Energy and Commerce Committee. This is a huge committee. He was the former chairman. He's a former member now, and he just announced that he voted for Harris. This is on top of all these other people, the Cheneys and so forth, that are high-power traditional Republicans that have switched over. And so I think that you're seeing that more and more. But one last thing on the party switches and everything else. Trump got elected in 2016 based on the Democratic base. The Democratic base is what put him in. The rural voters, the union voters, and everything else, because these people were sick and tired of being lied to. They were sick and tired of being lied to over and over again by both sides. But this guy said he was coming in and he took over the party. I was in Cleveland the night he took over the party on the floor, and I was there. All the establishment people were like looking around like, who the hell are these people? I'm like, well, those are the people that just took over your party. Thank you very much. But
wow, that's a good point.
But they all, the reason why they voted for Trump is because this guy's he's saying he's going to go in there and stick it up everybody's ass that we hate. We're so pissed off about, and that's why we like him.
That's exactly right. He is a raised middle finger to the establishment.
Yeah.
I mean, right now I'm friends with a fellow journalist. She's as far left as it gets. She's a communist. She's a progressive. She was Bernie Sanders. She was willing to tolerate. He was almost liberal enough. Anyway, the point she texted me the other day. She goes, "I'm such a rebel. I'm really thinking of voting for Trump." And I was like, "Don't do it. He's just as bad as she is." But the point is, if she's going in that direction, it says a lot. He's still. The question here really was the calculus that the DNC had to make when they were figuring out how to do the switcheroo to put in Biden and run her was, is this a change election or not? And I think it's clear it is a change election. Therefore, in a change election, you want to be the candidate of change. Even though he was president of the United States for 4 years, Donald Trump is still 6 years old. He's still the change candidate. She could have chosen to be the change candidate, or the DNC could have chosen to make her the change candidate, but they didn't.
No, he still represents. He's the big orange middle finger.
Oh yeah,
he really is. One last topic, Jamie. I'm going to throw at you here is, and this is something that really annoys me, is that we talked about it in our headline section before you popped on with us. But it's basically the accusation by Trump that the UK is interfering in the American 2024 election. So let's hear it from Trump. Here's a quick soundbite. Let's listen to that, and then we'll react on the other side.
Donald Trump's campaign accused British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Labour Party of blatant foreign interference in the U.S. presidential election in favor of his rival, Kamala Harris. The complaint cited a now-deleted LinkedIn post from the Labour Party's head of operations, who wrote that nearly 100 current and former staff would travel to the U.S. to campaign for Harris. Trump's team filed a complaint with the Federal Election Commission calling for an investigation into what it termed apparently illegal contributions from the Labor Party to the Harris campaign. British political activists have long traveled to the U.S. ahead of elections, which is allowed under U.S. rules. What isn't allowed is for these volunteers to make financial contributions. The allegations of interference in this case will hinge on whether the Labor Party covered any activists' costs. Starmer said that didn't happen, and Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner gave a similar answer when asked about this in Parliament.
Will the Deputy Prime Minister join me in applauding the brave Labour staff members who've travelled across the Atlantic to campaign against Donald Trump?
People in their own time often go and campaign, and that's what we've seen. It happens in all political parties. People go and campaign and they do what they want to do in their own time with their own money.
While the complaint could complicate US-UK relations if Trump wins the election, Starmer has denied it would have any impact.
All right. For those who can't guess, I'm a little peeved by that because it's a personal thing, right? Having, worked at RT America for almost a decade, and I sat through this during the whole, Russiagate, Russia collusion, Russia, some troll farm bought, like 100 Facebook ads, and that's election interference. But when you have like dozens of actual politicians from the UK coming over here to the US to stump for Harris, I know that's technically in and of itself not against election laws or campaign violations or anything. But when the money gets involved, when there's money involved, and that's the accusation here, is that the party was paying for these political activists from the UK to come stump for Harris, that could qualify as election interference. So I think Trump might have a case here if it turns out that there was money exchanged and money changing hands from the party to come this way to support Harris. That could be a bad thing, but why is the mainstream media not saying this is election interference when there was no evidence of Russia collusion, but we heard about it for 6 years?
We still do.
Because we don't like the Russians. I don't mean to be a smartass, but it's true. It goes back to the Cold War. It's like, it's like the Russian, who's always the bad guys in the movies? The Russians, so it is, I have mixed emotions about this. Number one, I don't really see that this is going to make that big of a difference anyway. And if what you go and do on your own time is your own business. And I have worked with people that have been from other countries that have come to work in our campaigns here in the U.S. They were Canadian, but but it's not
technically another country.
Technically another country. Though no insult to the Canadians. I love the Canadians. But the thing is, I want to point out that this is not something that we don't not do in the U.S. To go over and affect other elections and campaign and do all these kinds of things. We try to pull our strings in the way that we want to. So I think it's a little bit hypocritical for us to be. If this was really affecting and having a huge impact on the campaign, well, hey, let's talk. And if this is a huge amount of money, hey, let's talk. But if we're talking about some people that are coming in and doing some minor campaign, but basically, I can tell you what happens a lot on these kinds of things. It's a vacation. It's a way to, it is, you go do some campaign work, then you go out to dinner and go drinking, and all that kind of stuff. I know because we've been there. And so it is, it's going to have a lot less effect than I think is being portrayed. But it is also something that we do ourselves in impacting and having an influence on other elections in other countries. So those are my thoughts.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, we do a lot worse, I would say, Jamie, than sending a few people.
No, we overthrow the government. We kill the president and we put in the one we like better.
There's that.
We do not. I take great umbrage to that. I don't know.
Well, I did a book.
I've seen the movie.
I did the book with a very provocative title called The Anti-American Manifesto. And I told my publisher I wanted to have like a addendum that's just written very small of every U.S. Intervention and regime change in its history. And it got really kind of out of control. The page count, even like when we had it down to like a 5-point font, it was kind of like, this is going to be half the book. We have to trim this. It's like, it's too much.
Just at the end of it, just at a certain point, just keep going, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Like you get the idea.
Yeah, that's all you gotta say. You guys get the idea. Like, I mean, we can go all across like the 70s and 80s in Latin America, right? I mean, that's we could say that's God. I mean, like Allende and all. I mean, that's
pick
if we want to go
up
back.
Philip Agee's book called Inside the Company. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
Or like the manufacturing consent, Noam Chomsky's manufacturing consent, right? Like he goes into detail about what happens in the 80s in Latin America, and for folks that don't understand the migration crisis coming from Latin America, it actually began like 40 years ago. It's not a recent thing. It began from 40 years ago from U.S. interference in their elections down there. So you don't like those Latin Americans coming up to North America, go back 40 years, and then we can talk about that. That's a whole different conversation. But I thought this was like a funny thing because it's like you said, it's that simple, Jamie. We don't like the Russians, but you have a few people up there, troll farms, unsanctioned, maybe not, maybe sanctioned, maybe unsanctioned, by the Kremlin. Who knows? But we're talking about a few hundred posts on social media, and it was like, hair's on fire. The Russians are coming.
$100,000 to $200,000 in a $7 billion campaign. Not to mention, by the way, a lot of that same company, people always forget, right? They did a lot of pro-Hillary ads too. I mean, so it kind of was like it was a troll farm. That's what it was. It was a click operation. It wasn't about election interference.
That's what scares me the most. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, and let's not forget that apparently the Russians were also to blame for the BLM stuff and, like minorities.
Well, because they're amplifying divisions in American society. That's the rhetoric. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure those divisions are going to come out one way or the other.
And that, to me, I'm sorry, as a minority, I'm going to say, like, we have our complaints and our bitches about what's happening, here in the US and how we live our daily lives. And it didn't take any of the Russians to let me know that this stuff was happening. It's stuff that we live through every day. And like I said at the top of the show, like I grew up in a like heavily, we're talking 80+% Mexican neighborhood near East LA, at the East LA border. And it didn't take the Russians to tell people in East LA that, there's all the kids joining gangs. It's because there's no chance to get out of that neighborhood. You're from a poor neighborhood. You just continue to stay there. And very few of us ever get out, right? The discontent was there. It didn't take the Russians to tell us about that. It was there. And so my point to this is that it takes, when the media says, oh, it's the Russians doing it, their election interference, they're, making all the minorities disgruntled. No, you're taking agency away from us minorities and our voice and what we actually see as reality. They're taking away the agency of us to speak for us, to say, oh, and they also get to blame the Russians, which, like you said, the U.S. government hates. So, it's a twofer.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's let Jamie go. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure. Great to see you again. Please come back again soon.
Yes,
Jamie Finch is a former National Transportation Safety Board official and an aviation expert. Thanks very much.
Thank you
so much, Jamie. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so our topic for the day for our guest, for those of you who listened to us on our previous program on the radio, you might be familiar with this voice, and now you're going to get to see their face, maybe for the first time for some of you. I'm going to go ahead and
a handsome face it is.
So it's a good looking face.
Yeah.
Let me add Let me add them to the stage. Right there. That's a good looking face. For those
Thank
who
you.
don't know, hello, that is Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin is a video essayist with more than 250,000 YouTube subscribers. He's going to have to tell us how to do that. And in their book,
we need that
Custom
help.
Reality, in their book, Custom Reality and You, they explore how reality works in a world where profit, like Walmart, is the driving force. Relatable humor and a commitment to everyday people keeps their left perspective fresh, fun, and most importantly, sharp. You can follow Peter on YouTube, Patreon, and Twitter at Peter Coffin, and grab their book on Amazon by that name, Custom Reality and You. So, Peter, so nice to see you.
So nice to. I've never seen him before. I've seen his picture still.
Yeah, I came in to just relieve everybody all the tension from the last story. Holy crap!
Right? I don't even know. Like, oh
no, it's a. I mean, literally, it's a Halloween horror story. Peter, I gotta ask you. I've always wanted to ask you about your last name. Do you know the origins of your last name?
Yes, See, that's actually a very interesting question, and I could spend a very long time. Yes, it's my real last name, and it goes back to Nantucket with people who whalers landing here. It's actually a English Welsh name. The character in Moby Dick, who was the innkeeper, was named Peter Coffin. It was not named for him, but that is actually based on the whaling family that Coffin is. I was named for my grandpa on the other side, the significantly more Polish Jewish sounding side.
Because we always think it sounds like a cool like punk rock name.
Totally.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, like you could have totally, like if you had told me you were in the Damned, I would have been like,
well, who's to say I'm not?
No, that's true. They've had like 35 members, so it's entirely possible. Yeah.
That's Peter's book right there. I found it on Amazon, threw it up on the screen. Okay, so before we talk about the topic that we dragged you on for, after we shake off that Walmart story, ick. Like,
now get ready for a new one.
Yeah, get ready for
this. What we're going to talk about is that much better.
I know. Oh, it's so awful. Like all of this stuff, like teenagers dying in such bizarre ways. Like it's not funny because I think we're all parents, right? On this group here.
I have 2 kids.
2. Gosh, Ted and I have 1 each, so it's like
don't have another one. Then they start to gang up against you. The numbers are not in your favor.
They're already not in my favor.
So this next story, I'm gonna play the video because it's just a quick 1-minute video that kind of explains what this case is. And it'll make all the sense in the world why we brought Peter on to discuss, given Peter's book, Custom Reality and
Not
You.
my last name, though. That has nothing to do with this. Let's keep
not
that
related.
out of it.
No, not that. Oh, no volume. Hold on.
Megan's
Let's start over.
An AI chatbot conversation turned deadly. Megan's 14-year-old son, Sewell Setzer, tragically took his own life after falling in love with an AI chatbot he called Daenerys. Megan has filed a lawsuit against Character.ai, accusing the company of negligence and wrongful death. The lawsuit reveals chilling exchanges where the AI allegedly encouraged Sewell's dark thoughts. The bot at one point asked Setzer if he had devised a plan for ending himself. He admitted that he had, but that he did not know if it would succeed or cause him great pain. The bot replied, "That's not a reason not to go through with it." Sewell, like many children his age, did not have the maturity or mental capacity to understand that the bot was not real. Daenerys told him that she loved him and engaged in inappropriate acts with him over weeks, possibly months, the document claimed. How much responsibility do AI developers have for their creations? And are current regulations enough to protect vulnerable users? AI isn't just a tool. It can have devastating consequences. An AI chatbot.
Oof. So from one grim teen story to another. So this is not my world, Peter. I'm not like a great tech person. I haven't engaged with any of the AI that's publicly available right now. I don't know what talking to a chatbot actually means, but
yeah, you do. Sure you do. Sure you do.
ChatGPT is a chatbot. Like it's not one that's going to cause you to fall in love with it, most likely. But
yeah, you've talked to chatbots, haven't you? Ever been online and it's like, oh, like you can text us here at Bank of America.
Oh, like the bank. Oh, okay.
That's a
Sorry,
chatbot.
I have okay.
But
It's
yeah,
not
that
as
is,
seductive
you're right.
as Daenerys.
Yeah.
Okay. So tell us about how that works, Peter. Like, what are there all of these different companies that create like chatbots that, I mean, it seems completely unregulated by lawmakers. And in this case, for this little kid, his mom didn't seem to know what was going on. Or, I mean, I feel like somebody had to regulate and lay down the law somewhere, whether at home or in Washington, but none of that happened. And this kid is now dead.
Yeah. So the way these things are trained, they're essentially fed large amounts of data, and they don't actually record the data itself. They record the sort of approximation of it. It's actually, it's very different than how a lot of people think that it's just like large caches of text and images, and it's really not. But the way that this worked in particular is they obviously trained it on characters. They trained it on like, Ted is obviously an author. He knows a lot about what a character is, archetypes, like types of action, types of drama, conflict, et cetera, et cetera. And the thing is, if you think about those things like a narrative and conflict and resolution and tragedy versus comedy, et cetera, the data exists within that data set to say things like this. And to me, it looks like an issue of training very negligently. They're not thinking about the types of content. And I use AI for so much. I use it for organizing my writing stuff. I use it for stock footage now. I use it for, I make music videos with it now. I use it on a lot of different levels. And it really is only as useful as the data it's trained on. And if you understand that, to me, you probably should understand that you should train things with consequences in mind. Because again, you're talking about making chatbots that are for entertainment, that are for people to interact with. And while, it's been said that this caused the decline of this child's mental health, I would argue it probably enabled a problem that this kid probably already had. And that is very irresponsible. They didn't think about people who have some kind of a problem or are young and naive, or a combination of the two, that are going to interact with this thing. This is like you said, Manila, it's 100% like a case for why this stuff should be regulated. I'm massively pro AI, but I'm not pro irresponsible uses of AI. And as far as I'm concerned, the training of this was irresponsible, most likely.
Oh, I see.
I mean, Manila, like if you think about like it's sort of a, when Peter's talking about like character. So imagine like, say, someone, let's say me, and like there's certain questions you could ask me, whether it's about politics, obviously, or about, music or pop culture or anything you want, my favorite color, whether I like plants or not. And you could probably, because you've known me for a while, kind of predict a lot of the answers, or at least the general contours of those answers, right? So that's like how the character, in this case, the Daenerys character, she is a dark and bipolar character in Game of Thrones, who basically comes off as sweet and like a protector of the people, but then ultimately she actually turns into a violent, devastating, psychotic person who destroys everything. So that character in this Game of Thrones thing, that was pretty true. That kind of behavior is pretty true to her character.
So the AI producing these sorts of responses to that kid is based on what it learned from the character in the show.
How it was programmed to be like that character, right?
And it could very well be an aggregate of other things too. We don't know for sure, but think about the novel you were talking about earlier, Ted, your novel, which was originally called Kill Your Parents Before They Kill You. Imagine irresponsibly training, like not thinking about where that type of language could suggest things to a child.
Right.
If you're training, you need to be taking things out of the data before you put it into the AI, and they clearly did not.
So this is irresponsible, I guess, in your opinion, then, Peter?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's like irresponsible is a very light way of putting it, but yes.
But like
they fucked up royally.
Yes.
You can say that here. It's not the radio.
Yeah.
I guess
I'm trying to modulate that in my head. It's really
so two legal questions. I know nobody here is an attorney. I suspect that there is legal exposure to the AI company here. I suspect that a jury would probably be sympathetic to a well-argued case here. And I guess the question is, okay, so this should be regulated. Now, how does Congress or some other regulatory body who are composed of old guys who, for the most part, don't even use email, they literally, I know some people like this. They literally,
I'm not that bad.
They will like literally, they will dictate an email to their secretary and have their secretary send it, and then print out the response. Yeah, exactly. So these people who are not tech savvy, how do we get this group of legislators? I know they don't personally write the laws, but I mean, how do we end up with regulations that make sense? Do we need a new governmental department, a bureau of AI monitoring or whatever, composed of experts in the field, where they hire people from Silicon Valley to work on this? I mean, how do we get there without crushing the baby in its crib?
That's a very good question. And I think one of the things is that people, the general public, the voting public in particular, needs to be more educated about how AI works. I think without that baseline, we're not going to get anywhere. I think that you did propose some good ideas. I think that a bureau of some kind, a specific department, working on sort of AI safety, as opposed to, I mean, there is a potential for censorship there that I don't like, but if we're living in a safe society, a free and safe society, safety has to be a priority. I'm sure we could do that without it becoming a massive censorship problem. And I think, like, if we're talking about an ideal world, that would be at least a step towards a solution. But I think before we even get to those areas, people need to understand how this works better. At least, like, the cursory explanation I gave here about how data ends up in a situation where it could be doing this. People need to understand that, for instance. Like,
yes.
And then there's also all of the intellectual property stuff that people don't seem to really understand. Like, they think that AI is storing a bunch of artists' work. They think that AI is just like a big database of pictures and text and video and stuff, and that it's just pulling from those things. It's actually not. It's approximations that are, it figures out a detail. It works a lot like a human memory. Like, I don't have an exact copy of anything in my head. And if you ask me to repeat anything that I'm saying, it's not going to come out the same. But like, there's a lot of things that people just don't understand about this technology that I think not only allows these larger entities to get away with stuff that is kind of negligent like this, but also ends up with people who think like, oh, I can start an AI company and make a bunch of money. And they don't really understand what they're doing. They just hire somebody, and maybe their underlings know what they're doing, but it doesn't really matter as long as the boss is telling them to do something. I mean, there's a lot. As much as I do think that regulation is very necessary, I think in order to get regulation that even effective and not harmful, you need the general public.
Well, can I just propose like a dumb answer? Or I don't know that necessarily it's an answer, but
may not be dumb either.
Well, that's true, maybe, but
we'll see.
This is I'm so outside of this world, and I don't know how any of it functions really. But like, I'm still like very analog. But there are websites, for example, if you want to buy like a vape, right? There that you have to buy a vape online, that you have to show your ID and like in real time and put it up to the camera, or at least send a picture and then send it to them, and the website verifies it, and then you can go onto their website to buy their vape products, for example. Can something like that help, at least in the way of mitigating very young teens? Like 14 is 8th or 9th grade. Like, you are not done maturing to even fully understand what you're communicating with here. And then further, even though it's like a chat bot, if there's probably some other chat bot out there that's going to really give you some graphic replies in terms of like sexual whatever, shouldn't there be a way to keep it like 18 and over at least?
I think that's not dumb. I think that's quite smart, actually. That's would it curb the entire problem? No, but again, you at least limit the access of minors to stuff like this. Minors are obviously more impressionable. The younger you are, the more impressionable you are. It's that simple. And I'm not saying that kids are stupid or anything. They're actually very, very smart. It's just that the younger you are, the less experience you have. That's just a fact of life. And but I don't think the problem is entirely that. I think that it actually gets into a lot of the stuff I talk about besides AI. Like, this is, in my opinion, partly a fandom problem as well. Like, fandom can be a very unhealthy thing. It can be something where they curate situations in which somebody who might have the type of problems that, obviously this child, we can't guess what type of problems he had, but somebody with those types of problems might be more vulnerable to the need of a community or a need of an outlet, that these kind of obsessions with these types of characters are. And in this case, they give like a specific remedy to that in allowing you to speak with that character. And I think that's not necessarily an AI problem. AI certainly is a tool that makes it possible, but like, we do have precedents to that prior to AI, where people have gotten into very unhealthy relationships with, whether it be the artists themselves or some sort of person impersonating the artist, or even just very unhealthy, completely one-way parasocial.
There's romance scams, right?
Yeah.
Like the football player. What was his name? The guy who had
Monte Teo.
Yeah, exactly. He basically thought he was having a romantic relationship with a girl, and he wasn't. He never met her. It was online.
I went through that exact thing, actually.
Really?
If you look up I had a big problem in 2011 where I had a controversy where I was being catfished by somebody, and people who disliked me online used it to paint as if I was just making up a girlfriend and was a creep of some kind. And that got into Gawker, and it actually ruined my career at the time. Like, it's a very, believe me, you're talking to the right person about this kind of crap.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But, it's happened.
Well, there's a whole show about that, right? On MTV called Catfished.
Yeah, it came out in 2010, and my thing happened in 2011. Obviously, it wasn't documented on the show, but there's a lot of precedent to how this works. It's just now you don't really need malicious intent at all. There's a system that can literally facilitate this without even anybody thinking that it's possible.
It's on autopilot. It's happening, and there's no nefarious actor.
Exactly.
There's no man behind the yellow curtain.
Yeah, it's negligence too. It's, again, we talked earlier, it's training these things based on just like having as much data as possible rather than thinking about the consequences of it.
This does, like, it prompts so many questions about automation, right? Self-driving cars that make bad decisions, that don't see, for example,
who's responsible.
They
crash.
I'm
the user. I don't know if you've read any of those end user agreements. They're not nice.
And the thing is that it's like those. It's sort of like, I think about like the designers, for example. There was one crash in Georgia where a car went right into a side of a semi-truck and T-boned it, and the driver died. And the problem was that the color of the truck was about the same color as the sky in the background, so the camera didn't see it, didn't perceive it. Now,
oh my God!
So the thing is, it's kind of like Peter, you're saying, like in this case, the AI chatbot, the designers didn't anticipate this possible outcome, and if they had, they would have obviously programmed around it. but no one is clairvoyant, right? Nobody can. So basically the way that these systems work is they're developed, ideally, they're tested over and over. You get really smart people, a lot of them, to try to think of every possible scenario. But the truth is you can never think of every possible scenario. There's always something new. And and somehow psychologically, human beings find it like much more, like if you had a self-driving passenger jet, it might have a better safety record.
They have autopilot.
Right. Well, the drones, right? But there's better safety records for those maybe than there. And you could think of human beings might fly their plane full of passengers into the Alps, right? I mean, human beings could lose their minds. But the point is that, psychologically, I think most people feel more comfortable with the possibility that their train conductor is psychotic or on drugs than they are with the idea that just someone in Mountain View didn't program something right.
Well, look, let me read this little line from the New York Post. It says, the lawsuit filed by the mom here, Megan Garcia. The lawsuit claims that Sewell's mental health quickly and severely declined only after he downloaded the app in April of 2023. His family alleges he became withdrawn, his grades started to drop, and he started getting into trouble at school the more he got sucked into speaking with the chatbot. The changes in him got so bad that his parents arranged for him to see a therapist in late 2023, which resulted in him being diagnosed with anxiety and disruptive mood disorder, according to the suit. So my question here, I mean, and maybe this is we're all parents, like we said, like we established. At what point, I hate the idea of victim blaming or blaming the surviving parents, right? But at what point, if you know a year ago that your kid is suddenly changing, just overnight after using this app, why wouldn't you remove the app or ban it or whatever? I mean, there are ways that you can do that on your phone, right?
Yes.
No, you can do that.
The kiddie poos are very good at working around.
They are. I will say, they're good at getting into my account too.
Oh boy. So I mean, I have a little one. Mine's 6, right? So I'm not there yet.
I have a 10 and a 7, and the 10 is the one who's clever.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, already. Well,
that's how it was with mine when he was that age.
But shouldn't there be some level of parental responsibility here? Because I feel like we've abdicated, in the 2020s. I feel like we have largely abdicated parenting to everything else. Right?
If it goes to trial, assessment will occur. I mean, the way people aren't really aware of this, but when there's a split liability. So let's say they go to trial, and the jury could decide that the mother in this case was 30% responsible and that the AI chatbot was 70% responsible. They might find total liability is $10 million. So then they would award, instead of $10 million, they would award a discounted $7 million in that scenario. A great example of that was the famous McDonald's hot coffee case. It was determined by the court that she was in part responsible because she placed the coffee between her legs, and that part contributed to it. However, the styrofoam melted from the heat of the coffee, and so therefore McDonald's was largely responsible, but she bore some responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
That's what would happen here.
But I mean, just speaking as a parent, I know you can't control your kids all the time, but to some degree, I would like to know more about what poor Miss Garcia, and my heart aches for her, but I would like to know more about what she did, right? As a parent, besides taking the kid to therapy, how does he continue to use it? How, are you monitoring that? I feel like this just kind of raises the flag for all parents to be
I gotta say,
you really need to see what your kid is doing.
Psychologists say that, removing electronic devices from their kids as a punishment is frowned upon by most therapists these days. Child psychologists say that effectively cuts them off from their friends and the outside world, and it isolates them more, and it has it's not something you should do.
there are new studies that I have read, especially for neurodivergent children, that's actually say the opposite is true than for neurotypical kids, that screen time is actually good for neurodivergent children, because that is like they kind of feel safer in that, you know, in that space, and that's where they make friends, and where they have their social like outlet is on the iPad or whatever, right? We'll just call it the iPad, but it's actually better for neurodivergent children. And then this happens, then you kind of go, oh boy, like what do you do?
I look at it like, I do think that there is not no responsibility on the parent. I don't think that that's the case.
Agreed.
But I would assert that if a tech company can't completely understand the consequences of these types of chatbots, that an individual person is very likely, who is not like actively involved in using and researching AI, at least, or any of that, just a lay person who is existing in the world normally, I think probably doesn't know the potential consequences of it either. So I think there's two sides to that. Like, should we, well, again, it'll lead me right back to my other thing. People should be educated on what AI is capable of, what possible consequences are. And we did say, like, it's not possible to be clairvoyant, but also, Ted, you know what a story is. Like, I know what a story is. We all know that there's something negative that happens in a story, or the story sucks ass. Like,
conflict is necessary.
Exactly. If there's no conflict, it's literally like, it's not a story, it's a recounting of an afternoon, you know? So, like, when people are training on that type of data, specifically narrative data, I think that should be something they can anticipate a little better than perhaps a Tesla not being able to tell the difference between a reflective trailer and the sky. I think that's maybe a little bit more common sense of something. And again, like I said, we have precedent in other areas where the same kind of thing happens for similar reasons. It's just, it's not automated. Automation is wonderful. It's incredible. It gives us a lot of great stuff, but a lot of it's based in using the technology in a manner that actually like produces, or it's productive rather than not productive. And it's easy to use any tool for that. Like, I could just go around and smash holes in my wall with my hammer all I want. That's a misuse of a hammer. And the way that it works out is to use things the right way, A, and have people understand how it works, B.
Yeah,
automation is a double-edged sword, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think about, like, if you drive a fairly late model car, you probably have a car that tries to guide you and keep you in the middle of the lane.
Yes.
Or it senses
drives
that
me crazy. Actually,
I hate it. I hate it.
I turn mine off too.
They don't always let you turn it off, especially
mine doesn't let me turn it off.
Mine doesn't either.
Oh.
And if it lets you, I bet you could, like, get under the hood maybe and reprogram it if you were brilliant. But
I couldn't.
But the point is, I can imagine situations in circumstances under which that could be dangerous. For example, let's say someone's bearing down on you and you want to punch the brake and get out of their way, but there's a vehicle in front of you, and it says it'll stop you because you're too close. That could end up getting rear-ended, so it's a positive. Well, I mean, look, a seatbelt. Seatbelts generally save lives, right? My car once went into the Gulf of Mexico. I was really glad I was able to get that seatbelt off and get out of the car before it went blub blub blub. So everything is a double-edged sword.
Oh, you're almost Teddy Kennedy style.
Technology, just in general.
To us Teds, we like to drive into the water.
I will say,
apparently,
to wrap it up with my book, where profit is the driver.
I'm gonna put that up there.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of that. Like, they're not thinking about the consequences of things. They're thinking about how they can make money, and how they can make money is by giving. In the case of an AI chatbot app that emulates a character, is by giving the person with it the experience that they want. And this child wanted a romantic relationship with Daenerys Targaryen, which sounds absurd, But like ultimately, the machine is programmed to give them what they want. That's profit driving reality. It's not
It's
good.
not that absurd. I mean, it's
No,
basically it's just a form of pornography, right? I mean,
yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually. Yes. But that's what it is. It's profit driving the reality of this kid, in all seriousness.
It's playing into people's fantasy lives, which are extremely important and in many cases very positive. You know, I mean, we wouldn't be human beings without rich fantasy lives. And so, but it preys on it, and you know, I mean, you know, even if we just assume that there's nothing nefarious, that clearly short-term profits were part of the problem here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like my dumb simple fix, ID everybody that, you know, with the...
No, that's not a dumb simple fix.
I don't think that's dumb at all. Maybe simple, but not dumb.
A lot of stuff should be ID'd, really, truly, online.
Oh, yes. Yeah, far more than just this.
Yeah, like if you can't buy cigarettes, you know, a kid can't walk in to go buy cigarettes, then you shouldn't be able to... Or forget cigarettes. Walking into a porn shop or a strip club, if a kid can't do that to live out his teenage fantasy, then he maybe shouldn't be able to just log on and, you know, download an app, you know, so that could do this, because this is like that AI threat that people that are like me, that are not, you know, super techie, are kind of fearful about, because we read stuff like this and we go, holy crap, like
terrifying.
AI is gonna kill us. That's
this is, as Alvin Toffler would call it, this is future shock.
Yes. But here's the other thing to think about. Is it AI killing you, or is it a person who's programming AI killing you?
That's correct.
It's ultimately like the driver of the car is the person who runs it into the wall, or the pedestrian, or whatever.
Guns
the
don't
car
kill
doesn't.
people.
Yeah.
Right.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
That's true.
I mean,
it is true. They have to choose to use it that way, or negligently use it in a manner that harms someone.
But it's like gun control. You can eliminate the harm. You can mitigate it, though. You could say, for example, you know, we want smaller capacity magazines, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
but it's the Wild West.
It's exactly, and that's, if we think about it the way that it is, though, where it's people driving it, then it's people that can be influenced or regulated. Like, people have to do things a certain way to get more safety in our overall AI environment, I guess.
Yeah, and certainly the dinosaurs on Capitol Hill who don't even know how Facebook works.
Yeah.
Facebook that was so like 15 years ago, they're the ones trying to regulate this. So I think that's really funny. So they need to call up people like you, Peter, seriously, to consult with.
Congressional hearings.
Yes.
I would love to do that. Would be hilarious. That would make so many people so mad. If
I'm going to put that out there into the universe. I'm just saying, putting that out there into the universe for Peter Coffin to testify at Capitol Hill about regulating AI, because I feel
I'm
like
all for it.
You put it in a way that even I understood. So
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
This was amazing, Peter. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you so much. And I'm going to put the book up there one more time, so that way everybody can go check out Peter's book, available right now on Amazon. You guys go get it. Peter Coffin's book, Custom Reality and You. Peter Coffin, of course, is the author of that book, and a YouTuber with a lot of viewers. We're going to have to pick Peter's brain about that too. So go check out Peter's book. Thank you so much for this conversation, Peter. We hope to have you back.
Of course. Thank you a ton.
Thanks, Peter.
Great.
Thank you.
Clovis loved you. Bye. All right, Donald Trump's election victory caused a lot of people to think that the war between Russia and Ukraine would still come to an end as the United States pulled back on its financial and military support for Ukraine, something that former President Trump promised repeatedly throughout the campaign. However, what was expected to be a quiet transition in America's proxy war has heated up dramatically after President Biden reversed himself in order to allow Ukraine to fire U.S.-made and U.S.-operated ATACMS missiles up to 200 miles into the Russian Federation, which they've now done. As Russian President Vladimir Putin had threatened to do, Russia quickly responded by updating its nuclear doctrine in order to authorize Russian military leaders to launch a nuclear strike against any nuclear-armed country that attacks Russia, whether it uses nuclear or conventional weapons. Now that has occurred. Ukraine used an ATACMS to attack Russia. And of course, there's also this landmine thing. And of course, there's this possible threat against the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv or Kiev, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Will Russia let it go, retaliate asymmetrically, or go to DEFCON 4, or whatever the equivalent is where they have in Russia? Can Putin wait things out until January 20th when Trump comes into office? And if he does, will it pay off with a long-term settlement? How close are we to World War III? We are joined by Mark Sloboda. He's a military and international relations and security analyst and an expert on the war between Russia and Ukraine to game out what comes next. You can follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sloboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda, and find him on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci. That's GRAMSCI. Mark, thanks for joining us here on the TMI show.
Ted, Manila, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the show. And Ted, I'm going to leave the assertion that Betty White was attractive in your corner. There. And her character's name on Golden Girls was Rose.
I was talking about the Mary Tyler Moore show, though.
Oh,
she was Phyllis.
Way back. Okay. Mary Tyler Moore show is at least, I don't know. It's. I feel old at 50, but you're obviously.
I'm 61.
Taking it way back.
Yeah, different, a decade older, a different generation.
Yeah.
Taking it way back. But I think most of the younger generation, by the way, they're seeing a resurgence in viewership in the Golden Girls. Just so you know, it's a thing. Like on
Netflix. They should watch Mary Tyler Moore show instead. It's a better show.
I don't even know what the Mary Tyler Moore show is.
Oh, it's absolutely iconic. I mean, Mary Tyler Moore plays a young local TV producer in Minneapolis. She's a single woman trying to make it in the big city, and this show launched a lot of careers. Notably, Ed Asner. He took off there, and what's his name? The guy who played the news anchor, Ted Baxter. What was that guy's name with the white hair?
I can see his face. I can't think of the names, but yeah, it did launch a lot of careers. So there's that.
Oh, by the way, I've reassessed my best 80s cartoon, and I have to withdraw the Thundercats and put forward Thundar the Barbarian.
I don't know about Thundar.
Less well-known, but absolutely incredible 80s sci-fi apocalyptic cartoon from the 80s.
Thundar. All right, I'm gonna check that out.
I don't know YouTube. That one. I did love Land of the Lost.
Well, that's much older than the 80s.
Yeah, that I am aware, but it wasn't really a cartoon, though, was it?
No.
Yeah, are we doing only okay? I need to think of cartoons that I like. I don't know. Okay, but in not so cartoonish world, in reality world. Here we are.
Pretty cartoonish. Still pretty cartoonish.
Well, you can still go. I mean, technically, The Simpsons is an '80s show, isn't it? Or not? No, no.
Yes.
It's not.
Yeah. No.
With the Tracy, maybe with the Tracy Ullman stuff.
Tracy Ullman. It was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but anyhow, yeah. Well, The Simpsons they predict everything. I don't know if they predicted this one. I don't know. I'm not
about today.
An aficionado. Yeah, with they predicted a lot of stuff. With the whole Kamala Harris female president thing. I guess that was applicable to Hillary Clinton.
President Trump. They predicted that.
They predicted that. I don't know if anyone saw this Ukraine thing coming. You really? Well, here we are. He's that guy. I never thought, Mark, I would be praying I can't wait for Donald Trump to get into office after waking up this morning and finding out that Joe Biden, no idea. I mean, it can't be worse than this. The Biden administration not only greenlights ATACMS yesterday, but now the UK is sending, now the landmines, and now the UK is allowing usage of the Storm Shadow cruise missiles. So I feel like the West really, really, really extra wants to F things up before Trump gets into office, and maybe get that World War III going, so that way Donald Trump is left with having to deal with cleaning up the crap. I kind of feel like that's part of it.
Okay, so let me while this is being portrayed in the West as Biden allows or green lights Kiev's use of the ATACMS missiles deeper into Russia. First of all, these missiles have already been used on Russian targets for a year, right? Now, they've been used in the Donbass, Kherson, Zaporozhye, Crimea, and I know the West doesn't consider them to be part of Russia. Speaking as someone with a Crimean wife and family in the Crimea, I beg to differ. But there's an understanding of that. But let's be clear, because Putin was very specific a few months ago when this topic was last raised, and the White House backed away from it at the time. This is a U.S. ballistic missile that has to be guided to target by U.S. GPS active satellites, and the targeting sequence for firing actually has to be programmed into the individual missile by U.S. military specialists. Because like with the British Storm Shadows and the French Scalps, it uses a proprietary classified coding software that there's no way that the U.S. would transfer to the Kiev regime because of the potential leak and the compromising of an entire weapon system that way. And we know this because no less a person than the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, publicly said as much when defending his decision not to send German Taurus cruise missiles, because he wouldn't put German troops on the ground launching missiles at Russians, right? He specifically, like the British, the French, and the Americans are doing. He specifically said that. So Putin has been clear. This isn't a matter of giving permission to the Kiev regime to now launch missiles deep into Russia proper, if you will. This is Joe Biden firing ballistic missiles into Russia. That's the Russian perspective. Right. That's the way they see this. They see this as an act of war by the United States on the Russian Federation. Not a proxy, no fig leaf, an act of war by Joe Biden against Russia. Now, the question is, how will Russia respond? Previously, when the last time this possibility was pushed, CNN came out with a story saying that the U.S. talked Russia out of supplying long-range anti-ship missiles to the Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis, the Ansala movement, that has been conducting a blockade against Israeli and Israeli allied, meaning Western shipping, in the Red Sea now, over the ongoing Israeli genocide of Palestinians. They've conducted multiple attacks with cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones on U.S. and Western warships in the Red Sea. And if Russia provided far more long-range, accurate, and powerful anti-ship missiles, you can pretty much guess they'd be in a hurry to use it. Now, supposedly, this was backed down, presumably because Biden at the time refrained from conducting these attacks in Russia. I think you can be pretty certain that Russia is definitely reconsidering going through with that, in which case it will be young U.S. sailors and Marines who pay the price for Biden's attacks on Russia. That said, Russia has to weigh the precedent and the deterrence here of the senile warmonger exiting the stage when Trump, with at least the potential that if not bringing an end to the conflict, will at least de-escalate the U.S. role in it in less than 2 months. So there's a lot for the Kremlin to consider here, a lot of precedent, issues of deterrence. What will the Trump administration do? Will they just continue this, or will they change policy? Will they revoke, these type of attacks? And what is done in the meantime? We've already seen 6 missiles launched, 6 of these ATACMS into Russia. Now, contrary to the New York Times story, which claimed they would just be used in a narrow range of territory in the Kursk region, supposedly to hit where those invisible North Korean super soldiers that no one has found any evidence of, this Red Dawn fan fiction. That was the excuse. But they weren't used in the Kursk region at all. They were fired into the Bryansk region at an old Soviet ammunition depot that wasn't even being used in this conflict. And according to the Russian Ministry of Defense, 5 of those missiles were shot down, a 6th was hit and crashed, causing a fire, but not actually hitting the base in question. So all of them failing to hit the target. And according to the Financial Times, the Kiev regime has no more than 50 of those. So at least that leaves us with no more than 44 for hitting nothing. And that is, is it something that Russia will factor in? These weapons have already been used against Russian targets for a year. And Russia has long developed a profile for their electronic warfare and air defense systems, the best in the world, by the way. And they have demonstrated the capability to physically bring these things down with air defense and to block their GPS signals with their electronic warfare, rendering them useless hunks of metal floating through the sky, unable to connect to their target. So this isn't some type of game changer. The Pentagon did not want to do this. They were against this because they said that this will not change anything on the battlefield. There's nothing that the Kiev regime can hit with as many as we can afford to give. And the Pentagon doesn't want to give any more of these missiles because they are not currently producing any more of them. And they're very, very worried about a potential conflict that the U.S. intends to provoke with China in the Taiwan Straits and the South China Sea in the very near future, because they are constantly harping about a missile gap, a conventional missile gap that they're afraid will give China an advantage. And I think we're already well past that point of the U.S. being able to win that conflict. But, I guess they still have hopes in that category, which is why Biden is having to pry these ATACMS out of the Pentagon's hands. And supposedly now they've got less than 50 left. For what? So you could stage a big explosion at an ammo depot that wasn't even an old ammo depot that wasn't even being used in this conflict, i.e. an info warfare hit that didn't even work. And that's why we are now on the, Putin's not going to fire nuclear missiles into Russia, right? That's
into Ukraine.
Or into Ukraine, right? Russia's not going to fire nuclear missiles into the U.S. or into Ukraine, right? That's absurd. That's not what's going to happen.
So
what about this potential embassy attack?
Right. They keep saying air attack on high alert, whatever. The U.S. embassy is shut down. Immediate effect.
I have to assume that's disinformation. Russia also is not going to attack an embassy. That is not in Russia's MO whatsoever. They've always been very against such measures. Russia will attack with a military response to a military attack if they choose to respond at all. And I'm not so sure they will, because while there is the question of red lines and deterrence, it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is laying a trap here, right? And I think Putin will weigh everything in and will reserve the right to conduct a response to this into the future, depending on what the Trump administration does or does not do once inaugurated. But I think Putin is a little too, I don't know, not senile, compared to Biden, that he won't walk into. I mean, the trap is really for Trump, not for Putin. But
are there, speaking of which, are there back channel communications or even normal communications between President-elect Trump and President Putin, where basically Trump is saying, "Look, this isn't me. Hold tight. The cavalry's on the way. I'm sorry. Like they're, my predecessors are being a little cray cray."
Yeah, according to the Russian side, there's been no contact whatsoever. But I would suggest that there is a way, if you have close Trump confidants like Donald Trump Jr. or Richard Grenville speaking, presenting, what we can assume, or we at least hope, is Trump's disapproval of this, right? Trump isn't leaping into it himself, which is the smart thing to do politically, right? But if his interlocutors are speaking out, Russia is, of course, listening. And we can presume that that's some type of indirect message to Russia, hopefully.
Do you foresee any chance of this warfare going into the water, as like maybe in the Black Sea somewhere? Do you see this escalation going that way at all?
See, the Black Sea is not actually very good territory for the U.S. because they are not a littoral state of the Black Sea. So they are restricted by the admission of warships into the Black Sea by the Montreux Convention that Turkey, as the state controlling the Dardanelles Straits, is bound by. So the U.S. could only send one warship into the Black Sea at a time, and they can't send any aircraft carriers. So the Black Sea is not a good area for such confrontation. But Russia does have a naval base in Syria now. They've got naval bases there. The U.S. has military and naval and air bases all over the Middle East. There's plenty of room in the Middle East for this conflict to expand into. We've already seen it expand into Africa.
Well, Mark, we got a viewer question for you. I'm going to throw at you from Adrian. Adrian asks, does Mark really think there'll be a formal Russia-U.S. negotiation? Also, can Russia take the chance to leave even a rump Ukraine state?
Okay, Adrian. So certainly there won't be any Biden Russia, right? That was never in the cards. Do I think there will be a Russia, a U.S. negotiations? No, I don't. I think Donald Trump will present his deal, which is basically an attempt to push the Kiev regime and Russia into an agreement that he brokers as if he was a third party, which as U.S. president, he won't be. He will be a party to this conflict. But I don't think there will be any intention of direct negotiations between the U.S. and Russia. I think that that's not in the cards. The U.S. still has their pretense of not being a party to this conflict.
Oh, correction. Ukraine. I read that wrong.
Sorry, what about China? I mean, China's played a role in recent years as a broker in conflicts. Could President Xi offer himself as a credible third-party broker?
He has previously offered. He's presented his own Chinese peace deal, And Zelensky has had some very nasty and disrespectful things to say about him in China. So I don't think that's really an option. To be perfectly honest, I don't believe that the Zelensky regime in Kiev is even ideologically or emotionally, mentally capable of engaging in negotiations. I think with Russia, I think they will go down to the end. I think unless they are removed internally or, by U.S. connivance, I don't believe that his own people have told Simon Schuster of Time Magazine already last year that he is delusional, and you can't tell him that they're not doing well in this conflict.
But the U.S. would never interfere in the internal affairs of Ukraine and consider changing its president.
Yeah, sure.
Well, he's already not president, Mark. I think we forget. Technically, his term ended in May, so Zelensky is like, I don't know, little dictator in chief there until TBD.
As far as Russia concerned,
Speaker of the
every
House.
leader of the Kiev regime since the 2014 U.S.-backed putsch is illegitimate, right? They have banned every political party representing the people of East Ukraine in the country, some 20 political parties. Every leftist party in the country has been banned, right? They've gone after the Russian language. They've gone after the Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
Mark, we lost your video for some reason. But we can hear
you there. But they haven't. I don't think that they're capable of conducting any negotiations.
So I guess that brings us to the other half of Adrian's question, right? Which is, if that's the case, if they decide that they're, like Nazi Germany, going down to the bunker, could Russia find itself in a position of having to press forward and go all the way to the border with Poland and either take over, overthrow the Zelensky government and install someone more amenable, or or occupy Ukraine? What happens then? Or do we just continue with years of grinding slog?
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility, and a lot of it will depend, of course, on what Trump does or doesn't do. But I think that there is growing feeling within the Kremlin. We've heard it voiced from people like, Medvedev, who has become the new Zhirinovsky, the new hawk or blowhard, depending on your take. But we've also heard it from Lavrov and others that they believe that this only ends with regime change in Kiev. And I have to say that I agree with that as well. Now, there will be multiple crux points where both Russia and the West will have to reassess and consider whether it requires further escalation, i.e. NATO boots on the ground. When Russia fully liberates the Donbass sometime next summer, most likely. When Russia fully liberates Kherson and Zaporozhye as well, right? Perhaps a year after that. When Russia reaches the Dnieper, at each one of those points, there will be a push by neocons in both the US and in Europe, within the Trump administration and without it, that they need to defend Kiev, right? That will be the question. So, but the alternative is to leave a regime in Kiev that is ideologically, disposed towards total and eternal conflict with Russia along the lines of some kind of Banderite fascist West Ukrainian ultra-nationalists, identity, and face that being armed, even if at a lesser degree or a guerrilla war, by the West going forward into the future. At that point, rather than have it be a battle platform, it's probably to Russia's benefit to just occupy it, which will lead to a guerrilla war in its own accord. And I was against myself 3 years ago, but we're in a different place now
Right.
than we were 3 years ago.
Mark, what about internal divisions within Ukraine? I mean, but Zelensky, there were opposition parties before he came along. Zelensky was really unpopular. His approval rating was in the teens before the conflict began. So, I mean, obviously there are people who are chafing at the bit within Ukraine who don't like Zelensky, many of whom probably want to, some of whom probably want to make peace with Russia. Is there any chance that there will be an uprising internally within Ukraine, either as a palace coup or as a revolution that would overthrow him?
Okay, so the only alternative for that is another figure within the Maidan regime, right? Mm-hmm. Whether we're talking the candy oligarch Poroshenko, who preceded Zelensky, or Zaluzhny, who himself is a raving Banderite fascist with 2 busts of Stepan Bandera in his room because one of them is not enough, right? I don't see where either of those would be an improvement on Zelensky. In fact, they would probably be worse. And there simply are no further political figures in Ukraine, right? All other political parties outside of the Maidan parties have been banned, right? Their leaders have been persecuted. They've been driven out of the country. They've been attempted to assassinate another opposition leader in Spain.
There's no underground. There's no Operation Valkyrie possible here.
There is a very light underground that is, for instance, burning the conscription cars at night in the Odessa area and elsewhere. But for all intents and purposes, what has happened in the last, since 2014, is that the security and military have been filled with Banderites, right? And Kirill Budanov, as the Kiev regime's military intelligence chief, is the perfect example of this. There is no indication that there would be anything else from these people. In fact, they've given every indication that if Zelensky dared actually go to negotiations, that they would kill him, right? And take control of the country themselves. So without any type of dissent from the security services, from the military, right, from these institutions of power, then there's really no possibility of any uprising. Because if anyone comes out to protest or stage an insurrection or move, they simply get packed off to the front. And that's been the pattern for months now.
It sounds like on Ukraine's side that no matter which way they cut it, whether it's with Zelensky or whoever, I mean, I don't know who else there would be, because as you outlined, there is no opposition to him. But it doesn't sound like there's any peace even being considered from the Ukrainian side. Do you think there's actually any peace being considered on the Russian side, or does the peace not matter, that Vladimir Putin is dead set on the goals outlined by the special military operation? So it just, Washington be damned, doesn't matter who's here, they're just going to keep forging on.
Yeah, I don't think either one of them really is interested in any deal or any peace at all. Both sides, the Kiev regime and Russia, are fully still, without any degree of remove, committed to their maximalist goals, right? The Kiev regime getting all of their territory back, sending Russian leadership to war crimes trials, reparations, all of this Zelensky peace formula fantasy. On the Russian side, the goals of the SMO, which have been clearly laid out, but they're still quite a way from achieving all of them, which includes the demilitarization and the denazification or debanderization of Ukraine, as well as the full liberation of the Donbass, Kherson, and Zaporozhye. That's quite a ways away. The difference, of course, is that Russia is winning and has the ability to achieve their maximalist goals. And I don't think that there's any sentiment in Russia for anything less than a total victory at this point. They feel that they've sacrificed this much. The common sentiment is they want to remove this. They don't want to have to fight this war again in 4 years or 8 years or 10 years.
Right.
Both sides are saying no more Minsk, right? Both sides are saying that. And I don't think there's any U.S. dictated deal of Trump's that is going to change. Russia has been clear there will be no freezing of this conflict.
What will be the effect? What do you think is likely? What do you think Trump is actually likely to do vis-a-vis Ukraine, and what effect will that have?
Yeah, he'll present a deal that probably isn't too different from the deals from the plans that have been put forward by Pompeo and others, right? Calling for a freeze of the conflict, perhaps calling on Kiev to accept at least temporarily Russian occupation of some of the territory they claim as their own, and so forth. Conditions that will be agreed on by neither side. And so when Putin says "niet" to Trump, right? You're the losing side of this conflict. You're not a third party. You're part of this conflict, and you're losing, and we're winning. Why should we agree to your terms? No. Then Trump is left with two options, right? First of all, Zelensky's also likely to say no, but let's leave that to the side for the moment. So Trump can either walk away, cut off all aid to Ukraine, and say, well, I did what I could. I guess Russia will just take it all, right? I don't see that as a realistic possibility. I don't think that Trump can do that as the U.S. president. I don't think he has the power over the blob, over the foreign policy.
You don't think this time is different? I mean, these cabinet appointees tend to signal a far more confident Donald Trump than the first time around.
There's an awful lot of neocons in that cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
And what they will be telling Trump is, Putin said no to you. How dare he? We need to project strength.
Right.
You're going to have to escalate to de-escalate.
Right. That's what they always say.
That is what they always say. I don't think Trump has the capability to do this. How many assassination attempts have there been on him so far?
But
he tries to go against.
There's also the counterfactual that he might be 78 years old, lame duck president, looking towards his legacy and giving no shits.
We can hope, right?
That's the hope.
That's the hope, right? I've seen no reason to believe that from his previous administration, from the course of the U.S. so far,
or the picks in his administration.
If we want to hope, let's hope. But I don't do hope. I don't.
Well, he's in a different place, and he seems
Mark
to be
is the hope dasher.
I can't agree.
I know he's a hope killer.
Mark Rubio and Mike Waltz and Peter Hegseth does not tell me that Trump is in a different place. It does not.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but sadly, Mark, like I said at the top, I said that the alternative, the Biden side, the Biden party, whatever, if they want to call themselves Democrats or whatever, they seem to be worse. And I really, really hate them for making me root for Trump right now, because that's the only hope we have, because the evidence I do have from the Biden administration is escalation, escalation, escalation on your way out in the 11th hour. So
I can't argue with that.
Them.
I just don't drink Coke or Pepsi.
All right, Mark, we lost your video a while ago. We see your logo up there. Tell us again where people can still find you if they can. If your YouTube channel is back, tell us.
No one
all
can
that
find me. Only you. No, you can find me at Mark Sloboda1 at Twitter X. You can also find me on Telegram and Substack at The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda.
That'll do it.
All right, Mark. Let me
you're the best.
let me de-introduce him Well, we can't de-escalate, but we can de-introduce Mark Sloboda, the voice you just heard. But the face that you lost about 5 minutes ago is an international relations and security analyst. Follow Mark on Twitter, now called X, at Mark Sloboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politique with Mark Sloboda, and get him on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci, GRAMSCI. Mark, thanks for joining us.
Thanks you, Mark.
Joining us is Mark Sloboda. He's an international relations and security analyst. Follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sloboda1, on his YouTube channel at The Real Politic with Mark Sloboda, and he's over on Facebook at facebook.com/Gramsci. As the Russo-Ukrainian conflict prepares to enter its third year of grinding warfare that has claimed untold lives and wreaked havoc on people and infrastructure, the election of Donald Trump to the U.S. presidency has sparked speculation that a reduction of U.S. proxy support for the Zelensky government might force the Ukrainians to sit down for some serious peace talks with Putin for the first time. Russia has gained a clear military advantage in this war. Can or will Trump, as he has promised, immediately or at all end the Ukraine war? And if so, how? Well, what role will be played by likely incoming Secretary of State Marco Rubio or the European allies of the United States? Would the broad contours of a peace deal result in a rump Ukraine and an agreement not to join NATO, or something else? Are we looking at a full-fledged armistice, a ceasefire, or nothing at all, just continued fighting? Mark, thanks for joining us here on the TMI show.
Ted, Manila, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the TMI show. And may I say that when I first logged on, the very first thing I saw is a giant picture of someone's tonsils in between the two of you. And I almost ran away at that point.
I don't blame you.
And
that's too much information.
That really is.
It really was. That was just great.
And old people's sex habits. That's
Yeah. As a child of the '80s and a victim of cartoons made to market toys to children, I'll just say that I'm on Team Thundercats. Thundercats, go!
Thundercats. I did like Thundercats, and I like She-Ra.
Or Rock'em Sock'em Robot, also awesome.
I wasn't that into them.
Really?
Not in the hall.
Isn't that like the DC version of Transformers? I mean,
I guess so. I don't know.
Not really. No,
but they're not in the Toy Hall of Fame either.
Yeah, it's a tough breed there. It's kind of like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland, where there's a lot of bands, and you're just like, wait, you're not in there? Like, what? I don't understand.
I think I had every single Star Wars action figure, toy set, vehicle, everything. Although my parents seem to love them as much as I did, to be honest. So,
do they still have them, or all the original?
I don't know if they still have them, but they did tell me, I guess about 20 years ago, that they had pulled them out and like pulled them all out one evening and looked at them. So that was kind of
valuable. Those are valuable.
Speaking of old people's sex stuff, but anyway.
Oh no! Don't say that about the Slobodas. How dare you?
How dare you?
Mark's like, I don't want to hear. I don't want that. I'm not hearing this.
Hear what?
Exactly.
Okay, so
don't want to know.
Well, so Mark, Donald Trump promised to end the Russo-Ukrainian conflict immediately upon becoming president.
24 hours.
24 hours. So by noon on January 21st of this year. What shall we expect to have occurred by, say, 12:01 on January 21st?
I'll make such a deal that they can't deny, and then I can worry about China. No, Trump is not going to solve the conflict in Ukraine or bring peace to the Middle East either in 24 hours, and I think that he is unlikely to do so at all. For a number of reasons. One, he is the president of the United States, and whatever he may have said as part of his campaign rhetoric, he now inherits. And so anything that happens on his watch, like say the really embarrassing, humiliating U.S. panicked withdrawal from Afghanistan was started by Trump, but happened on Biden's watch. And so Trump made hay in the political campaign trail at us depicting that on Biden's watch. Similarly, if Ukraine falls, per se, during the Trump administration, Trump will receive, the blame for that. And meanwhile, all of the many, many neocons that he is already hiring to staff his administration, and boy, if anyone expected anything different, boy, are you naive and lacking any memory of the last Trump administration. They'll be telling him, if you want to end the conflict in Ukraine, you have to pressure Russia. You have to demonstrate strength. You have to escalate to de-escalate, because otherwise China and Iran will take that as a sign of U.S. weakness. Now, tell me you can't hear Mike Waltz and Mark Rubio and others whispering this into Trump's ears, from before the inauguration even happens.
It's what Henry Kissinger told Nixon in the late 60s, early 1970s about negotiating with North Vietnam.
Yes. So I can't see the U.S. offering any deal to Russia that Russia would accept. Russia's winning on the battlefield. They have no reason to accept anything less than the full realization and completion of the goals of the special military operation, which once again in the last week they have reiterated. Those goals have not changed, and the goal of completing them all is still absolute.
Do you want to enumerate them for people who are not? Do you want to Mark? Do you want to enumerate those four main goals for audience members who might not be familiar?
Sure. So Russia's been quite clear on this, what it needs for a ceasefire. Russia doesn't want a ceasefire, and what it needs for a permanent peace. And first of all, the Kiev regime and the West need to accept that Crimea, the Donbass, Kherson, and Zaporozhye have had referendums and are now part of Russia. The entirety of the territories. And some of that territory is still in Kiev regime hands, and is likely to be so for at least a year into the future, right? Which means that any type of deal would have to demand, on Russian terms, would have to demand that the Kiev regime pulls out of Kherson city and Zaporozhye city, which is extremely unlikely, to say the least. The other goals are that Ukraine restores the neutrality, which was part of their constitution up until the 2014 openly West-backed Maidan Putsch in Ukraine. They can't join NATO or the Collective Security Treaty Organization, by the way.
Which they're not qualified to do anyway, right? By NATO, according to NATO itself.
Right. Yes. Well, I mean, NATO makes decisions according to its members, and there are plenty of NATO members. Yes, willing to. The NATO rules have been stuffed away before with previous admissions into NATO, and we've certainly the Poland, the Baltics, the UK, the Scandinavian countries are all too willing to look back any rules that NATO has, right? But also, it's unacceptable that Ukraine be a de facto member of NATO either, right? Just a weapons platform. That's not acceptable. The demilitarization of Ukraine with a very minuscule military left agreed upon by Russia. This was being worked out in the failed Istanbul communiques back in the spring of 2022. And the denazification of Ukraine, probably best understood as in local terms as the debanderization. Plus the rights, the language rights, the cultural rights, the religious rights, the political rights of Russian speakers, Russian leaners in Ukraine, which have been absolutely 100% violated since 2014, have to be respected and restored. And Russia has at times said that all Western sanctions must go away. That they and these are very maximalist goals, it must be said, but Russia's in the driver's seat as they see it. Now, Trump isn't able to offer really probably any of that, to be perfectly honest, right? Because he would have to get a broad agreement from the U.S. bipartisan consensus in Congress, which is for more war, more sanctions, so on. Whether the Republicans are on top or the Democrats in the House and Senate, it doesn't make any difference. But also the U.S. foreign policy elite that Ben Rhodes called the blob, if you want to call them the deep state, the permanent bureaucracy, right? Trump has to force would have to force serious walking down concessions on America that these institutions are that ultimately have more power in determining U.S. foreign and military policy than the president does. He's not able to offer those things. So when Putin says "niet" to whatever deal Trump offers, and it has to be said right now, it looks like Zelensky would do the same thing for the Kiev regime. But let's put that to the side. When Putin says no, if you're not going to give us what we want, we don't accept your deal. We'll just complete it on the battlefield. Then there will be a very great deal of pressure on Trump to escalate. And I actually think it is more likely, particularly with the people that Trump is already bringing in to surround him, that at the end of the day, Trump will end up escalating in Ukraine rather than any type of peace deal that is successful.
But as a bluff or legitimately?
No, as like real. I mean, it will start small, right? It will start with long range missile strikes, which Russia has promised to strike back against. We have heard from these kind of anonymous peace deals and so on being floated in the media, supposedly close to the Trump team. But we have heard Trump threaten to flood Ukraine with weapons. We have heard Trump threaten to bomb Moscow, right? There's a lot of people that I think are really projecting their anti-Kiev regime views on Trump to a excessive degree. I believe that Trump doesn't like Zelensky. I believe that he doesn't like the regime there, and he blames it, rightly so, for interference in the U.S. political system and playing a part in the disinformation that led to his impeachment, right?
And sucking up tons of U.S. tax dollars. Obviously, Trump, the Trump base
is
happy about that.
Trump is still now going to be the president again, and he owns that. And there are certain things that the president of the United States can and can't do. I don't believe the U.S. president can walk away from hegemony and the pursuit of it.
Donald Trump knows that there's this conflict between the highly militaristic infrastructure in the national security apparatus and in Congress. Why did he consistently, repeatedly campaign on ending the Ukraine conflict? Is he just stupid, or is he naive, or is he lying? Like, what's going on?
Because he's a politician. He says what he thinks people want to hear in order to get elected, like every other politician. He campaigned his first term on improving relations with Russia. And what happened? Russian-U.S. relations sank to the lowest level that they had been up until that point. He armed the Kiev regime in Ukraine with lethal weapons, as he's quite proud of. He launched hundreds of rounds of sanctions against.
But he's experienced. He's a lame duck now. I mean, he's surely he's a different. He's a different individual.
I mean, I think that plays into a lot of that, right, Mark? I mean, the fact that he's going in as a lame duck not only can have an effect on how he does the presidency, but to the other world leaders, that's going to affect how they react or respond to him as well, because they're like, screw it. Like, we got 4 years to deal with this a-hole. Like, whatever. We just need to manage the next 4 years.
If that was true, if that was true, would he be bringing in Mark Rubio, Mike Waltz, and others to run his administration?
Well, he might be
I don't
thinking
believe
they'll do what I say, right? I mean,
I think you're on hopium, to be perfectly honest.
Maybe.
I think you want it to be different, and I'm looking at
want it to be different.
What has come before and what is likely in realist terms to happen again. And if I'm wrong, I could not be more ecstatic. And
I
happy
hear you.
about that.
This is why we bring you on, though. It's your expertise.
I was still, even as cynical as I am and having as much contempt in general for Trump as I did for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, I was still happy to see the liberals get their comeuppance again. To see their agony,
that's how
right?
I felt.
You know, that felt. I mean, that's unanimous.
It's too bad they can't both lose, really. But you know, what can you do?
It is too bad. I enjoyed it. I allowed myself.
We have a subscriber question for you, Mark. On the eve of the special military operation, Putin said that Russia and Ukraine are basically part of the Slavic family. Do Russians still feel a strong affinity for Ukrainians?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are millions of Ukrainians in Russia. Millions, right? I mean, there were already millions before the conflict started, right? And then there were millions more refugees from 2014 on, and then millions more, right? After Russia started intervening in 2022, right? According to just the UN, some 5 million Ukrainian refugees entered Russia since 2022, right? And that's not counting those who took Russian citizenship, right? Which is millions more. Russians talk about it, and this is derided and insulted as a Russian world, right? And you have to understand that it doesn't necessarily mean Russian ethnic world, because there are different words even in Russian for what Russia means, right? When they're talking about the ethnic people, right, the word is Ruski, Russian.
Yes.
When they're talking about the state, the federation, the word is Rossiyski. It's not ethnic based. But Russia does talk about a Russian world where historically they have influence and cultural footprint, and absolutely they still see most of Ukraine, right? Arguably, West Ukraine, for historical and cultural reasons, right? It wasn't even part of Ukraine up until the late, up until the 1930s. Just before World War II. So, that arguably, I think that bears out quite honestly, West Ukrainian national identity for them, what it means to be Ukrainian. The biggest part of that is hating Russia. But in Eastern Ukraine and even in most of Central Ukraine, it's viewed quite differently. And I speak from experience. My wife is Crimean. We have family in Donbass and Kharkov and Odessa. So absolutely, Russians, the majority sentiment is that Ukraine has been captured. Ukraine has been co-opted, that it is sick, and there's a sickness that needs to be purged from Ukraine. Western Ukraine, that's debatable. That's another story.
Speaking of East Ukraine, one of the viewers, Troglodyte, brought up a good point that today is actually the 10-year anniversary of when then President Petro Poroshenko ordered military action on the east in Donbass. So it's kind of a grim anniversary. I mean, are people talking about that?
I haven't necessarily seen headlines regarding it, but I don't read everything in the Russian media either. But I think there's so much focus on the conflict today that historical points like that almost slip by. It is only in the last month or 2 months that Russian forces have finally pushed the Kiev regime forces far enough away from Donetsk city that there aren't artillery and rocket shells following on Donetsk city on a, every other day basis, like they were for the last 10 years before that. So that's still very fresh in Russians' minds, right? And
10 years is, I mean, people like to think this stuff happened, this started in 2022. It really didn't. I mean, the 10-year anniversary just highlights how long and measured Vladimir Putin's response has actually been. I think it's more of a testament to that.
In fact, there's a lot of people in both Russia and in Eastern Ukraine that felt betrayed, that Putin let it sit and fester and grow for so long. And I'm one of those. I was very loudly critical of the Minsk agreements, in both iterations, and the fact that Russia didn't immediately intervene after the West-backed Maidan putsch in 2014. One of Putin's top advisors back then and still today, Sergei Glaziev, was saying that if we don't go in now, in 5 years, they'll have a 250,000 strong military to fight us. It was exactly right, because back in 2014, the military was not obeying the new regime, right? There were literally tens of thousands of defections from the Ukrainian military, security forces, and police to the side of Donbass or Crimea and thence Russia. Even Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty had a report on the Ukrainian Navy and what happened in 2014. And they admit that 75% of the Ukrainian naval military personnel and taking 75% of their ships with them defected to Russia.
Yeah.
So there was not a military back then. That being said, Russia was also not as economically prepared, not as militarily prepared themselves, but there wasn't a resistance, and there certainly wasn't I believe there wasn't the sanctions blueprint or framework in place either. Everyone wasn't as ready for what happened in 2022, but I still believe it there would have been costs, but the cost would have been less if Russia had intervened immediately after the government was overthrown and the February 21st agreement was thrown in the trash can by the West.
And Mark, what do you think about this whole idea that's being floated right now? I mean, I'll show you here on this other page here. So there is, at least in the European press, I don't know if you're hearing this in Russia, but that Trump supposedly wants to bring peace and that they think the peace will be thwarted by the European allies. Do you think there's any truth to that it's actually the Europeans that want to continue?
Sure. There's plenty of Americans that want to continue. Plenty of Americans already close to Trump. All right. But absolutely, the Europeans, Boris Johnson, in the last 48 hours, has given an interview where he says if the U.S. stops military aid, if Trump stops military aid to Ukraine, which I don't actually believe that he will, he may reduce it, but it was being reduced anyway, simply because the U.S. didn't have the military industrial complex to provide it. But regardless, he said that if the U.S. drops military and financial aid to Ukraine, then the UK will have to send troops into Ukraine. That's Boris Johnson. The top Polish general also said in the last 48 hours that Poland must prepare for war with Russia, and they need to prepare yesterday. And the head of the Christian Democratic Union, Menzer, whom is likely to head up the next government that will take power in Germany in the next few months, because the government there collapsed, the coalition collapsed, and they're going to have snap elections, I believe, in February now. Anyway, the leader of the Christian Democratic Union, who is likely to be the leader of the next government, said that they need to provide Taurus cruise missiles to the Kiev regime. That they need to deliver an ultimatum to Russia, that they need to give up the special military operation and withdraw from Ukraine now, or Germany will essentially start launching missile strikes into Germany. I mean, there's the fig leaf. Oh, we give them to the Ukrainians, but even Olaf Scholz admitted that when these high tech long range systems like the Storm Shadows, like the ATACMS, like the HIMARS, these things are transferred to Ukraine, they actually have to be operated and targeting programmed into the weapons by Western specialists. So this is actually those countries firing those weapons. And Putin has made that perfectly clear, and that would be an act of war. So all of this is happening at the same time that Trump just won the election. So obviously Europe is freaking out over this and is threatening to escalate. Yes, even
look at Germany. Olaf Scholz, who his coalition government, this red light, green light, whatever they call it, the street light coalition, whatever the traffic light coalition. It's falling apart. They're going to have to do a snap election in January, right when Trump is coming in. They need to figure things out. I mean, the Germans are still not happy economically, right? And they are the economic engine of the European Union. Can they really afford to play this stupid game that Boris Johnson, who effed it all up for them in the first place, can they really afford to play this game of chicken?
They seem to think they can. At the same time, part of the reason that the German coalition government collapsed is a 9 billion euro hole in the German budget, and an argument over aid for more billions for Ukraine. I mean, that was the official reason for the collapse. So it's just they haven't given up yet. Right? They intend to truck on. Whether they can or not, they will be able to do certain things to escalate. And then if Russia hits back, then they will come crying for big brother US and NATO to come and rescue them. Macron was talking just in the last month again about sending troops. This isn't over yet. The Kiev regime has not accepted defeat. Europe has not accepted defeat. And while the U.S., Trump is talking a peace through a deal, it's almost inconceivable that he would present any deal to the Russian government that they would accept. I can't imagine him doing that. I don't think he has the power to do that. So
we'll see.
I unfortunately see that. At the very least, we're looking at continued war, right? Even if the support for the Kiev regime ultimately ends up being lower. In fact, we might see more desperate attempts to escalate, and increasingly desperate attempts, both by the Kiev regime and at least by their European partners, and eventually by Trump if he's denied. Right? If Putin says, no, take your deal and shove it, what's he going to do? Is he just going to take that and wipe his hands and walk away? I don't think that the U.S. president can do that, whether it's Trump or anyone else. I hope he can.
We can put Zelensky in the National Toy Hall of Fame because he's itty bitty like He-Man. We could put him in the Toy Hall of Fame.
I don't think it's necessary to terrify children that way.
He's not He-Man. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much,
Thanks
Mark. Always good insight. Thank you. So, because he's early and I want to utilize that time that we have our buddy here.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah. That right there is Craig Pasta Jardula, host of the Pasta to Go podcast, friend of our old shows, anyway, all of our old shows. And I revealed on his program last night, his live stream, who I voted for. And for the first time in my life, I cringed when I did it, Pasta, and you know this. I said so. And by the way, your mic is muted, so you might want to unmute. But I voted for that guy, for Donald Trump, and I voted GOP straight ticket for the first time in my life, not because I support Trump per se. I guess by way of voting, I supported him, tacitly, but it's not like I'm a champion of Trump, but I think there were a lot of people like me at the polls yesterday that did just that just kind of grit their teeth and just filled in that little bubble and said, fuck it. I'm doing it because fuck the Democrats. Fuck them. They have, first of all, put up a nominee that wasn't a real nominee, that got no electoral votes or no party votes to begin with, to be on top of the ticket. So I think there were a lot of people like me that wanted to punish the Democrats. And
it was a rage vote for you.
It was a rage vote completely. And I've never done it before, but I did it. And for the first time, I can finally say I picked a winning president for the first time. Now, what he does, I don't know. I can't vouch for that, but I just want to say at least once in my life, I picked a winning horse. So, Pasta, what do you got to say?
Well, good morning, Ted. Good morning, Angie. It's great to be on your show.
Hey, why is everyone calling me Angie? Racist.
I can't let my guy Ted be the only guy. Gotta both be in the doghouse.
Thank you, Pasta. I appreciate it.
Well, welcome to the end of democracy. It's over, I guess, now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pure fascism, which, even though, I like to come on the show and I often bump heads with Ted and we have disagreements and stuff. I'm going to have a big disagreement right off the bat. I want to say the things that, Ted, you had listed when we were talking about Donald Trump, those were the things that actually, I think, moved him to a victory. I think people are done with the lawfare. They saw it as lawfare. They saw the mainstream media or the lamestream media talk about things that really have no significance in their life. J6, they wouldn't let it go. The felonies, this and that.
Mm-hmm. The abstraction of electoral democracy.
It is. And I really, to tell you the truth, I've had the hunch that after RFK joined the campaign, my gut was telling me it's going to be Donald Trump. And me personally, being a non-team sports guy, I always look to take on the biggest threat. And at that moment in time, Donald Trump became the biggest threat. I had bagged on the Democrats. And Ange, I was kind of like you, not completely, right? I didn't want Donald Trump to win, but I did want the Democrats to lose, right? I did.
Yes.
I don't want these son of a bees to win.
I felt they did not deserve to win.
No.
And they took a big, we got to talk about this. With the exception barely of the Tim Walz pick, they took a huge dump on progressives and on the left inside their own party. They didn't throw them a bone, right? There was not even like, we kind of care about the people in Gaza. There was no promise of doing anything about, stagnant wages or even something simple like the minimum wage, which would have had bipartisan support among most voters. It's been stagnant since $7.25 an hour on the federal level since 2009. That's outrageous considering where inflation is. So it's, there just hasn't, they literally broadcast this after October 7th. We don't have to do anything for the progressives. We can support Netanyahu wholeheartedly because they have no choice. What are they going to do? Vote for Trump? Well, Manila has an answer to that. Yeah.
Did that surprise you though, Tim? I'm Tim. Ted, I'm thinking about Tim Kaine, right? Because the same thing happened with Hillary Clinton. There was much more progressives front and center. This particular time, the progressives were gone. They really weren't around. They weren't part of the party. Anybody who stuck around after the Bernie Sanders movement was more establishment friendly, had a history of capitulating to power. So I don't think that decision was as much as a nose in the face. It was like same old, here they go again. But I think we need to start concentrating on the areas of Donald Trump where there's a serious threat. I mean, there's areas in foreign policy, there's areas in domestic policy.
Sure.
But I think you're going to see it right out of the gate. Manila, your favorite newscaster, Rachel Maddow, right? She's already starting in again with the just baseless attacks on Donald Trump, right? And who are we blaming this morning, by the way? Are we blaming uneducated white men? Are we blaming black women? I mean, who are the Democrats?
But they don't have it.
Who else are
They can't yet. They can't, Pasta, because Donald Trump not only won the Electoral College, but he also won the popular vote. And then he outperformed Harris at every single freaking metric that you can think of. If you want to say, it's gay, transgender, Native Americans, he outperformed her there too. He outperformed her in every segment of the demographic, and especially in all
Trump
of those
carried
key
Ann
swing
Arbor.
states.
Trump carried
Right.
Ann Arbor.
Like the Rachel Maddows of the world, they don't have a leg to stand on because he also won the freaking popular vote. And in the places where Kennedy and Stein were still on, or Kennedy and Stein were allowed to be on the ticket or still on the ticket, between the two, like places like Michigan, for example, between those two, we're looking at roughly like 1.2 million votes. He beat her by more than that.
Mm-hmm.
So they got nothing to stand on. So
well, not to mention,
what are they going to blame?
Not to mention libertarian Chase Oliver, who obviously draws more from Trump than from Harris. Polled about the same as Jill Stein. So those two spoiler effects cancel each other out.
Virginia was the one area where the progressives or the leftists, the combination of Jill Stein, Cornel West, and Claudia de la Cruz from the PSL party, that's the only area where they might have cost Kamala Harris a state, Virginia. But guess what? You give her Virginia, she still loses at the end of the day. And I think the Democrats need some serious self-reflection. And I've been saying this for quite some time. I think they pick Kamala Harris, guys, because they want to lose. Now they can fundraise like crazy from the people who do have TDS.
True.
And unfortunately, people still do have TDS. So, I mean, I think we have a big task in front of us. We need to get some serious, actual, nuanced, issues with Donald Trump. Criticisms of sorts, because I mean, there's a lot of things. I've been writing a list of areas where we need to concentrate in which Trump is a threat, and there's a lot, so I wouldn't be too happy, America. I don't think we're returning to democracy. However, I think there are a lot of us kind of crossing our fingers and hope that he would lift some sanctions. I'm not counting on it. Either way, we're going to be here, whether we're on a smaller platform or not.
Right.
But we'll see. There's a lot of things to be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the hope, if there is any, is that maybe he's learned lessons from round one, by bringing in all of the swamp things like Pompeo, Bolton, like all of these people. Like these are the people that literally undermined everything he said he wanted to do. And those are exactly the types of people in his administration that caused him to betray his MAGA base. His base hates those people. Like, I'm not a member. I hate those people too. I'm not a member of his base, obviously, right? I hate those people too. And that's where the overlap is, that I feel like the Democrats don't seem to understand, is people that come from the left hate all those people, like the Cheneys. Wherever the Cheneys go, fuck that, I'm going in the other direction. And that's exactly what I did. And I use them as my weather vane. Wherever the Cheneys go, I go in the other direction. And there are people like me out there that overlap with the MAGA base, right? That are like, we don't like those people, the Boltons, the Haleys, the Pompeos. We don't want that. Do you think people are still holding out hope that he learned that lesson from round one?
Of course there are. I mean, unfortunately, the majority of people who vote in the United States are low-informed voters. You hear it all the time. I don't do politics. Yeah, okay. That's a luxury. Well, politics does you, right?
That's true.
Who said? Marianne Williamson said that a couple of years on the campaign trail. I don't know who originally said it, but she did repeat it. But I mean, I think I think a lot of people just think that Donald Trump is going to what he saw on Twitter, and I still say we're operating blind over here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we don't know what's going on with our speech, with our platforms. There's no open source system. We don't know how certain voices are lifted, some are put down. But I mean, this seemed like kabuki theater to me. Like I said, it was almost like they flipped the switch. Even Mark Zuckerberg, after the assassination attempt, was like, "Oh, that was badass." You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
this is going to be interesting moving forward. I haven't watched the meltdown on MSNBC or CNN yet. Ted, how is it, by the way?
Oh, sorry, Ted. There was a mute happening there.
I have been, I have not been watching that. I've been busy doing interviews, but I look forward to watching it. It's going to be,
yes.
I got an amazing tweet from another left-wing journalist like you, Manila, who voted for Trump, and she said, "Did you notice that all of my journalist friends who are either unemployed or underemployed called the election correctly?" And, all of the ones who are employed at major networks and so on and newspapers, they all got it wrong. Why is that?
What a coincidence. Actually, can we bring in our other unemployed friend and
let's do it. Courtesy of the Biden administration.
That's right. It's all, and Biden's out there laughing somewhere. I don't know where the hell he is, but let's add our buddy up here. Let's bring him up if he's ready. Let me get this. I'm trying to punch the keys. Hey, there is.
I see you. I hear you and see you.
I know that
Malik
guy.
Abdul, former co-host of Fault Lines on Radio Sputnik and Atomic MAGA. I mean, did you keep that moniker, Malik? Are you still Atomic MAGA?
No, I softened it a bit to just your favorite Republican.
Okay.
So I did soften it just a little bit.
Okay. So you were backstage listening. Talk to us about his win. I'm going to try to get the logo off of Pasta's face.
Yes. So it was, for me, so two things. It was a shocker. Not that Donald Trump won, but what seems to be the margins by which Donald Trump won. Because we expected it. I was doing media hits, and so most people were expecting that 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, we would still be pouring over votes. They would be coming in from Pennsylvania. There's no way that Pennsylvania would have been called. Well, all of that was wrong. Not only was all of that wrong, if you actually go and look at the polls, he's kind of performing outside of the margin of error, even in the polls. So it was shocking. Yeah, it's shocking that
he's up by 3.5% in the popular vote.
Wow.
And so that was not expected. I mean, the Real Clear Politics average as of yesterday morning had her up by 0.4%. So he exceeded by basically 4%.
Yeah, and that is amazing that he was able to do that. And keep in mind, and I'm sure you guys have already talked about it before, but what we're talking about here is first of all, he becomes the second president to win in a concurrent election, non-concurrent election since the 1893 win, I think, of Grover Cleveland.
Correct.
So this is already historic. Donald Trump being under investigation, Russia investigation, or special counsel investigation for almost 2.5 years. Donald Trump has 4 indictments over 90-something counts. He's been called a carnival barker. He's been impeached twice. He's been assassinated almost twice. And in so many ways, it's almost like Donald Trump, if Donald Trump won, Donald Trump was supposed to win. Like, this wasn't a fluke.
Yes.
Like, you could say that in 2016, that it was a fluke. You cannot say that for all of the disadvantages that Donald Trump had working against him, that he didn't just win, he won convincingly. Like, that is the shocker.
Handily.
Yeah, that he was able to win. So
I mean, it's not a landslide. 3.5% does not a landslide make, but it's there's no question. Let's put it this way. If it was the other way around and she had won 51 to 47.5, he'd have a hard time claiming that he'd been cheated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like that.
Beyond the margin of cheating.
Right. And you're not going to hear anything from Donald Trump about paper ballots forever in a day more.
Early voting.
He's not going to
That's the shame
complain.
here, by the way. That's the real problem right now for an election integrity activist. I am so scared that this movement is going to go back to sleep. I mean, the movement was tainted once the conservatives got a hold of it after 2020, but I'm just afraid it's going to go back to sleep and everybody's going to be like, all right, the system's okay. It doesn't need to be fixed or reformed. Oh, yes, it does.
Well, I guess maybe you can make some liberal allies who will now suddenly discover that they don't trust paper ballots now that they haven't worked out for them as well. Guys, let's talk about foreign policy. I think the biggest argument in favor of voting for Harris, at least as far as people on my side of the aisle, has been that for the people of Gaza, Trump would be even worse than Harris. He's a close ally of Israel. He moved the capital. He moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem and so on. And he told Bibi very famously a few days ago, do what you have to, right? But we've also gotten reports from behind the scenes that seem to indicate that he's told Netanyahu, like, wrap it up. I want this to be over soon. I don't want to be coming in and having to deal with this when I'm president. And that might be part of the reason that Netanyahu has been going fast and hard for the last year. What happens there? I mean, is the meat grinder of Gaza going to keep grinding away there and in Lebanon, or is there a call now between burning up between Mar-a-Lago and Tel Aviv, saying like, Bibi, you're on notice. Bring it in for a landing in 2 months.
Like, hey, dude, chill. You think that's going to happen?
Who wants to go first? Malik, you want to go on that?
Go ahead,
No,
Pasta.
Well, I was just going to say, people on your side on our side on the aisle, I should say, I still kind of like, everybody here, like, I don't necessarily think they're left or right. I think that we have some populist ideas that we all share together. I think we all don't want to see wars expand.
Right.
So, I mean, the only reason why I put that left-right paradigm out front, because I want people to understand it's okay for us to talk to each other, right? Put aside cancel culture. But when you're talking about the left, or the people who are saying, oh my Lord, Kamala Harris will be better than Donald Trump on foreign policy. Well, they just haven't been paying attention to what's been going on, or they've been watching too much Rachel Maddow, as we mentioned at the beginning of the show, right? They're on the brink of war in World War III. People think at this point, there's no way Ukraine can win this war. It's done. It's all but wrapped up. So it can either escalate to another level, meaning nuclear weapons, or they just stop and they move along and they concentrate somewhere else, the empire that is. But if you're looking at foreign policy, I think that's the reason why a lot of people independent-minded people chose to go with Donald Trump. They think that he's, said he's going to wave his magic wand and end the war in 24 hours.
Hold on. I'm under, I think a lot of people are like me, though, Pasta, that we're under no illusion that Trump is actually going to do all of those things, but he will be better on those topics than Kamala Harris. Because for sure, her weakness on Gaza and her inclination to keep pushing in Ukraine was stated, on the campaign trail. So for people like me, even people with lower information voters, even people like me, I think we still feel like, okay, I know it's the lesser of the two evils or whatever. It's still evil. I get that. But somebody's got to win. So I hate all the people that are out there going, lesser of two evils doesn't count. It's still evil. Or, shit is still shit is still shit. I get that. But somebody has to win. One of these people's going to win. And it wasn't going to be Jill Stein. And it wasn't going to be Chase Oliver. And it wasn't going to be Dr. Cornel West. Period. Point blank. It would be great if, now more people are aware of these third, fourth, and fifth parties that are available as options to them. But the bottom line is it was a two-person race. And I think for a lot of people, like myself included, that there's a chance that perhaps there would be curbing of the bloodshed by picking the orange man because he is a big orange middle finger to the establishment, or so we hope.
Yeah. And I think a lot of low-informed voters from Trump's side did repeat that whole thing. He didn't start any new wars. Well, he didn't end them. And he also upped the drone warfare by 300%. I think everybody in this panel here.
He did end Afghanistan. I mean, he opened negotiations.
He didn't end Afghanistan. And he said on the Mark Levin show that if he would plan to keep a base there to antagonize China, he never planned to pull out. And it was years until the very end of his campaign when he got Colonel Douglas McGregor involved and said, let's get out of there. Far too late. So he never did end that war. He wasn't with Rand Paul on the floor over there using the bully pulpit to say, let's end this war and let's defund this war. It's a misconception. If you look at Donald Trump's war history, record Pentagon contracts, funding the Saudis to kill the Yemenis. I mean, the list goes on and on, trying to whack Nicolas Maduro. He was no peace candidate. If you want to make the argument that he was better than Kamala Harris, because what we saw of a Russia-Ukraine, I can give you that. But to say he was a peace candidate, no.
I'm not
That's
saying
what a lot of
I wouldn't
people
go
kept
say-
on saying.
I
Trump's
wouldn't
a
say
peace
that, but
candidate.
he did open negotiations with the Taliban. He did sign a withdrawal agreement that Biden followed through upon. I mean, that I just don't see that. I don't think that would have happened under.
He said on Levin that he was going to keep a base close to China in Afghanistan. He never intended to fully pull out.
Yeah, I think.
I think that's probably I think that's probably much too. Well, I don't think that's much too granular for voters. They don't unpack. And I don't think that it's just necessarily low information. People typically don't unpack policy to that extent. If you ask people, well, did you know the $25,000 that Kamala Harris proposed in her affordable housing policy was actually the policy that Biden proposed in March of this year? Probably not. If you ask, some of the things that Kamala Harris kind of lifted from Donald Trump, they probably don't know that because it's just much too granular. They know overall themes. And when it comes to themes, the theme for Donald Trump is that he would be much more aggressive in ensuring that we're not in these endless wars. Doesn't matter if that's not the actual case, it's what people are willing to believe. And Donald Trump has made the case over and over again. And I think it was something that ultimately ended up hurting Kamala Harris because she was parading around with Liz Cheney, not a Condoleezza Rice style Republican, but a Liz Cheney warmonger. So when Donald Trump was able to make the case that you, Liz Cheney, you're the neocon, you're the warmonger, that is something that resonates with people irrespective of which side you're on. And it doesn't matter if Donald Trump really didn't, the semantics of did he, keep us out of war? It's that muscular, that aggressive approach. And so to Manila's point, people know what they're, and I'll go further and say people know what they're getting with Donald Trump.
Well, I
love him or not.
That's in the end. That's I think what this election came down to. It was a devil you know versus a devil you don't know, and I saw people on Facebook saying like, "Oh, like, we just don't really, how could you say you don't know much about her?" I'm like, how could you not say it? She had no public as vice president. She ran for 107 days. She squandered 40 of them. Didn't give any major speeches or interviews during that time. I mean, she had a truncated campaign. I suspect that was largely planned and that she was well aware of the fact that she was going to be president, or more likely than not. She just is. I mean, I'm looking forward to hearing all the whining and complaining from the Democrats. But the point is, they have no one to blame but themselves. They ran against a very weak candidate who should have been easy to defeat. And the fact that he wasn't, I can sit there and think about a bunch of Democrats who were on that debate stage in 2020 who could have beat Donald Trump. Cory Booker, let's say. I'm not saying these are people I would have voted for. I'm just saying the Democratic Party, from a tactical standpoint, approach, they just don't know what they're doing. They're idiots.
Well, once again, the polls were wrong, guys, just like they were in 2016. They were massively wrong, hugely wrong. But now that we're talking about the Democrats, let me throw this at you guys. For a long time, even on Radio Sputnik, I was saying this, that the Democrats are looking for a reset. And the reset is in the shape of one Gavin Newsom. And I've covered this on my own personal podcast, my weekly Friday podcast, where I have, I look at California politics a lot for obvious reasons, right? I'm a Californian, and all my friends and family are still there, so it directly impacts me. Gavin Newsom has made this slow lurch to the middle, very slowly and methodically. And whether or not people like Gavin Newsom doesn't matter. Your opinion about him doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is he's smart, he's polished, and he is great on the debate stage, as we saw with him versus Ron DeSantis. For some unknown reason,
think Ron
they had
DeSantis
this
beat
debate.
him. You know,
Ron
I don't
DeSantis
think
did
so.
beat him. He did, but
I don't think so. I think I think Gavin Newsom did well. I mean, I think the points were better made probably by DeSantis, but I think the perception was that Newsom, because he's so polished, right?
The optics.
Perception.
Yeah, the optics.
It's the optics. The optics with that Newsom. I thought that Newsom actually, because debates isn't just about policy. It's about moments, and it's about optics. And when you have the side by side of straight, what does they call central casting, Gavin Newsom,
it's
very composed, and then at some point you saw a grimacing, Ron DeSantis, because he was frustrated with a point that Gavin was like, it was all in his face. Gavin was straight out of central casting, and Gavin Newsom, I believe, even as unpopular as he may seem to be nationwide, I think that Gavin Newsom would have done better against Joe Biden. Against Donald Trump than Kamala Harris, simply because Kamala Harris is just a uniquely bad candidate. It isn't about her experience or anything like that. She was a uniquely bad candidate who was incapable of pivoting. So when she began to sound like a robot, like they kept saying, okay, we want to know more about you. And she just kept, I believe in the aspirations. I believe in the, dreams and the aspirations of the American people. And it just became on a cycle, and she sounded robotic. So people did not know who Kamala Harris was, and they didn't have, to her credit, they didn't really have a long opportunity to know who she was. But I don't think that for Kamala Harris, like, this is it as far as her with politics. I don't think that there's, Pete Buttigieg. And I suspect Pete Buttigieg and Gavin Newsom will be leading front runner candidates for the Democratic Party in 2028. Wes Moore is going to try to throw his hat in the ring too, but he won't be able to win from Maryland. He may be a VP pick, but there are going to be a number of them who are going to throw their hat in the ring. I don't suspect that Tim Walz, for all intents and purposes, he did nothing for Kamala Harris. And so his career, as far as on the national stage, that's just going to be it.
Yeah, there's something about vice presidential running mates named Tim who work for females. And as someone whose name starts with a T, I don't know that I like that. The thing is, I would push back a little bit on that. Look, Tim Walz was the one sop that the Harris campaign made to the left. He was, as far as contemporary Democratic politics in 2024, what passes for progressivism. But the problem is they didn't, first of all, he was goofy.
Weird.
To quote a word, he was weird. And he was also, they didn't let him be him. I mean, one of the points, like Bush chose Cheney in part to say, like, to signal to his right flank, look, I've got this rabid attack dog who's running next to me. J.D. Vance is that for Trump. But for Walz to be that, for the progressives to feel like we have someone at the table in the form of Tim Walz, they would have needed to see Tim Walz say and do progressive things. They didn't let him do that. He was just out there, and of course, I wanted to talk. I mean, 3 out of 4 of us here are guys. Let's talk about the guy problem, right? I mean, basically, I've been asserting that the Democrats have been talking at guys instead of to guys, and we have 58% of college students in the United States are female. Men commit suicide, suffer from heart disease, are higher unemployment, falling wages in far higher numbers than women. Men are the ones who are dropping dead from opioid overdoses more than women. Men are feeling, in the words of Gloria Steinem back in the 80s, left behind by feminism, and they feel like a lot of the advances of feminism have come at their expense, and they're not wrong, really. And so, the Trump campaign tapped into that. Might have just been an accident, just because that's who Trump is. He's butch, but But the Harris campaign, I think of like Michelle. And I also wanted to ask about this malfeasance. Van Jones, not someone who I respect or ever quote normally, but he and David Axelrod both said a couple of days before the election day that they had a queasy feeling watching these like glitzy celebrity star-filled Democratic events with Lady Gaga and so on. And it reminded me a little bit of being in high school, coming in on Monday morning to class and hearing the rich kids talk about like, oh, it was such a great party on Saturday. Everybody was there. And I'm like, I wasn't there. I was washing dishes at Friendly's. Or, on Monday morning when the kids would come in with their ski tag tied to the bottom of their puffy jacket, like, oh, we were out skiing. It was awesome. It's like, well, I was shoveling snow all weekend. So I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, the Democrats seem to be running, as if they're having a great party that you're not invited to. Donald Trump threw parties that looks like you could go if you wanted.
It was the real joy campaign, right? When people showed up. Look, I don't think I don't think that the Democrats had a candidate problem. They have a party problem. Really, they don't stand for anything. Be as it may, the Republicans, Donald Trump, they stand for certain things. They might be lying to you, but they might not be getting it done. They might be duping you, but at least they're putting stuff on the table that people want. From everything from inflation problems that we're going to fix. I don't know how he's going to do that, other than drill, baby, drill. He really doesn't have an economic plan. But people are feeling the hit financially. So when he says those things and they feel left out, especially a lot of, those uneducated white men that we talked about that are losing jobs, that have no employment, that are killing themselves every day. So he's actually speaking to them, where the Democrats, they're wagging their finger at the people, right? You can't vote for racism. You can't vote for this. He's a misogynist. You can't vote for that. They don't give you anything to vote for. They just simply to tell you to vote against something. And I really do think this is bigger than just a party problem, guys. I think this is a U.S. problem, right? We have no industry here. We don't make anything. We don't fix anything. So I'm very interested to see how things are going to be moving forward, because Donald Trump learned in his first presidency that you can't just bully the Chinese around and think that manufacturing is going to come home. No, you got a lot of problems, and a lot of problems that both parties put in front of you years ago, whether it be NAFTA, whether it be, the fact that, we're behind in our production compared to China when it comes to microchips. They're trying to fix that problem. So there's a lot of stuff on the table right now they have to work with. But I do also agree with Manila that they are going to use Gavin Newsom and a person like Buttigieg. That might be your next ticket in 4 years, because unfortunately, the people here in America, the United States, the United States of amnesia, that's what Gore Vidal called them, so they can easily flip the script moving forward.
Yeah, but they need to clear the chessboard, and in order to do that, that's why they had to sacrifice Joe Biden a couple of months ago, because he represents the old guard. And Kamala Harris, I don't think she's a poor representation of new guard. And I think this is, I think they're going to take their lumps. They know it. I think I think internally the party knew.
They did know.
And they did know, because I've been monitoring Gavin Newsom's actions. I think he's been prepping himself for 2028 for the last 7 months. And
so Manila.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in there, in July of this year, right before Kamala Harris dropped out, I actually think it was about 2 weeks before they kicked Joe Biden out. They unseated him in the coup. There was a New York Times poll that came out. This was the poll that showed that Kamala Harris had historic unfavorability numbers for a vice president. I think she was at like approval numbers. I think she was like 37%. In this same story, they talked about that one of the reasons Joe Biden was reluctant to get out of the race is because he didn't think that Kamala Harris could beat Joe Biden. There were Democratic insiders who were quoted in the article saying that they weren't confident that Kamala could win, and they were concerned that she played it too safe as vice president of the United States, not willing to take on any sort of controversial issues. So this was something, that's why I focus on Kamala Harris as the candidate. Do I believe that if, Kamala Harris were, let's say, Pete Buttigieg, or Kamala Harris were Gavin Newsom, even with this short period of time, with the same, negatives, if you will, they would be able to flip on a dime and articulate a case, meaning they won't just be doing the same robotic talking points. Even a Hillary Clinton, I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton. You asked Hillary Clinton, how would you be different? Hillary Clinton would have a 10-point plan. Now, it may not necessarily answer your question, but she seemed as if she was informed. And I think you didn't see enough of that for Kamala Harris, and it did not give voters confidence. What Democrats also did, and I'll end it on this, when they started attacking Black men, when Barack Obama when he was in Pennsylvania, and he made the statement about Kamala Harris that we need to support her because she's from our community, she went to our schools, and he's noticing this strain about, because he was talking specifically to the brothers, as he said, and he noticed this strain of sexism and misogyny. Well, the problem is that it didn't end with Barack Obama. You had person after person, public figure after public figure, celebrity after celebrity, talking about Black men and this assumption about Black men and Kamala Harris. And what we saw in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in 2020 got 10% of the overall Black vote in Pennsylvania. He was up, 7% in Pennsylvania in 2020. He upped the overall percentage to 10%. But when it comes to Black men in Pennsylvania, according to CNN exit polls, Donald Trump got 10% of the Black male vote in 2020. He got 26 this time around. So
Black MAGA is a thing. Black MAGA became a thing.
And it may not, that's not about Trump. Like that's like, it's not even, that's not about Trump. That is
about turnout, enthusiasm.
It's about the
a
Democrats.
rejection of the system. It was a rejection of the Democratic Party, not so much being in love with Donald Trump. It was a
Michelle Obama,
rejection.
who, everyone talks about what a great political figure she is. I mean, she gave
I never said it.
Crazy speech where she was saying, like, you guys, you don't know what it's like to be a woman. You owe us support. And I was just thinking, like, you know what you sound like? You sound like everybody's first wife. And like,
Ted.
and like, we hate you. And so I remember thinking I wouldn't vote against a woman because of a statement like that. But I know it's not helping with guys. They needed to
Oprah
get
did
someone
it
who
too.
spoke fluent dude.
That's
and
true.
They don't have anyone.
Oprah did it too. Remember, Oprah came right up on, what was that, Sunday, and said that, it's possible that we may never ever get a chance to vote again. She didn't believe that.
Give me a break.
It's such a ridiculous statement to say. Like,
by the way,
oh,
if
Can I say something,
and you know
though,
what?
guys? I mean, I really think that we have to also point out that sometimes when you win, you lose, and sometimes when you lose, you win. And that is the case for the Democrats here, because it's the only thing I think that is going to save their party. Now they can start their massive, fundraising campaign with the TDS, and they can then again rebrand with Gavin Newsom.
The grift is on. But I gotta say,
the grift gets the money.
For the last, 4 years, we've been hearing that the return of Donald Trump will hearken, jackbooted thugs, goose stepping through the streets. And so the Democrats, they never believed that. And you know how I can prove that? I can prove that because right now, if people thought that was true, right now, the airports would be clogged full of Democrats trying to get out of the country. Right now, Democrats and liberal groups, like, they would be gathering and doing massive protests. There would be like a January 6th, but progressive style, like, don't let that guy take the oath of office. None of that is going to happen. They're just going to sit there and whinge.
Yeah, but aren't we concerned a little bit? I think that our good friend Robbie shared a little tweet with me over there, and this is something that I'm concerned. It's on my list. 45% from Latinos while running a massive deportation campaign. I just don't get it, man. I mean, listen, he had one debate against Kamala Harris. And when you want to talk about the same kind of optics, when you're looking at the whole DeSantis versus, Newsom, you're right. In a lot of ways, Newsom's handled it well, but the issues favored DeSantis. It's the same thing here with Donald Trump, but then he lost that debate because he mentioned Haitians and cats and dogs. I mean, he hurt himself so
Do you
much
really
over here,
think
but still won.
Let me play devil's advocate, and I did say this at the time. If you have the most memorable line of the debate, even if it's one like that, have you really lost?
He lost. That debate really cost him a lot of things. I think a lot of people were upset, a lot of undecided voters, people who are independents, when they heard that there, and they didn't hear any mention of the deep state or the donors when he used to attack power. That was gone. Now it was obvious he was blaming everything on immigrants and communism. He lost a lot there, but the Democrats are so bad that he still won at the end of the day.
I can agree with that. I think this time around, Trump did not have the same zest and appeal that he had originally in 2016.
That's true.
Different candidate.
Yeah, different guy. He was
He's
calmer.
older. He's longer in the tooth.
Well,
I mean, and look, he's Bidening out in many respects.
But also, though, keep in mind, Donald Trump performed better than he did even in 2016 among key groups. So that's also something
And he
to
outperformed
consider.
Biden. I mean, look, here's a question.
Yes.
How bad the Democrats are. That's what I'm saying. It just shows you because they're so awful.
Where is Joe?
Is whatever's left of Joe Biden saying to
what do they stand for?
Jill, I could have done better than Kamala, and if he's saying that,
he's saying it.
Is he right?
Where is he?
I've said that what I thought would happen is that if Joe Biden got in the race, once you got past convention and it came down really to that binary choice that they kept talking about, all of that anti-Joe Biden sentiment, unless he just fell on stage, I think that people would have held their nose and support. They would have moved back over to Joe Biden if they felt as if Donald Trump was the threat to democracy that Democrats said that he was, because that's what they ran on. Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. People did not believe that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy, but that's the case that they had to make, and they simply could not continue to make the case, because when you have what looks to be, I think the last number I saw, Donald Trump was maybe almost at 70 million votes. If he gets the popular vote over Kamala Harris, which is the first time since 2004 George W. Bush in his reelection, that would be cataclysmic. And I think that is something that will be studied from now and forevermore. But there's a lot to be learned. I'm not sure if Democrats or even Republicans, for that matter, will learn the lesson that they need to.
Yeah,
no, I agree with that.
Oh, go ahead, Ted. Final thoughts.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, what is sad, and I mean, there's a lot of things that are sad about this, but as usual, and I think of, sometimes when I have thoughts like this, I think of Pasta, because he always comes back to this, and I think it's true. I mean, this is bourgeois electoral bullshit, right? I mean, basically, these parties, they put on a show every 2 to 4 years, and they talk about everything and nothing that actually affects people's lives at all. I mean, there's no talk about putting more money into more people's pockets. There's no talk about like making healthcare affordable instead of a luxury. There's no talk about making college affordable rather than luxury. Anything that actually making it easier to form a union to or protect workers when they negotiate with their bosses. Nothing that actually changes people's lives, addresses the climate crisis. I could go on. The real issues that really matter are just, and this campaign did not address really any of them in any kind of meaningful way. I mean, Kamala Harris came out in favor of fracking. I mean, that says it all, right?
Yeah. Which is the one area when you got some serious argument about the climate crisis. When I think that's a Democrat issue too, as well, because it's been so overplayed. We haven't had any real nuanced conversations. I don't know what it is, Ted, with you guys in this climate crisis over there, right? You know what I'm saying? Especially the people who are coming forth and acting like they want to fix it. They don't want to fix it. This is about consolidating the small farmers into the big farmers. And if we're really concerned, right, all the Kamala Harris people were so really concerned about climate change, then they should have been against the Ukraine-Russia war, because I think that's ruining the climate more than anything else. I'm sorry, Malik, I stepped on your word.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, I didn't have much else to add to that at all. I just think that there is a, once we get on the other side of this, I suspect that there probably won't be much unity, because Donald Trump certainly wouldn't be bringing any unity, and I don't think that Kamala Harris would have, because we're such a divided country. I think that they're going to continue this case against Donald Trump. But for people like me, and I'll say, for people like me who left the Democratic Party first time voting for Donald Trump in 2016, disappointed that I didn't get a chance to vote for him in 2020. This is a redemption tour for many of us. Like, this is our moment. So it's not even just about Donald Trump. For those of us who lost relationships, lost opportunities because of our connection or our support for Donald Trump, this is like our moment. So it's bigger than Donald Trump.
Can I say something? I do disagree with you, though. I think there is a chance for unity. I always believe it's about the economy, stupid, right? Money talks and bullshit runs the marathon. So if there's a way that Donald Trump can bring some form of manufacturing back, get a real infrastructure bill, not this fugazi one that, a lot of Democrats like to tout, where nothing's really going on. It was just all about, kind of, once again, consolidation of power and track and trace within that infrastructure bills. But if he finds a way to bring finances, put money in people's pockets, lower the cost of groceries and gas for real, and people can get some sense of relief. I mean, for real, can he
Hey
lower
guys,
the
I got
population of
another.
homeless people?
I have to get on another call.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I have to talk later, guys.
Bye,
All right, we have to catch up.
Sorry.
Alrighty.
Bye, Malik.
I miss Malik.
Malik's so great.
He's awesome.
We all miss each other. I mean, here, but in
Here's
my
a question.
pure self-interest, Ted, we might all have jobs. Maybe.
I was just going to ask you that. Yeah. Do you think there's going to be a meeting between Putin and Trump, and Putin will hand a list of requests over to Trump and say, hey, here's some requests. You think you can maybe take the sanctions away?
Right. I hope. Right, possibly.
Well, listen, I always repeat the Burgess Meredith line, right? That's the guy who was Mickey for Rocky. And in Grumpier Old Men, he said, you can wish in one hand and crap in the other and see which one gets filled first. I don't see it coming. It is possible. I hope it does happen. I really hope he lives the sanctions. But I don't see Donald Trump as a free speech advocate. I really don't. He's talking about putting people in jail for a year for burning the flag. And we all know what happened with Julian Assange.
Pasta, he talks shit. I mean, aside from the Mike Pompeo bullshit, I mean, I pray to God that guy,
that's pretty big,
never comes back. But Trump is a lot of bluster. We know that. Like, he's like, oh, I'm going to be a dictator on day one. I'm going to do, like, he talks shit, right? Like, he's a New Yorker. He talks shit. And then it never happens. The shit that he talks, it never happens. I mean, look at that's any politician.
Look,
it's always some of the stuff.
I'm on Truth. I'm on Truth Social. I'm not throttled. Gavin Newsom is on Truth Social. He has a big following. I'm on Facebook. I'm throttled. My show on Sputnik canceled, throttled by the Biden White House. So I don't know. I mean, it does seem
that's
like
the only evidence I have is what the Democrats have done to me personally,
and
have unemployed me and all of my friends.
The guy who fired me and smeared me at the LA Times, Clinton donor, Democrat, Austin Butner. I mean, it's not like
the Twitter files, right? Like Matt Taibbi exposed all of that, the bullshit that. Like, we can pin this on Biden, sure, but we're out of election season now. Let's just pin it squarely and place it at the fucking feet of the Democratic Party. They are the pro-censorship party. They have proven it. We can speculate all we want about Donald Trump or the Republicans being that. But what I know and what I've lived through personally is seeing what
I've gotten censored a lot more by
outgoing Obama White House did to
my right-wing
staff that was still at the State Department.
My right-wing clients have been a lot less much more solicitous about letting me express myself. Like editorial page of the Wall Street Journal. I can't get onto the editorial page of the New York Times. Wall Street Journal has a better editorial page. So it's not a quality thing. It's like I can get on Fox News. I can't get on MSNBC.
Right.
I working for Mother Jones of The Nation, The Progressive was a shit show. Working for Forbes, working for Fortune, easy peasy. So
the progressives have constantly pushed the Russiagate narrative. Rachel Maddow tried to revive it for a third time. She brought it up last night. Like, she stopped the show mid-show and said, I got a text message. My sources at the FBI are telling me that Russian-related email accounts were emailing bomb threats into the swing states.
Bullshit.
Really? You're going to email that?
Get the right Georgia right.
I got to ask you both what you think about this. I mean, look, up until a couple of days ago, the main concern was that Kamala Harris is going to win. Donald Trump's followers weren't going to accept it. There was going to be civil strife, political violence, mass shootings, crazy right-wingers gone wild. Now I have to ask, is there going to be a protest movement there really wasn't, except for, the Pink Pussy Hat Brigade that basically marched 1.5 times. And that was about it in the first Trump years. Is it going to be basically more flaccid bullshit, or are we going to see, an actual, I don't know, liberal, or democratic, or progressive, or socialist, or none of the above movement?
I think you're going to see those same ladies dust off the pussy hats, right? Get out to the street. You're going to see a little fizzle of it, But listen, TDS is a thing, right? TDS,
it's real.
CDS, a COVID derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. These are real things. And like I said, for me, I think the Democrats wanted to lose. That's why they chose Kamala. And now they can start their fundraising. We'll see. It all depends on the organization. But I do believe, Ted, that you did hit a point over there. And that is, I don't think the same moves they've been playing for so long, the oh my God kind of factor, right, really plays well with them. And unfortunately for the Democrats, a lot of the areas in which they should be criticizing Donald Trump, they can't do it because they're guilty of those things themselves. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, insider trading.
Cared about the pot calling the kettle black.
Yes. So they stay away from those things. Emoluments, they stay away from them because they're just as guilty. So it is going to be interesting, but this is a chance for rebranding. We'll see what they come up with. I hope the circus is entertaining.
It will be. Last thing I want to put up there, because we're way over time. I'm gonna put it to all of us here, because I want to leave it on a fun note. Because, like you said, Pasta, this is gonna be a freaking circus, because the Carnival Barker is back in town, and he's bringing a whole brand new bunch of acts with him, supposedly, right? So, meanwhile, outgoing POTUS, the one that's supposedly rightfully elected last time, most votes ever, more than Obama, Joe Biden. Where is old Joe? Where is Jill? Are they going to be at the, Kamala's side when she gives a speech coming up here pretty soon at Howard? Where is the old man?
They won't be at her side. They will not.
Does he know what's going on? Where do you guys think, what happens to old Joe? Does he sail off into the sunset somewhere?
I mean, they're already on borrowed time with this guy, right? I think that there was a little bump once Kamala Harris became the nominee, simply because she could find her way off stage, right? So, I mean, there was that whole thing going on. No, I believe that, really, to tell you the truth. Like, all right, this woman's at least competent. She can, put full sentences together. She can read the teleprompter perfectly. So, I mean, listen, I think they were on borrowed time. I don't think he's been calling shots for quite some time. He is just going to sail off into the sunset. I don't think we'll see much out of him. I think his last time we'll see him publicly will be at Trump's inauguration, right? Like, I think
he'll be there.
I think so. I'm going to bet that he is, just to kind of act like, oh, Joe is being classy, and you'll hear Van Jones, Ted's favorite commentator, go on TV and start, I love that man. He was there and he stood with the president. Like, I think you're going to see one of those moments. Look, the Democrats love the theater. So if they have a chance to milk it, they will. And that will be my personal prediction as far as Joe Biden's last dance.
I agree with that completely, 100%. Also, I just want to point out, it was always predicted by the guys who wrote 13th Gen, the demographers, Howell and Strauss, who wrote about generational politics in the United States. That is a book that I need to send you, Manila. That is a Manila Chan special. And they started writing about this in the late 80s. Anyway, the point is, they said Gen X would never have a president. And Kamala was a Gen Xer. So she was probably, they're going to skip straight to the millennials. Our next president will probably be Vance.
I hope
you
not.
think so?
I hope not. I don't
hope
know.
Not, but I believe so.
This
I don't
is the
think Trump
area
will
in which a
finish
lot
this
of
term.
these, when you say you got a lot of low informed voters, this is the way that Donald Trump was able to get in. If it was Donald Trump's hardcore base people, they would have rejected JD Vance getting selected simply because he's a Peter Thiel guy, right? So, I mean, I hope that he does not become the president. Him being the vice president was another area in which I said, oh, no, not that guy. But yeah, that guy is there.
Last thing I'll say is I will point out that Usha Vance is going to be the first brown lady, first lady of color as the second lady in the White House. That's pretty cool. So I think that, if you're looking for a little representation, you got a biracial couple, in the second seat, right? So that's pretty cool. And as far as Biden goes, I'm of the mind that if he shows up to the Trump inauguration, it'll be out of pure spite. But I'm more inclined to say that he's not going to show up because he is going to be a bitter old man.
Nah, he's coming.
Pasta's, you think so?
Pasta's right. He's going to be.
I think he's going to be bitter and just say,
because his whole shtick is I'm about normalcy, and normalcy is the outgoing.
We've reported on our old show, Ted. There were leaks coming out about Biden a year and a half ago about what a crotchety old man and how awful he was to work for. He's an asshole. Yeah. And I think when you get into senility like that, you lose all of your filter.
That's true.
And I think
you may be right.
But
he's
let
going
me
to say, fuck you all, I'm not going.
Let me say this, Angie. Let me say this. Joe Biden's big beef right now is with the Democratic Party. He feels they threw him under the bus. What a better way to stick it to all those Democrats than to say, I'm going to go up there and shake Donald Trump's hand and put it and throw it in their face. So, him being a dick, this would be the next move he would make. So, he played the part in saying how bad Donald Trump was. But you saw him put on the hat, right? The Donald Trump hat.
That was pretty weird.
That's going to be his last dance, in my personal opinion.
By the way,
he did everything to
the Democrats.
He did everything to harm Harris the last 2 months. So
this is kind of analogous to what happened in '68. LBJ withdrew, and he wasn't much help to Humphrey, and Humphrey lost by a fairly narrow, in a squeeze, right? So I don't know. I'm gonna. A rabid right-wing regime, although by today's standards, Richard Nixon was a left-winger.
Sure. Of course. Sure. So we'll leave that right there. I know what I'm looking for at the Harris concession speech coming up in I think in a little bit. I'm literally going to be surfing to look to see the White House cam. Where's old Joe? And how many of them come out of the White House because all his doubles and stuff. I'm serious. I'm serious. There was this one time that he came out 3 feet taller than Jill Biden after it was a very strange
that's the acid flashback. That's that little globule. It's really
maybe the double goes to the inauguration.
We should wrap it up.
I'm looking for the next Trump speech when he addresses again. If he's going to do what he did when he won in 2016, he was very loving to Hillary Clinton and went from lock her up to she's a good woman, she's a civil servant, she's done well. So I'm looking for that.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I think Donald Trump is.
See?
Yeah, it's not personal.
It's a lot of bluster.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
thanks, Pasta.
We'll make that the last word. Thank you so much, Pasta. You guys go check out his show, Pasta to Go. And Pasta, you and Fee still do a show, yeah?
Yes, we it's called Truth Wire. We did a very large, long stream yesterday. So go check out Truth Wire. It's the old convo couch. We're dancing around the censorship over here. We're trying our hardest. So let's see if Donald Trump put his money where his mouth is. I'd like to see a full audit of YouTube, right? Like let's see what's going on behind the curtain over there.
Like a Twitter files for YouTube.
I
Oh my
wouldn't
God.
mind.
Yes.
God,
but
I would
with
love
source
that.
material, not just screenshots.
Yep.
Well, okay, fair enough. So you guys go support Pasta and Fee over there as well. Thank you so much for hanging out the whole time, Pasta. You are awesome. Thank you.
Love you guys. Miss you.
Bye. Talk to you
Love
soon.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Absolutely my pleasure. So today we're investigating Pete Hegseth, the obscure Fox News weekend host nominated to become the Secretary of Defense for Donald Trump. Why was he picked? Is he qualified? Will the Senate confirm him? The Pentagon is a vast bureaucracy that controls an annual budget of nearly $1 trillion a year and employs nearly 3 million people around the world, stationed at over 1,000 overseas military installations and countless more here in the United States. The Pentagon is the second largest employer on planet Earth, and if you include subsidiary contracting firms, it's the biggest. In addition, the Pentagon controls military academies as well as 4 separate intelligence agencies. Considering all that, is Hegseth, a veteran but with no relevant administrative experience, out of his depth? We are posing that big question to Michael Maloof, former security policy analyst at the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He has almost 30 years of federal service in the U.S. Defense Department and as a specialized trainer for border guards and special forces in select countries of the Caucasus and Central Asia. Michael, thanks for joining us here on the TMI show.
Well, thank you, Manila and Ted, for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
So Pete Hegseth, what was your reaction when you first heard about this pick?
They could have picked you, Mike, but they picked this schmuck over here.
No, he's got experience. They couldn't pick him.
Oh, that's true.
I would have respectfully declined, but no, it was a surprise. But it depends upon what Trump was looking for. He was looking for somebody who not only had the experience, but the thing is, and someone who's a junkyard dog, if you will, to get to the bottom of the wokeism that has now penetrated the defense establishment and the DEI nonsense that we're seeing. I recall one time the Russians published a comparison between the recruiting of their people and the Americans. They showed special forces being trained, jumping through hoops of fire, being slugged around, bare-chested, and jumping out of airplanes. And the one that is really memorable in my mind is the one of the cartoon showing a child of 2 military couples who were both females, and this was their notion of preparedness and military readiness, and it failed. And the Russians used that so readily to demonstrate the comparisons between our services. The image out there, what I'm getting at, I guess, is that the image of our military is not the best. Secondly, preparedness. We have some real crack stuff. We got high technology, but one EMP can really undo it all. And we don't have the military forces; they're not trained. We don't have the people who are well trained to deal with the common realities that we see on the battlefields today, namely how the Russian military fights, and they have some technology that we would like to have, but I have been trying to get, but cannot achieve, and that's the hypersonic missiles. And I think that this is serious. We don't have a defense against that. And in terms of our Navy,
knows all about that, though, right, Mike? I mean, he's a
brainiac.
This
is the thing. I think what I'm building up to is can he deal with trying to change this entire thing internally, and deal with people who are well ensconced, They have their own rice bowls. It's like in the intelligence community. Tulsi Gabbard's going to have the same challenge. And now you also have another relatively inexperienced military guy who's going to be the national security advisor, Mike Walls, a commendable background, Green Beret, but do any of them bring strategic vision to their positions? I don't see that. But you can be a quick learner. Hegseth is a very smart guy. He's motivated. He's got
But is that
ideas.
enough? I mean, I think about like
No,
really
it's not
brilliant.
enough.
Robert McNamara was absolutely brilliant, and the job defeated him.
Yes, it did.
And
I would also
same
point
thing with
out
Rumsfeld.
Well, I worked under Rumsfeld, and believe me, Hegseth is no Rumsfeld. But in terms of thinking, in terms of influence in the establishment, what I see are a few things. Number one, the current Secretary of Defense, a retired general, lacks that strategic vision.
Right.
And he's a general. And the problem with nominating military people with former military backgrounds to this particular job is they don't necessarily bring to the fore within the interagency establishment the national security policies that are essential. Inevitably, it competes with the State Department. Now, one thing that's interesting here is that you got three people with military backgrounds: Gabbard, you have Walls, and you have Hegseth, all with firm military backgrounds. They're young. They're recently in the fray themselves. So that in terms of determining what national security policy is going to be, will be in competition with what the State Department has in mind in terms of its foreign policy and national security prerogatives. I saw this battle. It was a out and out, knock down, drag out, open battle between Rumsfeld and Powell when he was Secretary of State. It took all that the National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, all that she could do to keep them separated from duking it out physically.
Really?
Because they were so adamant in their positions of prerogatives. And ultimately, Rumsfeld won out. So, but he brought with that depth, he brought congressional experience, business experience. He dealt with the intelligence community beforehand. He had knockdown, drag out fights with George Tenet all the time, who was then the director of CIA.
Right.
So he brought a certain dimension to the Defense Department that commanded respect.
But Mike,
and
let me throw this
authority.
at you. Let me throw this at you because both Rummy and Powell were, on one side or the other, they had been deeply entrenched and ensconced in the system for a long time. They were, Powell was this a career military man. Rummy had been in the government for ages and ages. Is there any benefit to bringing this young, fresh blood like Hegseth, who has no strategic background? Is there any benefit to having somebody that guy's my age? He's 44 years old. He was, I don't know if he was even an officer, but
yeah, he was. He was a major in the Minnesota National Guard.
Is there any benefit to that though? Bringing somebody that's from the outside that only, we'll just say, relative to Colin Powell.
I hate to point out the comparison, but Hitler was only a corporal. Okay.
Although one of the first to get an Iron Cross, right?
Yeah, and he was regarded as a military genius in some respects. I'm not saying that to applaud him. I'm just saying that this was what he was regarded. That said, I think the young blood is going to be good if he can surround himself. If Hegseth can surround himself with people who have that strategic vision, it's people he can reach out and talk to for advice, like a McGregor, for example. McGregor is very, very sound. He's not well liked by anybody, but he is close to Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson allegedly is close to Trump, and I think that could be an influence there if McGregor is willing to do it. And that's going to be the other aspect. I thought personally McGregor might be on tap to be considered seriously.
I would have liked that.
Oh, it would have been quite different. And but his views would be opposed to what you hear today in terms of Israel in particular, and as well as but everyone seems to be coming around to the fact that on Ukraine things have got to change dramatically because we can't go on the way we are, and we're pushing ourselves closer to a confrontation with Russia.
Before we got on air, Mike, I don't know if you saw the breaking news at about 10 o'clock this morning. Apparently, Olaf Scholz, and this is reported by Deutsche Welle, it's state media basically, so we can count on it being true, is that Olaf Scholz made a phone call to Vladimir Putin this morning. And
that was expected.
But Olaf Scholz, he is, publicly at least telling the press, I don't believe him, but he's telling the press that it was kind of, he was shaking his fist at Vladimir Putin. That's what the phone call was. I don't believe it, but that's what he's saying. I think diplomatically what we're seeing here is their economy is on the ropes. His traffic light coalition is on the ropes. They're going to have the snap election come January, just as Trump gets inaugurated. Trump has already signaled that he wants an end to the Ukraine war. So This guy, Pete Hegseth, is going to have to go toe-to-toe with folks like Olaf Scholz and whoever Scholz puts into,
with Bierbach or whatever her name is.
She's the foreign minister, yeah.
Yeah, she's the one who basically said just the other day that they want to dip into pensions to pay for the Ukrainians. That's going to go over well with the German society, isn't it? German workers. When you have 3 Volkswagen plants, for example, shutting down because of EV competition from Germany. So the economy, as you point out, Manila, in Germany is on the ropes, and they cut themselves off from cheaper gas and oil.
Right.
And they don't have the industrial capacity to go into a wartime production. They have a consumer economy basically, and that's where it's been since the end of World War II. But to switch over to a war production economy, the German people do not want it. And Olaf Scholz is probably going to lose in the forthcoming elections. And I think that you're going to see the rise more of the AfD party, which is more far right and a more of a populist type of thing. But they are hurt. They are because of the deadline with Trump coming impending, coming on board on 20 January. These countries now are scrambling to lock in, and we're hearing that UK and France want to get Europe and the United States so committed into Ukraine before Trump comes on board that he's locked in and has no choice. And that's a non-starter. This is going to be the beginning of the end of NATO if that is to happen, and rightfully so. And you already hear Borrell, the EU Director General, whatever his title is, already talking about EU should be shifting or becoming more of a military alliance as well as an economic alliance, out of fear that NATO could be about ready to crack open. I would only add that what I see is that this is going to happen, and I think what you're going to see too is that many of these countries are going to become more what would you call it? For example, like the Scandinavian countries, more regional in terms of defense alliances, and in Africa, are centered around Morocco, more defensive alliances. These are major non-NATO partners to NATO, but I envision that this is what could happen, and the EU itself could become its own entity.
Michael, let me ask you about tattoos and military culture. I'm old enough to remember when the military wouldn't take recruits who had a lot of
really.
Yeah, it was not permitted
not know
at
that.
all.
If they were showing.
Right. And so now, Hegseth apparently he was questioned by his commanding officers as possibly being a right-wing Christian nationalist extremist over a large tattoo on his chest called the Jerusalem Cross, which has been associated with Christian nationalism. It's a giant sort of medieval cross with smaller crosses sort of intermingled, which sort of look kind of like an abstracted iron cross. Not quite the same, but it's a medieval thing. And it has references to the Crusades. It got him in trouble with his unit. I'm wondering, politically and just culturally, could that trip him up in his confirmation hearings? I mean, it might sound silly to, question someone over their body art, but I mean, if there's an indication that this guy's been palling around with, right-wing extremists, I could imagine a few Republican votes in the Senate having a problem with that.
Well, I didn't realize that having a tattoo could be a disqualifying factor for public office. However, the Iron Cross that you portray, it is medieval, but it's also the flag of Georgia, country of Georgia.
Ah, that's true.
And it's
I doubt that's where he got it.
And it's deeply religious. It's deeply Christian, Eastern Orthodox in particular. He also has "We the People," and he has a target or something else on his. But I just think that's a superfluous argument for qualification. It's what he has up here, and how he's going to manage who he brings in as his assistants to guide him. Because of his inexperience, and I think he'll be the first to acknowledge he lacks that.
What about his views?
Policy orientation.
For example, he has written that he opposes women in the military in general, and that he
said in combat,
particularly in combat. He did say in general, though.
He said in combat, and there is a distinction, and
but women are already in combat, right?
Yeah, but they're not. They're even though they have some training, they're not given that specialization. You don't see one woman in the SEALs, for example. You don't see them
right.
There's maybe one in the Rangers, and I don't know what her disposition is. Look, there is a physical difference, and that's just the way. That's reality. And when you're in a foxhole and you're fighting on the front lines, and you got to carry a 230-pound guy on your shoulders.
Right.
I think a woman's going to have a hard time with that.
But women have been in military, in very successful military in armies for the Red Army, the
they were snipers.
Not in the foxhole, not like that though. Not to
not on the front line. I mean, you go back in history in the medieval times and even before Vikings, they had women who were archers. I mean, they're digging up remains today showing
Joan of Arc?
Women who had arch. They fought. They fought, but warfare was totally different back then.
These are exceptions, not the rule. The general rule, even like look at Tulsi Gabbard, right? She is
she's a lieutenant colonel, and she's been in combat.
And she's been in combat. She's tall, she's buff, she's a strong woman, like physically a strong woman. Even someone like her, I mean, she's much bigger than me. I think she's like 5'8" or 5'9". She's like a tall, big, buff, strong woman. Someone like her that can do burpees no problem all day is going to have a problem dragging somebody my husband's size, that's like 6 feet tall and 230 pounds out if her brother is shot, right? Like you're and you saw all the backlash we saw with Volodymyr Zelensky, now nabbing women to go fight on the front line. And you saw the backlash coming from that. So I think I actually agree with Pete Hegseth on that, because if I were the mom of one of these boys on the front line, I don't want my kid's life being dependent on some woke DEI ideology of saying women, we're all created equal. No, we are physically not created equal, because somebody my size should not be in the foxhole trying to drag a 6 foot tall, 230-pound man out of bleeding to death. It's just not going to happen. If I'm looking at it as a mom, I'm with him.
But the Zelensky is actually mobilizing pregnant women as well. So this is bad news.
Ugh.
The thing is that during World War II, the Russians had women in combat. They were snipers. In my personal experience, women make some of the best snipers in the world. We have women who are helicopter drivers who fly the F-15s and the F-35s. That's combat.
Senator Tammy Duckworth, she lost her legs from that.
She lost both legs.
Pilot.
So yeah, but they're not in a foxhole, and I think that's the distinction maybe that Hexeth is trying to make.
Maybe not.
Yeah, they're excellent. They can be excellent in to fill in, and others to release a guy to do these other things. Because women, in my experience, are more they pay closer attention to detail. They're much more precise, and in those kinds of disciplines, like a sniper, you need someone who's very level-headed and detailed, and can take that and send that round and do the job. During Desert Shield, Desert Storm, we had one woman reservist on our team, and we took her. We all one day went to Quantico to practice on the range. She outscored all the guys. And,
but
the irony, she had never shot a rifle before.
Although the SecDef doesn't have to shoot anyone, right? He has to.
But this one has.
But I mean, this is an administrative job, right? I mean, you're drowning in paperwork. I'm reminded of Rumsfeld and his snowflake memos, they called it, and just like so. I mean, does someone who is as young and does not have that kind of administrative experience like Pete Hegseth,
young with a lot of bravado.
But like, is he going to be able to handle that? Like, I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean?
He's going to learn on the job. He's going to learn on the job. Secondly, you have the likes of, look, when Weinberger was in there, and I came in under Weinberger, he was the secretary of HHS. Totally removed from the military. He was a lawyer, but he didn't have that military experience. But he turned out to be one of our best secretaries of defense. And during that time period, and he was highly regarded by then President Reagan as a result. So you see, Hegseth has the experience of the soldier, and and he does relate more to the combat veteran and to the people who walk in the Pentagon, some 23,000 of them who walk around the hallways every day, and he can relate to them. Because he's been one of them. That's it. That's critical. And he's got the smarts and he can learn. And I think that if he surrounds himself with certain advisors who have that military depth or that strategic depth, I think that this is going to account for some. The only Secretary of Defense that I can recall who had strategic vision was Mattis. He was a military guy. He was a military general, Marine.
Right.
And I have the highest regard for him. And even though Trump didn't like him after a while, but he had the kind of thinking that a Vladimir Putin has in terms of how to deal with the geostrategic, geopolitical world that we're going to be facing out there. And
3D chess, right, as they say.
Oh yeah, this past administration has been only reactive. You got to be 3 to 4 steps ahead in the future. That's why I think Trump is going to be a little more cautious in putting all of his marbles in one basket when supporting, let's say, a Netanyahu, for example.
Yeah.
Because he's also got to weigh what getting into war with Iran is going to mean with respect to possibly bringing in the likes of Russia and even China, and the fact that our policies of the past now have driven Russia and China closer together in a virtual military alliance. What does that mean for our ability to counter that? So I think he's got to really think twice. You got to cut. You got to measure twice and cut once.
Right. Yes. Well, Mike, let me ask you this, and then I also have a video I want to share with you guys about Elizabeth Warren
We
reacting
also
to
have a
some of.
viewer question that we should
Okay, we do.
pass along
Okay,
later. But go ahead.
Okay, so just real quickly, Mike, can you explain for us, because you were at the Pentagon for decades, how much latitude does the SecDef have? I mean, he doesn't act on his own, right? I mean, how much latitude does this job provide somebody like Hegseth? Is he just there to execute orders from POTUS?
I think this is probably going to be what happens, and also along with Gabbard and with Walls, he's going to bring a more of a military influence on defense, national security policy, as opposed to a State Department, because there has been that tug of war. You see with Austin versus Blinken. Blinken clearly has the lead, and you saw that in the when Afghanistan was evacuated. It was Blinken who was giving all of the orders and the direction when he was around, and it was not the Defense Department. And so this is going to change. I think that military background of all three, Gabbard, Walls, and Hegseth, will make a major difference.
You think they'll complement each other? Well, not this Senator Elizabeth Warren. I just want to play a quick soundbite, about a minute, of her responding yesterday to these Trump picks, and I'd like for you to respond after. So have a listen to this.
On a colleague of yours who has been nominated, perhaps less controversially, in Senator Marco Rubio to be Secretary of State. Do you feel like he is qualified for the position?
So, look, there are many things I disagree with Marco Rubio on, and I haven't decided yet about voting for him, but he is qualified. He has experience. We may have differences that would cause me to say, I don't think that he should be Secretary of State, and we'll go through that. We'll listen to the hearings. I want to hear very carefully from him. But what we're talking about with people like Matt Gaetz is very different from what we're talking about with people like Marco Rubio. And we just have to keep that in mind. But do understand with Matt Gaetz, and you've already made this point, he's not the only one out there who is unqualified and who raises whole questions like Tulsi Gabbard does. You really want her to have all of the secrets of the United States and our defense intelligence agencies when she has so clearly been in Putin's pocket? That just has to be a hard no.
With no evidence, Senator Warren just says Tulsi Gabbard as DNI. My vote is a hard no, without presenting any evidence free, that Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. And that's what the mainstream media is putting out there. She's basically saying the only person she would approve of is Marco Rubio. The only thing I see there is that that's what she says, is that he's qualified. And I think, it's because he's part of the establishment, which she's showing her true colors. She is no far left, progressive, blah, blah, blah. She's full of shit. She is part of the establishment. She's ensconced and entrenched, and it shows. And now she's saying, well, Tulsi Gabbard will never get my vote. She's a Putin puppet. No evidence.
She also said she was an Assad puppet too.
Just come on.
And it's like, honestly, if I were Tulsi Gabbard, I would have my defamation lawyer on speed dial over this sort of thing. She should sue her. She really should.
Well, I think she represents the Democrat strategy in the Senate. It's insidious, but the whole idea will be to make a blanket statement that all of these people, because they're unorthodox, are not qualified. Mm-hmm. But they do bring attributes to the position. What's her qualification to be senator? She lied about her own credentials to get a scholarship to Harvard, and what's her track record and effectiveness as a U.S. senator today? It's basically nil, and it's one in which the president has a right to his own choice. There was a mandate, and the president was elected. Trump was elected, and he's entitled to his own people. And you're always going to have these folks who are going to disagree only because they didn't win. That's basically what it boils down. And they're going to be they're going to obfuscate, and they're going to try to throw in obstacles. They're now a minority, and I wouldn't doubt that with a majority in the Senate, that all of them are considered en blanc and they're summarily approved. And the Democrats are going to go nuts.
Well, there's going to be there's pushback already. Clearly, the Matt Gaetz appointment is not going to, you can't count to 50, I think, in the Senate. I don't think you can get there. But what Trump is asking the Senate to do is to take a long recess so he can push through a lot of recess appointments, effectively making it a rubber stamp situation, sort of like that would be the parliamentary procedure.
Yeah,
and this
I
is
don't
being
think that's
presented
going to
as
fly.
This is being sort of, talked about Adolf Hitler earlier. His first major act towards dictatorship was something called the Enabling Act, which basically turned the Reichstag into a rubber stamp. Basically, anything that the Führer says automatically is passed through the Reichstag without having to have a vote. This law just sort of says it. This isn't that. But I think it's going to be viewed as like, this is that authoritarian thing that we in the liberal press were warning about.
Well, yeah, but when Biden was elected, he had all the people he wanted, and he had control of all of the House and Senate as well. So the trifecta was in his hands, but he didn't do anything with it.
Well, but Obama didn't get Merrick Garland as his Supreme Court pick, right? Because Mitch McConnell, ran out the clock.
True.
That's true.
But and Biden also had a trifecta when he was elected. It's what happened in the off elections that things begin to crumble. I think you got to give him a chance. There will be an opportunity to give Trump a grade in the by-elections in 2 years as to whether the nation approves or disapproves, and they can alter the composition of the House and Senate once again.
Yeah. Ted, did you say that there was a viewer question?
There was. Yeah, so here's the question. Is Trump and his team, or I should say, are Trump and his team strong enough to defeat the neoconservatives?
I would venture to say no. No. You already have one in there, and that is Rubio. Rubio is a neoconservative, and they can be either Republican or Democrat. This vehement notion of anti-Russian, anti-Chinese is one in which this is music to the ears of the neocons. Mm-hmm. They want to push American democracy to the hilt, even to the point of putting it at the barrel of a gun. And I think that this is something very, very serious. I worked under neocons, and I saw it. We had the Iraqi war. Look what regime change brought us. And $9 trillion later, along with Afghanistan, we had nothing to show for it. Mm-hmm. And it was all neocon generated. And I know exactly what they were trying to do back in 2003. They wanted to take over Baghdad, use that as a hub, and from there have regime change in Damascus, then Tehran, mm-hmm. Libya, Saudi Arabia, all countries at that time that were giving Israel trouble. Everything in the Middle East was looked at through the prism of Israel. Yeah. That's got to change, but it's not changing in this administration. No. And the fact that there's backing Netanyahu 130%.
Although there's a counterfactual, right? There's a report today that Elon Musk met with the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations here in New York, presumably at the UN, at the Iran's UN mission, which I've actually visited. And so that would seem that there's interest in, thawing out relations to some point. I mean, obviously it's long overdue. It's been nearly half a century of sanctions and, hardly talking to each other.
As long as Trump leaves everything and the initiative in the hands of Netanyahu, as Biden has done, mm-hmm. All of these secret meetings with the Iranians isn't going to amount to anything. Netanyahu, between now and inauguration, this is our most dangerous period. Netanyahu, given what's going on internally in his own country and the fact that he knows that there could be an alteration after Trump is elected, he's probably going to try to make a move that on Iran that in a way forces us and locks us in, that we have no choice but to back him if we want to do that. I'm just hoping that the simmering underlying disagreement that Trump and Netanyahu have somehow can begin to have some impact in which Trump doesn't buy into Netanyahu 100% and starts giving some strategic thought to what he's saying. Because I can guarantee you, if Iran is attacked, it's going to bring in Russia and China. And also that we haven't discussed one thing, which is really going to be a major, major challenge to the Trump administration, and that is the rise of BRICS. Biden administration has had no response to it, and you don't hear the mainstream talking about it. You don't hear in the discussions of these guys here wanting to come in how they're going to deal with the rise of BRICS and the developing world to deal with de-dollarization. That can be just as serious as any military threat to our dollar, to our posture in the world. And we can't afford a three-front war. And we're already $35 trillion in the hole. How are we going to pay it off?
Doge.
We never will. We never will. That's the answer.
There you go. Yeah, Doge will deal with it, right?
Let Doge deal with it.
The Department of Government Efficiency, which is not even a department and is so efficient that it has two bosses.
That's well, they're not even going to be official, GS level employees, Ted, just so we clear this up. And Mike knows what I mean. They're not even like official. They're going to be more as like consultants. So this isn't even a real department. They're calling it that.
It's like when you bring in McKinsey. It's like that.
Yes.
And they write a report and no one reads it. And that's it.
I would raise another thing about that with no staffs. How's Tom Homan going to do his job? He's going to be a special advisor. I would have thought that at least he would have been would have headed Homeland Security, because then he'll have the troops. He has no military, he has no army, he has no staff. How is he going to make changes that he's calling for? How is he going to engage the military to do it?
Homeland is going to Kristi Noem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But he's going to be a special advisor to the president. His position is only that as special advisor. He doesn't have any cabinet role.
Yeah.
And there's no discussion about where he's going to be placed. Is he going to be answerable to Noem? I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't have a portfolio.
No, none.
Yeah.
None. So how is he going to implement the president's border policies? How's he going to come in? I'll tell you right now, the DEA has published a chart, which I think is very, very significant. It already shows that the Mexican cartels have 6 families that are in 13 states, of which 5 of those states are distribution hubs throughout the country. Why aren't we taking them down?
I mean, what I'm hearing to answer your question about Honan is that there's really, to paraphrase Biden, nothing will fundamentally change, right? I mean, they're not sending the military to do the deportations. There's just having ICE do it. ICE's priorities are going to be the same list of wanted people, criminals, that the Biden administration ICE wants, and that's what they're focusing on. I mean, I would imagine in MAGA world, they're not going to be very happy by this time next year.
No, I think we need to hear more about implementation. We need to hear more about how they're going to actually make all of this work. I hear grandiose comments about what they want to do, but how are you going to do it, and what's going to be your time frame? They only have 2 years to really show change, and I don't think they can get organized in that period of time.
It's a big job.
Totally. Well, on all fronts.
All right, Michael.
We'll see.
Thanks so much
Always
for joining us.
Appreciate you, Mike.
So
Thank
great.
you.
This was so enlightening. Really appreciate
you
joining us. So great. Please come back again soon. Michael Maloof is the person you just heard. He's the former senior security policy analyst at the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He has almost 30 years of federal service in the U.S. Defense Department as a specialized trainer for border guards and special forces as well in select nations of the Caucasus and Central Asia. My favorite part of the world.
Caucasus.
caucuses.
See you guys.
Thank you, Mike.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Bye.